The remaining abyss creatures have been cleared. Please leave the shelter in an orderly manner. The vague and dull broadcasting sound entered Chu Xiu's ears. He reached out and pulled up the steel plug in front of him and crawled out from under the desk. What he saw was a classroom with a cold style, and the smell of gunpowder still remained in the air. Unlike the classrooms with large floor-to-ceiling windows and warm white walls and wooden tables in his previous life, here there are rough military explosion-proof walls that have not been painted yet. The tables and chairs are like military products of the Cold War, without any fancy decorations. Looking out from the fist-sized air vents, the sky above is dark and airtight, like the sky covered by lead gray. The playground below is covered with the corpses of deformed creatures, and the anti-aircraft guns on both sides are still rotating the red burning gun barrels. The stench of burning corpses floated from below, filling Chu Xiu's nasal cavity, making him want to vomit. Even though he has been in this world for almost 3 months, he still can't get used to it. Yes, Chu Xiu is a time traveler, from a social animal who just graduated from college, to a senior high school student. According to the memory in my mind, this is a world very similar to Blue Star. However, in 2028, the mysterious power called Abyss by later generations descended on the Earth. No one knows what the Abyss is exactly. They only know that since then, the sky is often torn into cracks, and countless powerful and terrifying monsters have poured out of it, destroying everything in front of them like tireless killing machines. Even with powerful thermal weapons, humans are retreating in front of almost endless monsters. After all, even if all the monsters are wiped out, the losses have already been caused. Fortunately, the connection with the Abyss has also opened up the road to transcendence for humans. Humans who enter the Abyss will awaken talent and profession and can explore in different Abyss worlds to gain powerful power. Today is 2067. Relying on the sacrifices of countless predecessors, the human race has finally gained a foothold, paved a path with blood and bones, and opened an era of universal awakening. Awakener. Chu Xiu's eyes showed longing. No one can resist the temptation of extraordinary power. And it is very simple to become an awakener. Every senior high school student can sign up for the awakening trial when they are about to graduate. As long as they survive, they can become an awakener. However, the mortality rate is very high, exceeding 60%. Moreover, most people awaken to low-level talents and professions that are useless. Therefore, even if the temptation of extraordinary power is very strong, only about half of the people sign up every year. Chu Xiu himself was also hesitant and had been thinking about it during this period. As a Chinese who has lived in peace for many years, it is difficult for him to make up his mind immediately when he is suddenly asked to fight for his life. Just as Chu Xiu was thinking, a tall young man came over and patted him on the shoulder. "Achu, the registration for the awakening trial has begun. Do you want to go?" The man had a square face, a broad frame, and a body of tendon meat, which gave people a strong sense of oppression. This was Zhang Qingshan, the childhood friend of the original body and the monitor of their class. He had a close relationship with him. It was no exaggeration to say that they grew up wearing the same pants. Looking at the registration form in the other party's hand, Chu Xiu sighed softly, knowing that it was time to make a choice. Finally, after thinking carefully in his mind, he said solemnly, "Qingshan, I want to go." This was not Chu Xiu's impulse. In fact, on the first day he came to this world, he consulted a lot of information about the Abyss and knew the danger of the Abyss very well. It's just that in this dangerous world, ordinary people without power are like rootless duckweed. No matter how much they have achieved, they may be destroyed at any time by the invasion of the Abyss. Once you encounter an Abyss creature, you can only wait for death. In despair, you will be torn to pieces by sharp teeth and claws. Instead of living a life of fear every day and pinning all your hopes on others, Chu Xiu wants to take his fate into his own hands. Even if he dies in the Abyss, it is his own choice. Of course, there is another important factor that prompted Chu Xiu to make this decision, that is, as a traverser, he is not completely without support. In his mind, there is an ancient black book that came with him. At present, this book cannot be opened, but Chu Xiu can feel that once he enters the Abyss and comes into contact with extraordinary power, he will be able to wake up. Although I don't know what this ancient book is for, it's at least worth a try. Chu Xiu made up his mind. After hearing his answer, Zhang Qingshan hesitated with the registration form in his hand and did not put it down immediately. Instead, he asked, "Achu, have you thought it through? Your academic performance is so good, you will definitely be able to go to a university in the inner ring and settle in an inner ring city. It is said that a high-level awakener will go to deal with the Abyss cracks there in less than a minute, and ordinary citizens will not even notice it. There is no need to fight to the death with us." Zhang Qingshan said it very tactfully, but Chu Xiu understood what he meant. Although it is necessary to enter the abyss to determine what specific talents and professions have been awakened, there are actually clues before, and the concept of energy level is one of them. Energy level is the total amount of extraordinary power that has not been activated in a person's body. The higher the energy level, the stronger the talent that may be awakened. Even if it is the same talent, such as endurance, a person with a high energy level may awaken endurance, B+, and a person with a low energy level is more likely to awaken endurance, E. The average energy level of ordinary senior high school students is set at 1.0, while Chu Xiu's is only 0.8. In contrast, Zhang Qingshan's is as high as 8.5, which is the level of the top 3 in the grade. Not to mention Chu Xiu's physical fitness, fighting skills and other achievements, which were also ordinary. It was indeed too risky to enter the abyss like this. However, the mysterious ancient book in his mind gave him the courage to give it a try. Don't worry, Qingshan, I've thought about it carefully. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. That's good. Zhang Qingshan let out a long breath and patted Chu Xiu's shoulder heavily. Chu, you have been smarter than me since childhood, I believe in your judgment. You and I will go to meet the people in our club and my girlfriend's girlfriends later. Say hello in advance, so that we can take care of each other when we enter the abyss later. No matter how dangerous the abyss is, let's go together, brothers. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes showed gratitude. Zhang Qingshan and his girlfriend Chu Qin are both top students in the grade, with a wide network of contacts. With these people taking care of them in the abyss, the chances of survival will indeed increase greatly. He didn't say much, just punched Zhang Qingshan, and everything was self-evident. In the next half-month, Chu Xiu took every opportunity to hone his survival skills, strengthen his physical reserves, and concentrated on reading a lot of knowledge related to the abyss. He did not put all his hopes on the golden finger. In the intense preparations, time flew by, and finally the day of the awakening trial arrived. The day of awakening. Chu Xiu sat in his seat, looking around at the classmates. There were a total of 34 people in the classroom, all of whom were participating in the awakening trial. It was said that nearly 3/5 of the entire school signed up this time, the highest ratio in history. Chu Xiu and his classmates, together with students from other schools in Jiangcheng, a total of 5,000 people, would be transported to the same abyss world by the awakening array to conduct the trial. On the podium, the head teacher Tao Lei was making the final points for everyone to emphasize. Students, you are about to participate in the awakening trial. I know that you are already familiar with the abyss, but since it is a matter of life and death, I will explain it again. The abyss world is the old image left by the power of the abyss, which is the world that was once swallowed by the abyss. No one knows what you will encounter. Everything in the abyss is full of randomness and uncertainty. You may be hunted by wild beasts that have been released from their evolutionary restrictions and grow infinitely, or you may be surrounded by fanatical demon believers, or you may enter a doomsday world swallowed by the ocean. But what is certain is that no matter which world you enter, it must be extremely dangerous. There is no paradise that you can easily pass through. Tao Lei's words made the students, who were already nervous, even more nervous. Seeing the fear in the eyes of the students below, Tao Lei softened his tone. However, as long as everyone is fully prepared, you can greatly increase your chances of survival. Does any other student remember the 3 no principles? No panic, no infighting, no risk-taking. Someone in the audience answered him. That's right, Tao Lei nodded. I won't mention not panicking. Everyone knows that no matter what the situation is, keeping calm is the first priority, not to mention that in some worlds, a decline in rationality will even attract terrifying existences. I want to emphasize the last 2 points. No infighting, no risks. In the abyss world, solidarity and mutual assistance are the top priorities. Only when everyone works together and helps each other can you maximize your chances of survival. Although the abyss is not protected by the law, countless cases have proved that infighting will only lead to the end of the group's annihilation. Tao Lei knocked heavily on the blackboard. Most of the students below listened attentively, but a few did not agree. In their view, the abyss world is the law of the jungle, and useless students will only become a burden. Their most suitable use is to be cannon fodder for exploring the way and a meat shield in front. The teacher's emphasis is just a kind of political correctness that cannot be stated clearly. Most of those who think so are students with high energy levels or good family conditions who have purchased survival equipment for them in advance. Tao Lei knew that the 3 views that have been cultivated for a long time could not be changed by just a few words, so he did not stop and continued. The last one is don't take risks. You may have seen on the internet that some people got rare treasures in the awakening trial. It is true that the drop rate in the trial world is many times that of the ordinary world, but don't take risks because of this. Those who have the idea of treasure hunting will not survive 1 out of 10. Becoming an awakener will give you plenty of opportunities to grow slowly in the future. You don't be in a hurry. What you have to do is to avoid fighting as much as possible and find a safe hiding place as soon as possible. Unless you have awakened a talent above level B, or a high-level combat profession, you can consider exploring more benefits in the awakening copy. Tao Lei's words reminded Chu Xiu of a case on the internet. There was an awakener named Zhang Quan. His talent and profession were very ordinary, but he accidentally obtained a legendary quality treasure that could grow in the awakening trial, and directly became a hot new star. Then he died inexplicably. No one knows who the legendary secret treasure fell into the hands of in the end. After all, there are not many high-profile fools like Zhang Quan. The teacher is right. Those treasures are not what I need to consider. The most important thing is to survive. Chu Xiu thought to himself. Next, the head teacher said a lot of words that everyone had heard so many times. When the clock pointed to 9 o'clock, he stopped and brought the classmates to the playground. Here, a huge awakening array has been drawn, and all 5,000 students have gathered here. The vast majority of people are wearing ordinary clothes, but there are also a few people who have 1 or 2 unique equipment, spears, giant swords, and even enchanted firearms. Most of these people stand together in 2s and 3s, forming a clear circle with the others. In the abyss, only items contaminated with the breath of the abyss can be teleported, and most of these items are extremely expensive, and there are many students who need to start naked. Chu Xiu's family is not rich, and all they can buy for him is a set of ordinary clothes. A Xiu, come to me as soon as you enter the abyss. Zhang Qingshan finally reminded. Don't worry. Chu Xiu nodded heavily. After all the students entered the magic circle, a dazzling light lit up above their heads. The next moment, the magic circle lit up, and 5,000 students disappeared on the spot. Buzz with a deafening buzzing sound, Chu Xiu felt his body floating up, and the space around him began to distort and change, as if traveling through endless dimensions. Before he could react, he fell heavily to the ground. Bang! The palms that were supporting the ground felt rough like gravel, and the impact of falling made his knees ache slightly. The dizziness hit his brain like waves, and he resisted the urge to retch and tried to open his eyes. The dazzling light pierced his irises, forming halos in his eyes. Chu Xiu hurriedly lowered his head, and it took a long time for him to gradually adapt to the scorching light. He squinted his eyes and looked around. This seemed to be a bedroom that had not been inhabited for a long time. The floor was covered with dust, the wooden bed in the corner was shaky, the paint was peeling, and the bedding on the bed had lost its original color. Only vague cartoon patterns could be vaguely seen. Chu Xiu sat against the wall. There was a window with only a wooden frame above his head, and dry hot wind kept blowing in from outside. He propped himself up and glanced outside. What he saw were dilapidated high-rise buildings, yellow sand sweeping across the streets, a lifeless doomsday scene. He seemed to be in a modern doomsday city that occupied a large area. Suddenly, a huge blackish shadow passed by quickly below, and Chu Xiu quickly retracted his gaze in fear. That seems to be a huge flying bird? No, it was a creature more terrifying than a bird. Although it was only a brief glimpse, Chu Xiu saw the sharp bone spurs growing backwards on the back of the unknown creature. That was not the form that a normal creature would have. He secretly sorted out the situation in his mind. I should be in an apartment building, about 20 floors high. This seems to be a doomsday world with mutant creatures. It is not clear whether there are any local survivors. Just as Chu Xiu was thinking, a faint subtitle appeared in front of him. Trialists are being digitized. Digitization completed, loading into world information, loading completed. Current world, Beta 21272417. World danger level, 7. Regional danger level, 3. Trial task, survive for 7 days. Challenge task, 1. Kill 100 ordinary life forms cumulatively. 2. Kill any soldier life form. 3. Destroy a nest. World task, kill the zombie king in the central city. Note, you will return after completing the trial task. The challenge task and world task will be retained for 30 days. Trialists can enter and continue to try at any time after the cooling period. Looking at the words that appeared in front of him, Chu Xiu was secretly shocked. It seems that the difficulty of this trial is not low. The regional danger level has reached level 3. 3 challenge tasks and 1 world task have been spawned. Generally speaking, most trials are at a danger level of 1 or 2, and some lucky ones may even encounter level 0. Of course, the higher the danger level, the better the reward for completing the trial. As for challenge tasks and world tasks, they are additional tasks with extremely high rewards. They allow multiple people to form a team to complete them, and each person's contribution will be automatically determined based on their specific performance. The difference is that there is only one world mission, and if someone completes it, others will have no chance. Of course, these two missions are also extremely difficult, and few people can complete them in the trial stage. However, as long as you pass the trial, you will leave a beacon in this world, and you can enter it at any time. Therefore, Chu Xiu now has only one goal: survive. This should be a zombie apocalypse world, he began to think in his mind. But based on the huge mutant creatures I just saw, the zombies here are most likely not the slow-moving targets in movies and TV dramas, but creatures with considerable combat power. The tasks given by the system are obviously sorted by difficulty. The later the tasks, the more difficult they are, but the rewards for completing them will definitely be better. Should I honestly find a way to survive for 7 days? Or try to complete the difficult tasks? Obviously, the answer to this question depends on what kind of talent and profession Chu Xiu awakened. Knowing that this was the moment to decide his fate, Chu Xiu took a deep breath and opened his character panel. Name: Chu Xiu. Level: Ordinary level 0, 0/100, Constitution 0, 94, Spirit 2, 25, Energy level 0, 81, Equipment: worn cotton clothes and pants, Occupation: heir of the magic path, Talent: perfect refinement. Looking at the character panel in front of him, Chu Xiu couldn't help but slightly widen his eyes. The first few items are easy to understand. The level is Chu Xiu's current level. The first 5 levels have been taught in school, namely Ordinary, Scholar, Fierce, General, and King, and each level is divided into 9 levels. Physical fitness should be a comprehensive rating of attributes such as strength, endurance, and agility. Spirit is a measure of the strength of the soul. The final energy level is the total amount of extraordinary energy used to release skills. The average value of a healthy adult male is 1. 0. Chu Xiu's physical fitness and energy level are weak, but his spirit may be much stronger than ordinary people because of the fusion of 2 souls. But these are not the main points. Chu Xiu still knows how his body is. What he cares about is talent and profession. The descendant of the magic way. Perfect refining. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiu focused his mind on these 2 items, and suddenly, more detailed data emerged. Descendant of the magic path, rank, max, current class, apprentice of the holy sect trial, class bonus, none, description, you have a complete set of magic path inheritance. As your level increases, you will unlock different magical powers, secret methods, and magic weapons. Evaluation: when your soul traveled through the turbulence of time and space, you accidentally obtained the long-lost inheritance of the infinite holy path sect. Even among the magic monks who are known for their ruthlessness and lack of conscience, the infinite holy path sect is the most terrifying one. As a descendant of the holy sect, you only need to do one thing, that is to kill. 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 Kill all the living things you see, use flesh and blood as nutrients, and use bones as stairs to pave your way to the altar. Recreate the glory of the holy sect and let the abyss and all the world surrender to you. Looking at the words that appeared in front of him, Chu Xiu was a little confused. Max ranked profession? This. Before, he had heard that the highest grade was only SS. Suppressing his inner excitement, Chu Xiu hurried to check the abilities granted by the profession. However, after reading it, he was disappointed. Currently, there are only 2 inheritances unlocked. Infinite Reincarnation Art, Grade, Max, Description, the core inheritance of the Holy Sect. The heavier the killing sin, the faster the practice speed, but too much killing sin will also make the practitioner lose his mind and even incur heavenly punishment. Evaluation: the foundation of the infinite holy Tao sect, a very extreme practice in the eyes of demon cultivators. The moment the practitioner kills the first living being, he will be entangled by the killing sin and slide into the abyss uncontrollably, without exception. Powerful power always comes with a corresponding price. Data has been completed, and the specific practice progress will be presented in the form of level and experience. Bone refining melee weapon, level, ordinary, quality, basic, description, transform the flesh and blood of the corpse into nutrients to nourish the bones, and use this as material refining powerful bone weapons. Evaluation: a low-level evil practice, a side path that even menial disciples despise. However, for a weak person like you, it is very suitable as your first step on the road of magic cultivation. Come on. Abandon the shackles of secular morality and manipulate the bodies of the dead as you like. The next inheritance will be unlocked at level 1 of the mortal rank. After reading the 2 inheritances, Chu Xiu's face looked very bad. As the core practice method, it actually has such a big side effect. He doesn't want to become a madman who has lost his mind and only knows. And the inherited secrets that followed also made him quite resistant. When he thought about having to endure the stench while fiddling with the rotten corpse, he couldn't help but frown. However, Chu Xiu was not a hypocritical person and quickly accepted the reality. No matter what, we have to survive the trial dungeon first. No matter how disgusting or difficult the process is, we must persevere. Let's talk about the future later. If the side effects of the infinite reincarnation art are really too great, at worst I won't enter the abyss again and just be an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu calmed down a little. Besides, I still have a talent that I haven't checked. Holding on to the last hope, he checked his talent. Perfect refining, rank, SS, description. As long as you have the right materials and drawings, you can perfectly refine them into corresponding equipment. Evaluation. Under the influence of the infinite book, your talent has changed. Thanks to the power of the abyss to digitize everything, now you don't have to study the knowledge of refining equipment hard, nor do you have to hone your refining skills day after day, and you don't even need refining tools to refine materials perfectly. Going a step further, isn't your body also a kind of material? What a powerful and mysterious power. It has already touched the realm of rules. Praise the abyss. Without any knowledge, skills, or tools, the materials can be refined perfectly? The moment Chu Xiu saw the specific description, his eyes widened slightly. This talent is a perfect match for his profession as a descendant of the magic path. Before, he was worried whether he, a newbie who knew nothing about cultivation, could learn the secret techniques of magic cultivation, but with the talent of perfect refining, he no longer needs to worry about these. However, both talent and profession seem to be growth-oriented, and cannot bring me too much combat power in the early stages. After Chu Xiu thought about it carefully, he quickly determined his next course of action. This trial is still based on stability, but it does not mean being a turtle, but to seize every opportunity to arm yourself and enhance your ability to deal with danger. With his mind made up, he began to quickly formulate. He came up with an action plan. The first task was naturally to find usable items, and then slowly began to explore the surrounding environment, search for food and supplies, and choose a suitable place as a base to build a safe house. In short, ensuring one's own safety is the first priority. He checked the equipment his parents bought for him. Torn cotton clothes and pants, level, ordinary, quality, trash, attributes, protection, 0, 4, insulation, 1, 2, weight 1, 6 kilograms, evaluation, the protection ability is close to 0, but it can provide a certain insulation effect. Very rubbish equipment, but at least it can prevent him from being naked. Then, he crouched down, walked lightly, and tried to explore the room he was in without making any noise. The bedroom was very small. Apart from the bed, there was only a desk and a wardrobe. There were some old clothes worn by children in it. They had long lost their original colors and looked like pieces of hanging rags. The bedroom door was ajar. Chu Xiu looked out through the crack in the door and saw an empty living room. He pushed the door open carefully. The rusty door hinges made a creaking sound, which was particularly harsh in this silent environment, and Chu Xiu's heart was lifted. Fortunately, he seemed to be the only living thing in this room. The living room was still quiet, and the movement just now did not cause any waves. Seeing this, Chu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and quickened the pace of searching. There were still not many things that could be used in the living room. The rotten table board might be used as a shield. There were a few knives in the kitchen, but the handles were about to fall off. The rusty blades made Chu Xiu feel that they were not good enough to kill chickens. This spawn point is very ordinary. Chu Xiu frowned slightly. Now, in the whole house, there is only one bedroom that has not been searched. The door has been destroyed, and the wooden fragments are scattered all over the floor. Chu Xiu walked in without much hope, and suddenly his eyes condensed and his body stood still. On the big bed in the middle of the bedroom, a mummy was lying quietly. Judging from the size, it was only a child of 7 or 8 years old. There was a big hole in the back, as if it was pierced by a sharp weapon similar to a spear. In the corner not far from the child, there was a female corpse leaning against the wall, with a broken skull and blood splattered on the wall. A picture emerged in Chu Xiu's mind. A mother and son were desperately hiding in the locked bedroom. A mutant creature with strange power broke into the room. The mother rushed to protect the child, but was slapped into the corner and killed on the spot. The child was not spared in the end. Chu Xiu sighed and whispered, "Goodbye, you two. I hope you will forgive me for being rude." He was not a superstitious person, but he had basic respect for the dead. After saying this, Chu Xiu took a deep breath, walked forward, and gently pressed his right hand on the child's body. Bone refining, start. As Chu Xiu's mind moved, the child's dried flesh and blood began to melt and penetrate into the bones as if burned by an invisible force. At the same time, the tiny skeletons spontaneously connected and fused together. With the talent of perfect refining, Xu Xiu naturally mastered the method of refining. Countless information intertwined in his mind, as if the bones in front of him became an extension of his mind, and could be refined into different weapons according to his mind. Knife, sword, gun, spear, hammer. Without much hesitation, Xu Xiu made what he thought was the most reasonable choice. As he made up his mind, the bones of the child in front of him disappeared, replaced by a pale bone spear about 1.5 meters long. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Spears are always the best weapons for humans to hunt large beasts. In this doomsday world full of mutant creatures, Xu Xiu felt that among melee weapons, there was no weapon more suitable than a spear. Refining completed, professional experience +1, as the prompt sounded, a bone spear appeared in front of Xu Xiu. He couldn't wait to check his results. Extremely tattered hollow bone spear, level, ordinary, quality, trash, attributes, sturdy, 0.15, sharp, 0.2, weight 0.7 kilograms, evaluation, this may be the most fragile weapon ever created by this secret art. I thought using grandmother's ribs as materials was the lowest limit of this secret art, but I didn't expect there would be a master. A child's body that has decayed for 30 years? You are such a genius. Gently hold the baby, don't crush it, Xu Xiu. He suddenly felt that the evaluation of the items in this abyss was quite venomous. However, it was not wrong. Holding the bone spear in his hand, he could feel its fragile material, which felt not much harder than the Wang Senbei. When he put it in front of his eyes and observed it carefully, he could see the dents and tiny holes in it, as if it had been eaten by countless termites. If it had not been perfectly refined to be comparable to the skills of the top refining masters, this bone spear would never have been created. Fortunately, the power of bone refining is that it can continuously collect other corpses to strengthen it. Xu Xiu walked to his mother's body leaning against the wall and activated his talent again. The flesh and blood melted into the bones, and finally merged with the bone spear. After just a dozen seconds, a brand new bone spear was born. Extremely tattered bone spear +1, enhancement progress, 3/10, level, ordinary, quality, garbage, attributes, solid, 0.5, sharp, 0.65, weight 1.2 kilograms. Evaluation, the addition of new corpses fills the holes in the bone spear and greatly improves its strength. But it is still not as good as the ribs of the old lady. I seem to hear it wailing, hurry up and find me more bones. After absorbing a new corpse, the strength of the bone spear has increased a lot. Xu Xiu felt it and felt that it was at least comparable to some fragile wood. Moreover, the front end was sharpened quite sharply. Regardless of its strength, it should be no problem to pierce human skin. It can barely be used as a weapon. At the same time, he also gained 2 points of professional experience. But there are no corpses in this room. If you want to continue to upgrade, you have to go outside. Well, outside. Xu Xiu's eyes moved to the locked iron door in the hall. Judging from the rusty edge, no matter how careful he is, it will definitely make a big noise when it is opened. Xu Xiu put his ear to the iron door and listened for a while, but did not notice any movement. But this does not mean that there are no mutant creatures in the building. Perhaps the moment he opened the door, a terrifying predator would come after hearing the news. Why don't we try to walk on the balcony? The monster that killed the mother and son seemed to have entered and left from the balcony. However, Xu Xiu quickly gave up the idea. The balcony of this apartment building was not big, and it was not close to the neighbors. The only foothold was an air conditioner that looked shaky. If you don't have the ability to climb on the wall, it's better not to try it easily. So what should I do now? Take the risk and go out, or stay in this temporarily safe room and wait and see? It seems that waiting is a better choice, but there is no food or water here, and one day he will have to go out. Just when Xu Xiu was struggling, suddenly a crisp sound came from the room next door. Clang! It seemed to be the sound of porcelain breaking, and along with it, there was a very low woman's exclamation. This made Xu Xiu's eyes light up. Someone! And it was right next door to him. It was probably the awakened person who was teleported with him to participate in the trial. This person should have tried to hide himself before, until he accidentally made a sound, and was discovered by Xu Xiu. However, Xu Xiu did not reveal his intention. Compared with finding allies to establish cooperation, he was more interested in using the other party as cannon fodder to explore the way. Xu Xiu put his ear against the iron door and carefully captured the movements outside. After 2 minutes, nothing happened. He made a quick decision, holding the door handle with both hands, and carefully used his body to push the door open slowly. Squeaky as the harsh sound of rust rubbed, Xu Xiu's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Fortunately, it was still quiet outside the house. He calmed down and continued to push hard. After the iron door was pushed open to a gap for people to pass through, Chu Xiu quickly stretched his head out and glanced outside. There was a corridor outside the house, and Chu Xiu's house was right in the middle. There were 3 or 4 houses on the left and right. Some of the doors of the rooms were open, and some were locked. After confirming that there was no one, he squeezed out through the crack of the door with a sideways movement, quickly stepped away from his original position, and got into a nearby open room. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he hid himself again, and quietly hid in the dark to observe. After another 5 minutes passed, nothing happened, and he was completely relieved. He walked around this empty house and found nothing, not even a corpse. However, he was not discouraged, because during his short time outside, he saw several corpses in the corridor, and basically understood the structure of this floor through the safety diagram hanging on the wall. This floor is square in structure and occupies a large area. The center is the staircase and elevator, and there is one on each side. The outer layer is the corridor, and the outer layer is the rooms. There are 27 rooms on the first floor. As long as there are no mutant creatures, there will definitely be something useful in so many rooms. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu tiptoed out of the house and came to the corpse he found before with a clear goal. He quickly activated bone refining. This is an adult man. As his corpse dissolved and shrank, all the essence was absorbed, and the bone spear in Chu Xiu's hand became obviously stronger. Although it did not upgrade, it increased 6 points of strengthening experience and 2 points of professional experience. Chu Xiu continued to absorb the next corpse until he had absorbed all 5 corpses in the corridor. At this time, the bone spear in his hand had undergone a huge change. Broken bone spear +3, enhancement progress, 2/10, level, ordinary, quality, poor, attributes, solid, 1, 0, sharp, 1, 2, weight 2, 2 kilograms, evaluation. After your unremitting efforts to strengthen it, this bone spear has finally surpassed the old lady's ribs. For your weak strength, it is already a weapon that can be used. But it has long been tired of rotting corpses and craves fresh flesh and blood. Come on, young man, one more step, and it will be able to give birth to extraordinary power. If you go one step further, you will gain extraordinary power. Looking at the evaluation description of the item, Chu Xiu's eyes lit up slightly. The physical strength of the bone spear strengthened to +3 is already satisfactory enough. Although the hardness is definitely not as good as steel, at least Chu Xiu can't break it even if he tries hard, which is enough for him to use. Moreover, the essence of the bone spear lies in the spearhead. The bone density of this part is obviously higher, and the tip is sharpened very sharply. A slight poke can break human skin. Another advantage is that compared with the wooden handle iron head spear of the same strength, the bone spear is lighter and the mass distribution is more even. But even so, if there is no extraordinary power, it still can't give Chu Xiu the confidence to fight against mutant creatures. I have to upgrade to the next level as soon as possible. He quickly made up his mind and began to explore the corridor cautiously to find the next corpse. However, the corridor is not large. After finding 2 more corpses, the corridor of this floor has been searched. It's a pity that after strengthening to +3, the strengthening progress that ordinary mummies can gain is very little. The addition of these 2 corpses barely adds a little. According to this calculation, at least a dozen mummies are needed to upgrade. Although there are still many houses that have not been searched, the probability of gathering them is not high. We have to risk exploring other floors. Unless there are fresh corpses. Click. Just as Chu Xiu was thinking, a slight sound of footsteps came into his ears. He was startled and instantly entered a combat state, turning the bone spear in his hand to aim at the source of the sound. With 2 slightly hurried footsteps, a petite figure appeared from the corner of the corridor. This is a girl about 1.6 meters tall, with a single ponytail, wearing an ill-fitting gray coat, covering most of her body, leaving only half of her white calves and arms exposed. She held a large iron pot in both hands, which seemed to be a weapon for self-defense. She was wearing nothing on her feet, and her 5 small toes were gripping the floor because of nervousness. Obviously, the girl in front of him came from a poorer family than Chu Xiu, and her family couldn't even prepare a suitable piece of clothing for her. But her face was good-looking, and with her fair skin, she looked quite charming. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly scanned the girl's entire body. When his eyes moved to her lower body, the girl unnaturally hid her fair feet under her coat. Chu Xiu retracted his gaze and made a judgment. Judging from the exposed arms and calves, the girl in front of him had undergone a certain degree of physical training. But it is not enough to make up for the power gap between men and women. I don't know if there are any other weapons hidden on her body. A rusty iron pot alone can't stop Chu Xiu's bone spear. Even if there are, it is difficult for her to quickly take out the weapon with both hands, and it is at most a small weapon like a knife. The most important thing is that although the girl seems to be somewhat wary of Chu Xiu, her degree of vigilance is very low. This is a common psychological state of teenagers who are not aware of the cruelty of the abyss. Even if the teacher has emphasized it many times, the inertial thinking still makes them unable to immediately adapt to the transformation from classmates to perpetrators. The only uncertainty is the girl's talent and profession, but now everyone is level 0, as long as Chu Xiu is not too unlucky, there will be no accidents. The above ideas were established in Chu Xiu's mind in less than half a second after seeing the girl. Then he abandoned it. He would not kill a stranger he just met for the first time, just to refine weapons. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu showed a friendly smile on his face. Just when he was about to say hello, he saw the girl anxiously making a follow-me gesture and then went into the nearest vacant house. Chu Xiu was slightly stunned, but quickly reacted and followed closely. After Chu Xiu came in, the girl closed the door while trying not to make any noise, then turned to Chu Xiu and stretched out her hands, with the little fingers of both hands facing each other. Basic sign language is a compulsory course in school, so Chu Xiu easily recognized the meaning of the gesture. Enemy, this made Chu Xiu narrow his eyes and look at the girl's face carefully. Judging from her panicked expression, she should not be lying. Of course, the possibility that the other party has good acting skills cannot be ruled out. And if the girl is not lying, then it will be a bit troublesome. At this time, a crisp clang suddenly came from not far outside the door, which instantly tensed the nerves of the two. Chu Xiu made a prompt decision and took the girl to hide in the innermost room. After closing the door, he motioned her to hold the iron pot and guard the door. The girl pursed her lips. Although she was afraid, she still stood in front of Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu had no psychological burden about using a petite girl as a human shield. He just put his ear against the wooden door and listened carefully to the movement outside the door. Pa, pa. The sound of light footsteps on gravel sounded, and the sound was getting closer and closer, as if a creature was approaching them. Squeak! Suddenly, the rusty iron door was pushed open. The sound of footsteps rang out, and the creature walked into the room where he was. The footsteps disappeared, and the creature stopped in the living room, less than 3 meters away from the room where Chu Xiu was. A huge shadow swept under the door, blocking the light, and Chu Xiu heard a heavy and long breathing sound. He held his breath and clenched the bone spear in his hand tightly. Sweat stains oozed from his forehead involuntarily, and the girl next to him didn't even dare to breathe. Just when he was ready to fight desperately, the footsteps sounded again, and the creature left the room. Chu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart began to beat wildly after realizing it belatedly. But at this time, he saw the girl next to him start to gesture to him nervously. The monster hasn't left yet. Chu Xiu was stunned, and quickly held his breath again and cheered up. But there was no sound outside the door. Just when Chu Xiu was about to think that the girl was talking nonsense, there was a bang sound from the bottom of the building, and then a low roar was heard, and a heavy stomping sound was heard in the corridor, and it quickly became smaller. Less than 10 seconds later, a shrill scream was heard downstairs, and the sound was particularly clear in the silent apartment building. This made Chu Xiu's back break out in a cold sweat. It was obvious that this was a reckless guy who accidentally exposed his position and died. Fortunately, he was cautious enough before, otherwise he might have ended up like this. What made him even more difficult was that the monsters in this world were not low in intelligence. They knew how to disguise their steps of leaving, but actually stayed nearby. Although Chu Xiu would not be so reckless as to go out at the first time even without the girl's reminder, he might not be able to avoid this cunning creature. In other words, this girl has the means to sense these monsters? Is it her talent? At this time, Chu Xiu suddenly thought that this girl ran out in a hurry before. Could it be that she noticed the monsters approaching and took the risk to remind him? Good people. Chu Xiu likes good people the most. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu looked at the girl with a much softer gaze, and whispered, "Can you sense monsters?" The girl nodded, stretched out her little hand and grabbed Chu Xiu's arm, and then a stream of shared information flowed into his mind. Name, Yunlu, level, ordinary level 0, 0/100, constitution, 0. 76, spirit, 1. 14, energy level, 1. 95, equipment, none, profession, chef, E, talent, food perception, B, Chu Xiu. What is this innate chef's body? With the chef profession and food perception talent, she can do everything from searching for ingredients to cooking. He felt that this girl was really unlucky. Her energy level was good, but her awakened talent and profession were both auxiliary. It would be difficult to survive in this dangerous doomsday world without the help of others. Yunlu obviously knew this, so after sharing her information, she kept looking at Chu Xiu eagerly. Seeing that Chu Xiu didn't say anything, she lowered her head and whispered, "Take me with you." I can help you find food. Food in this world should be hard to find. And the judgment range of this food is very wide. The smell of people and those monsters are particularly obvious in my nose. I can help you avoid them. She racked her brains to find reasons, as if she was afraid that Chu Xiu would dislike her. However, Chu Xiu felt that Yunlu's talent was particularly useful in the Doomsday world, not to mention that this girl was quite kind and had ventured out to remind him before. Thinking of this, he nodded gently. I understand, but you have to follow my instructions. Hearing this, Yunlu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Then he asked curiously, I don't know your name yet. What is your talent and occupation? My name is Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu responded, then ignored Yunlu's subsequent questions and said to himself, You go ahead, let's explore this floor first. Seeing that Chu Xiu didn't say her talent and occupation, and even asked her to explore the way ahead, Yunlu pursed her lips slightly, and a worried look flashed in her eyes, as if she suspected that Chu Xiu also had a rubbish talent. But in the end, she didn't say anything, holding the iron pot in front of her chest with both hands, and carefully opened the door and walked out. As soon as she opened the door, Chu Xiu saw a huge mess of footprints on the ground, which looked very similar to human footprints with extended toes, but at least more than 60 yards. The Yunlu walking in front was obviously very nervous, and kept moving his little nose to sniff. Chu Xiu also remained alert and did not let down his guard because of Yunlu's talent. The two of them moved quickly and quickly searched all the open rooms on the floor. Only 4 mummies were found. Chu Xiu did not hide it from Yunlu and absorbed it in front of him. This magical scene made the girl feel much more at ease. In addition, the two also found a pair of shoes that could barely be worn, and a dozen gray mushrooms with wrinkles. Yunlu's talent told her Chu Xiu was quite surprised that these mushrooms were edible. Mushrooms don't provide much energy, but the important thing is to replenish water. He has noticed that water resources in this world are extremely scarce. If you want to spend 7 days safely, you must find enough water. People can still survive after being hungry for 7 days, but they can't survive after being thirsty for 7 days. Chu Xiu thought about it and looked around. More than half of the rooms were locked. The two had learned simple lock-picking skills in school, but they didn't have the right tools. Even if they had them, they would make a lot of noise if they wanted to open the rusty door locks with their skills. We have to go to other floors. Chu Xiu touched his chin. With Yunlu here, it will be much easier to avoid monsters. We can take this risk. They couldn't hide forever. Even if we didn't mention the strengthening of the bone spear, the two still needed to search for food. Chu Xiu told Yunlu about his thoughts. The girl was decisive. She nodded and led the way in front with a scared look on her face. The two were on the 21st floor. When they came to the stairs, they could clearly see the footprints of the monster that had gone down before. At the same time, there was a strong smell of blood in the air, which seemed to be not far away from them. Chu Xiu thought of something and whispered, if allowed, go to the source of the smell and have a look. Yunlu's body trembled, and Chu Xiu could even hear the click sound of her teeth trembling. But even so, Yunlu still carried out Chu Xiu's order. Relying on her perception ability, the two did not spend too much effort to find a corpse that had been bitten beyond recognition in the inner corridor of the 18th floor. There was almost no intact meat on the body, and there were exposed tendons and bones everywhere. The stomach was cut open, and the internal organs and intestines were eaten. There was no trace of the monster nearby, only messy footprints and blood that had not completely dried up on the ground. Perhaps it was the first time she saw such a tragic scene. Yunlu was so scared that she almost cried. Chu Xiu's face was calm, but he wrinkled his nose slightly because of the stench. He squatted down, squinted his eyes and carefully checked the surrounding area. The monster footprints scattered around are similar but not exactly the same. At least 3 monsters have been here. This can roughly estimate the density of monsters in the building. There are very deep marks on the forearm bones of the corpse. It is speculated that the monster has sharp long claws. The larynx is broken. If this injury was caused before death, it is said that it shows that this monster's attack is extremely accurate and can accurately hit the vital points of its prey. The lumbar vertebra is also broken. Was it broken by the monster's huge force when it was struggling? Chu Xiu was more and more frightened the more he looked at it. He didn't know if his birth point was too bad, or if the difficulty of this dungeon was so high. With the strength of this monster, ordinary people would be dead if they encountered it. You must be absolutely sure. When you meet these guys again, it would be best to find a few more trial participants and let them block in front as cannon fodder, Chu Xiu said in his heart. Shaking his head, he didn't think anymore, squatted down and activated the bone refining. Although most of the flesh and blood had been eaten, the bones were still basically intact, and the soul of the deceased had not completely dissipated, which could improve the quality of the material. As Chu Xiu's skills were activated, the bones around him were collected and smelted by an invisible force, and finally gathered into a silver-white liquid, which flowed into the bone spear. Suddenly, his bone spear seemed to have received a great tonic, making a clicking sound. Chu Xiu could clearly feel that the bone spear in his hand had become stronger. A piece of information flowed into his mind. Ordinary bone spear +4, enhancement progress, 0/10, level, ordinary, quality, ordinary, attributes, solid, 1. 3, sharp, 1. 5, weight 2. For kilograms, evaluation, after absorbing fresh flesh and blood, it finally gave birth to extraordinary power. Well done, buddy. You have finally taken this step and become a qualified magician. This fresh corpse should be from your hands, right? In short, now you can choose one of the 3 basic restrictions as its extraordinary quality. The restrictions will be enhanced along with the reinforcement, and the second layer will be unlocked after reaching +7, and the third layer will be unlocked after +10. Now, make your choice. With a flash of inspiration, 3 complex patterns appeared in front of Chu Xiu. Precision, your bone spear will cause wind pressure when it is stabbed out, attracting the enemy to the position of the spear tip. Strength, 0. 4. Optimization, re-optimize the material arrangement structure of the bone spear to make it lighter and stronger. Strong +0. 3. Sharp +0. 4. Weight -30%. Bleeding, the wound caused by your bone spear will be extremely difficult to heal. Even a tiny scratch may cause heavy bleeding if it is not bandaged in time. Bleeding +0. 6. Looking at the options that appeared in front of him, Chu Xiu fell into thinking. All 3 restrictions are very useful. Precision can increase his attack hit rate, optimization can comprehensively improve the properties of the bone spear, and bleeding can cause greater damage. After careful consideration, he still chose bleeding. This is the choice he made with the monster whose true appearance has not yet been seen as an imaginary enemy. Judging from the previous traces, this monster should be large in size, and the wind pressure generated by precision is unlikely to have a good effect on it. The physical strength of the upgraded bone spear is no less than that of a well-made wooden iron-headed spear, which is more than enough to deal with carbon-based creatures. Unless the skin of those monsters is comparable to iron armor, it needs further upgrading. In this way, bleeding is undoubtedly the most suitable choice at present. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu no longer hesitated and chose bleeding. Suddenly, the talent of perfect refining was activated, and the extraordinary power formed a mysterious restriction at the tip of the bone spear. From the outside, the originally pure white bone spear is now stained with a layer of light crimson. Holding the bone spear in his hand, Chu Xiu's confidence increased. However, it was far from enough. The weapon was only part of it, and the more important thing was its own attributes. If the basic attributes were not enough, the tolerance rate would be too low. Ordinary people could hunt lions and tigers with iron spears, but they would die on the spot if they made a mistake. Chu Xiu didn't want to take risks. He glanced at the panel. After the bone spear was engraved with the first layer of restrictions, it brought him a full 47 points of professional experience. Counting the previous accumulation, Chu Xiu was now only 24 points away from upgrading, which meant absorbing about 12 more mummies. If the quality was good, this number could be lower. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Yunlu beside him. Let's continue. In the following time, the two continued to search carefully. There were many mummies in the apartment building, and each one died more miserably than the other. Even though countless years had passed, Chu Xiu could still vaguely feel the despair and helplessness of these ordinary people when the doomsday came. We must upgrade as soon as possible and have the power to protect ourselves. Chu Xiu held the bone spear tightly and paid close attention to the movements around him. At this time, Yunlu, who was walking in front of him, suddenly whispered, "I smell the smell of food, not those monsters." "Mushrooms?" Chu Xiu asked. Yunlu continued to shake his head. "No, it seems to be a herbivore. It doesn't have the strong smell of carnivores, and its size should not be large. Actually, I have made similar discoveries before, but they were either in a locked room or there was a smell of monsters nearby, so I didn't say anything." "Is that so?" This made Chu Xiu's expression moved. He was not too surprised. After all, although everything in the abyss is digitized, it still needs to conform to the laws of natural physics. Things like unlimited clean energy zombies are. It won't exist. Those monsters also need to comply with the law of conservation of energy and obtain energy from the outside world. Compared to their energy acquisition through photosynthesis and other methods, Chu Xiu is more inclined to believe that there is a complete food chain here, but the creatures that can survive have mastered sufficient means of survival and are difficult to find. Yunlu's words proved his guess to a certain extent. Compared with the pitiful experience provided by the mummies, killing living creatures is the most important thing. So Chu Xiu just thought for a moment and said, "Go and have a look. But don't rush to do it. It's better to give up than to make too much noise because of fighting." He now has a good idea in mind. The sound insulation of this apartment building is good. Normal walking or even whispering will not attract monsters. Even if the squeak of opening the door, as long as the monster is not on the same floor, the probability of attracting attention is not high. The trialer who died tragically before may have made too much noise in the process of hunting prey and was discovered by the monster. Following Yunlu to an empty house, Chu Xiu walked in and scanned it, but found nothing except dust all over the floor. He looked at Yunlu, who pointed at the wardrobe in the bedroom with some fear. This was a large 2-meter-high wardrobe, which was half open at this time. When Chu Xiu focused his attention on it, he suddenly heard a very subtle rustling sound, as if something was flapping its wings inside, or chewing something in small bites. This made Chu Xiu and the others tense. Suddenly, the sound stopped. The next moment, a huge gray shadow rushed out from it and rushed straight to Yunlu's face. Yunlu was so scared that she almost screamed. At this moment, a big hand stretched out from behind and covered her mouth. At the same time, a cold light flashed, and the sharp bone spear hit the gray shadow. Swish! The entire left side of the gray shadow was torn apart, and it fell to the ground while brushing Yunlu's body. Ugh! Yunlu's beautiful eyes widened, and her heartbeat was frighteningly fast. "Be careful, if you shout and attract those monsters, it will be troublesome," Chu Xiu said lightly. "Ah, yes." Yunlu lowered her head in guilt. Chu Xiu ignored the girl and turned to stare at the creature that had just rushed out. It was a gray moth as big as a baby, covered with gray-yellow hairs. Its wings were like old yellowed paper windows. At this moment, one of its wings had been pierced by Chu Xiu, causing a huge wound on its belly. But even so, it still flapped its other intact wing to fly. Its mutated mouthparts opened and closed like a meat grinder, making a hissing sound that made people's scalps numb. However, after a few flaps, the huge moth fell to the ground again. Its wounds were torn apart in all directions by a strange force. Trait, bleeding. In just a few seconds, the wound that cut through the belly tore the entire belly of the moth, almost cutting it in half. The sticky and smelly internal organs flowed out, and the creature could no longer move. It only relied on its tenacious vitality to stay in place, breathing weakly. Yunlu looked at the scene in front of him in shock, while Chu Xiu stepped forward without any mercy and pierced its head with another spear. The whole process was neat and tidy. Perhaps it was the influence of the magic profession that made Chu Xiu particularly calm. At the moment of killing the giant moth, Chu Xiu felt that his own infinite reincarnation art was automatically activated, as if an invisible thing on the giant moth was sucked into his body. Slaughtering living beings, professional experience plus 18, level increase. Current level, level 1 of the ordinary level. As the prompt sounded in his mind, Chu Xiu felt a heat flow throughout his body. Under the effect of that heat flow, he could clearly feel that his body was strengthened. The muscles on his body seemed to have undergone fundamental changes, becoming more tough and powerful. He waved his hand casually, and the originally heavy bone spear became as light as a branch. At the same time, his mind was clear, and the world in front of him was clearer than ever before. Even the dust floating in the air could be vaguely seen. His perception ability and nerve reaction speed have been greatly improved. And the biggest enhancement is his energy level. Chu Xiu can clearly feel that there is a huge force staying in his dantian. Feeling the unprecedented muscle strength in his arms, he only felt a strong sense of security. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiu opened his character panel. Name, Chu Xiu, level, ordinary level 1, 2/200, physique, 2. 14, spirit, 3. 07, energy level, 3. 81, equipment, worn cotton clothes and trousers, ordinary bone spear plus 4, occupation, heir of the magic way, talent, perfect refining the physique has more than doubled. The increase in spirit is a little worse, but the energy level has skyrocketed by 3 points. A physique of more than 2 points can basically be said to be the level of a professional athlete. I heard that different professions gain different attribute points each time they level up. For example, close combat types will gain more physical fitness, while magic ranged professions will focus more on spirit and energy level. My profession of heir of the mage path seems to be a balanced improvement with a slight increase in energy level. I've seen it online before. It seems that the A-level profession Heavy Shield Knight added a full 3 points of physical fitness with the first upgrade. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu also had an idea in his mind. From the current point of view, although his heir of the mage path is a max-level profession, it does not seem to have given many attribute points, and may not be as good as some S-level and A-level professions. The key point should still be the word, inheritance. Shushio moved his eyes down and looked at the new small words that appeared at the bottom of the panel. New inheritance has been unlocked. As Shushio shifted his attention to the latest text, two pieces of information suddenly flooded into his mind. New secret technique unlocked: bone refining armor, level, ordinary, quality, advanced, description. Transform the flesh and blood of the corpse into nutrients to nourish the bones, and use this as material to refine powerful bone armor. Evaluation: with the improvement of your control ability, you can now create small armor plates that fit the curved structure of the human body, and even retain some fur as lining. Action: use other people's corpses to form your solid defense. New technique unlocked: Infong blade, level, ordinary, quality, advanced, description. Mobilize the mana in the body and release a blade composed of Infong. Evaluation: due to its simple and practical characteristics, it has become the most popular entry-level technique among the disciples of the holy sect. Compared to ordinary wind blades, Infong blade is more powerful, and will explode into Infong when hitting, reducing the enemy's blood and physical strength. But it is worth noting that the power of Infong blade will decrease rapidly with the distance, and it cannot be used as a qualified long-range attack method. Want to learn more powerful and flawless magic? Then continue to work hard to upgrade. The next inheritance will be unlocked at the second level of the ordinary stage. Sure enough, Shushio understood that the real strength of the profession of the heir of the magic way lies in the inheritance that is constantly unlocked. Maybe it is not so strong in the early stage, but in the later stage, Shushio, who has the entire magic inheritance in one, is definitely crushing the hexagonal warriors of the same level without any shortcomings. And the two latest unlocked inheritances are just suitable for me to use now, one to enrich my offensive means, and one to enhance my self-protection ability, so that I can have more tolerance when fighting those unknown monsters. Shushio tried to condense the Infong blade, and soon, a gray-black wind blade appeared in his palm. Shushio could feel the amazing power in it, enough to cut off a small tree as thick as a bowl. The rules of the abyss made him automatically learn this magic method. Of course, proficiency is only the most basic entry. If you want to improve the power of the Infong blade, you need subsequent practice. After figuring out what was going on, he waved his hand to disperse the wind blades in his palm, turned around and activated the bone refining on the corpse of the giant moth he had just killed. Immediately, the flesh and blood of the giant moth began to dissolve, and the bones began to condense. In a trance, Shushio even felt that the giant moth's soul that was still floating nearby was torn apart, burned, and then melted into its bones. 10 seconds later, as everything settled, a fluorescent white breastplate and several bone pieces appeared on the ground, connected to each other by thin leather belts. Shushio's mind moved, and those bone pieces automatically flew up, fitting perfectly on his vital parts. Broken bone armor, level, ordinary, quality, trash, attributes, protection, 1, 2, heat insulation, 0, 1, weight 1, 1 kilogram, evaluation, fragile armor refined by an ugly insect. Why can you always find these strange materials? Why don't you use a material that is easy to obtain, can be found everywhere, but has excellent effects, living people? You are simply a shame to the demon cultivators. Very good, as always with a sharp tongue. Shushio has also gotten used to it. He looked at the armor plates on his body. They were harder than he thought, like some kind of lightstone, but the protective area was indeed too small. He said to Yunlu, who was stunned beside him, "Let's continue." Time passed, the sun outside the window gradually set, hanging at the end of the city, and the afterglow seemed to cover this dilapidated city with a layer of golden glow. 3 hours have passed since Shushio came to this world. It should be more than an hour before night falls. Looking at the afterglow outside the window, Shushio said softly. During this time, he and Yunlu carefully explored from the upper level all the way down, and finally reached the 8th level. Relying on Yunlu's magical talent, the two of them avoided the monsters along the way without any danger and successfully refined 26 mummies. Under Yunlu's surprised eyes, the bone armor became more and more perfect, and finally reached +2 enhancement. At this time, he already had a complete bone armor on his body. The pale bone pieces covered all his joints and vital points. On his head was a ferocious horn helmet, making Shushio look like a knight returning from hell. The current bone armor has a protection capability of 2-0, and can cover the main parts of Shushio's body. However, the weight has also reached 15.7 kilograms, which is heavy to wear. When walking, the bone pieces sometimes collide with each other and make a clang-clang sound. Fortunately, the digitized bone armor can be stored in the storage space at any time and put on in battle. Everyone in the abyss will have an initial storage space, which will expand as the level increases. For ordinary awakeners, it is only about 1 cubic meter, which can barely fit the bone armor, but the bone spear cannot be put in. The consumption of strengthening bone armor is much more than that of bone spear. And after I reached level 1, not only did the professional experience required for upgrading double, but the difficulty of obtaining experience also increased. Absorbing these mummies can hardly bring me any experience. If I want to upgrade, I still have to kill living things. If I'm lucky, I can also get equipment and treasures. Shu Xiu thought to himself. In the digital abyss, killing any creature may result in additional drops. The stronger the creature, the higher the drop rate. The most common drop is something called causal points. This thing can directly increase professional experience and can even be used to upgrade skills and quickly enhance the combat power of the awakened. It is the hard currency in the abyss and something Chu Xiu urgently wants to get. However, the most urgent task is to find a place to spend the night. Humans are not good at fighting in the dark. There was a resident on the 11th floor before. He installed a security door. It is well preserved and has a large space. It is a good place to stay. The room with barbed wire on the 13th floor is also good. I just checked the door lock. It's still intact, and the degree of rust is within an acceptable range. Just as Chu Xiu was thinking silently, Yunlu suddenly stopped and pulled the corner of his clothes. Chu Xiu raised his eyes and made a gesture. Enemy? Yunlu shook his head and gestured back. Human. After getting this answer, Chu Xiu was stunned at first and then narrowed his eyes. In fact, he could feel that there were at least a dozen trialists in this apartment building. Because along the way, the two found that many houses had traces of being searched. It's just that this apartment building is very large, with 4 staircases on each floor. The trialists who come here are all trained and good at hiding themselves. In addition, the smell of humans is much lighter than that of other animals, and Yunlu can only smell it when they are very close. This is why they have been exploring for so long and have not found the figures of other trialists. After a little thought, Chu Xiu made a gesture. Go and have a look. He wants to hunt those monsters to upgrade, so the more people, the safer it is. I just don't know if other people are as easy to talk to as Yunlu. Soon, under the guidance of Yunlu, Chu Xiu came to a half-open door. With a thought, he put on the complete bone armor. The next moment, with a creaky sound, the wooden door was slowly pushed open. There was no movement in the room, the living room was empty, and there was no place to hide people at a glance. However, Chu Xiu glanced at the crisscrossing footprints on the ground. He did not speak, but walked in slowly, and Yunlu followed him closely, holding a large iron pot. Suddenly, a fierce voice rang out, "One more step forward, and I will smash your skull." Yunlu was frightened and subconsciously shrank behind Chu Xiu, while the latter had a calm face. "Are you sure you want to attack me with that thing in your hand?" As his voice fell, a tall figure appeared at the corner of the wall. This was a young man over 1.8 meters tall, with acne on his face, a ruffian air, and a fierceness in his eyes that was inconsistent with his age. At this time, he was holding a metal baseball bat in his hand, looking at Chu Xiu with a wary face. After seeing the horrible bone armor on his body and the sharp bone spear in his hand, his momentum was obviously weakened, but he was still unwilling to show weakness and said, "Aren't you afraid of attracting those monsters if you fight here?" Seeing that the two seemed to be about to fight if they disagreed, Yunlu made anxious gestures, and his hand speed was as fast as a seal. No internal fighting. No internal fighting. No internal fighting. But the two still looked at each other vigilantly. In the abyss without rules, never underestimate the dangers of people's hearts, just like Chu Xiu didn't know whether the tall boy in front of him would kill him just because of the equipment on his body when he took down his guard. Even if there was only a 1% chance, he would not relax. Obviously, the boy had the same idea. Just as the two were confronting each other with swords drawn and Yunlu was standing there at a loss, a surprised and doubtful voice suddenly came from the bedroom on the left. "Chu Xiu?" Following the uncertain shout, a slightly thin man came out. Seeing him, the tall man's face changed and he cursed, "Li Shan! Didn't I tell you to hide there? Why did you come out without permission?" Li Shan shrank his neck and said weakly, "Long, I know this man, he is a classmate of our class, he is a very nice person." Hearing this, Long snorted coldly, obviously dissatisfied with Li Shan for not obeying his order and jumping out without permission, but he didn't say anything more. Chu Xiu was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance by such a coincidence. He had an impression of this Li Shan. Like Chu Xiu, he was of the middle and lower level in the class. He didn't have much presence at ordinary times. He and him only talked a few words occasionally, so they were not friends. At this time, he looked at the armor on Chu Xiu's body, his face full of envy. "Chu Xiu, is this bought for you by your family?" Chu Xiu did not comment and did not answer. Seeing that the relationship that had finally eased was about to become tense again, Yunlu hurriedly came out to smooth things over, saying, we are all trial participants. Only by uniting together can we better pass the trial. Li Shan also said, yes, Long, don't you want to kill those monsters outside? The more strength we have, the safer we will be. With the two of them smoothing things over, Long's expression eased a little, but he still kept a safe distance from Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, on the other hand, had no expression on his face and just sat down beside him. Then, everyone closed the wooden door again and began to exchange their information and intelligence in a low voice. Long's awakened talent is Power Burst D, which can burst out 3 times the power in a short period of time, and his profession is Barbarian C. Long did not elaborate on his professional skills, but it is certain that they are melee types. Because his talent and profession are highly compatible with each other, although his grade is not outstanding, Long still has a very good early combat power. As for Li Shan, he was far behind. His talent was Breathhold E, and his occupation was Poacher D. He was the type who would sneak attack at the risk of his life. Chu Xiu hadn't noticed him when he was hiding by the door. Between the two of them, Long was the most important. Chu Xiu estimated that Long brought Li Shan with him because he wanted him to be a cannon fodder at a critical moment. So, what is your occupation and talent? After introducing himself, Long's inquiring eyes fell on Chu Xiu. I can use corpses to assemble equipment. Chu Xiu said calmly. Long was stunned for a moment, looked at the armor on his body, and snorted, I was wondering why so many mummies outside disappeared. It turns out that you are the one who did it. What's your profession? This is my profession, Bone Assembler, D. Long. You just made this up, right? Chu Xiu smiled faintly, without any intention of explaining. You. Long's temples throbbed, but he finally suppressed his anger and said nothing more. The first time he saw Chu Xiu, he knew that this guy was definitely the type of old cunning guy, and he would never reveal any cards unless necessary. Forget it, let's talk business. Long suppressed his anger. Li Shan just said that I plan to hunt those monsters outside. My profession is barbarian, and only fighting and killing enemies can gain a lot of professional experience. The benefits of exercise on weekdays are very small, so I won't spend 7 days hiding in this broken building. After all, who knows what will happen in the future? I don't believe that I can easily pass the trial just by hiding in one place. If you have the same idea as me, then we can talk about cooperation, otherwise get out of here. After the voice fell, the remaining 3 people were quiet. Li Shan lowered his head and his face was not good, and Yunlu cast his eyes on Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu gently touched his chin. He actually agreed with Long's thinking, but I won't attack rashly when I don't even know what the enemy is. Chu Xiu said lightly. Don't worry, although I am a barbarian, I am not a brainless reckless man. Long smiled and patted Li Shan beside him. This guy has seen those monsters, you tell them about it. Li Shan didn't want to say it, but after looking at Long with fear, he still told Chu Xiu about his experience. It turned out that Li Shan and the man who made a noise and was killed on the 18th floor had cooperated briefly. At that time, they were exploring separately in the corridor, and his companion found a mutant rat. While shouting for Li Shan to surround it from the other side, he chased after it himself. Maybe it was because the apartment building was too quiet, which made him relax his vigilance and made a lot of noise during the chase. When Li Shan appeared on the other side, he only saw the scene of his companion being slaughtered. It was a monster nearly 2 meters tall, with jet black hair all over its body. It walked upright like a human, but the nails on its hands were more than 10 centimeters long. Like 5 sharp blades. It pounced like a wild beast, and with just one claw it tore open Mao Shan's entire back. Then it stepped on his spine and broke it. I didn't dare to look at it again. Anyway. Li Shan's face was pale, his lips trembled and he couldn't speak. Anyway, it's just a humanoid mutant creature. Long took over his words and waved the metal baseball bat in his hand with a nonchalant look on his face. No matter how scary it is, it's just a carbon-based creature. With my 3 times the strength, it's just a brown bear. I can smash its skull. But, this is a creature from another world. Li Shan obviously hadn't recovered yet, and stammered, how can you compare it with creatures on the blue planet? Hearing this, Long's face suddenly darkened. He grabbed Li Shan by the collar and said in a low voice, Don't you believe my judgment? I think you are afraid of death. Li Shan looked at Chu Xiu for help. After finding that the latter was completely indifferent, he had to bow his head and admit his mistake. I'm sorry, I'm just a little worried. There's nothing to worry about. Long snorted coldly, let go of Li Shan, and glanced at Chu Xiu. What did you say? Chu Xiu glanced at the two of them and was also thinking. Obviously, Li Shan just wanted to live like a turtle and survive for 7 days, but Long wanted to kill monsters to level up and pursue opportunities. To be honest, he was more inclined to Long. He also believed that it was not realistic to survive 7 days under the hunt of these monsters. There were too many variables in the middle. If the strength was insufficient, a little accident would kill him. Moreover, there was very little food in the apartment building. Even with Yunlu, the two of them had been busy for an afternoon and only collected dozens of mushrooms. This was not enough to eat, and the condition would only get worse and worse. In this case, it would be better to take the initiative to attack while the condition was the best on the first day. Originally, when he was alone, Chu Xiu was still hesitant, but now with the help of a powerful Fuglong, the safety would be greatly improved. But he did not agree immediately, but stretched out 3 fingers, 3 questions. First, how do you plan to kill those monsters? Second, how to ensure that other monsters are not attracted during the battle? Finally, how to distribute the spoils? Facing Chu Xiu's question, Long grinned and said without hesitation, I have been thinking about this problem before, but now we have Yunlu, it will be easy. I plan to divide us into 3 parts. You and I will be the attack points, the remaining one will be the bait, and one will be responsible for closing the door. When we were searching on the 11th floor, we found a resident with a large iron door. The sound insulation effect is very good at first glance. As long as the door is closed, it can greatly cover up the movement of our battle. Even if other monsters come, they will be blocked outside the door, giving us enough time to react. My plan is to rely on Yunlu to find out the location of nearby monsters first, and when the time is right, let the bait make a sound to attract the monsters, and the others will cooperate to strangle them. As for the spoils, you and I will be responsible for the battle, so naturally we will take the biggest share, and we will split 70% equally. What do you think of this plan? Long's words made Chu Xiu look at him with a little more surprise. His plan was almost the same as Chu Xiu's own idea, and he even noticed the resident on the 11th floor like him. Moreover, the distribution plan proposed by Long clearly showed that he didn't care about Li Shan and Yunlu's ideas at all, and only wanted to win him over. He obviously saw that the two had no say at all. This guy is really not a brainless person. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu smiled faintly. I think your plan is very good. Then, there is only one last question left. Who will be the bait? As soon as the words fell, the room suddenly became dead silent. Yunlu showed a look of fear on his face, while Li Shan pulled the corners of his mouth and forced a smile. Really, do you really want to fight those monsters? Or forget it, didn't the teacher say that if you don't have talents or professions above B level, don't take risks? That depends on the specific situation. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Long, who glared and said, this matter has been settled. Do you have the right to interrupt? Li Shan was obviously afraid of Long, and he lowered his head and dared not object. After a long while, he said, then I will go to close the door. I have a talent for holding my breath, which makes it less likely to be discovered. As soon as the words fell, Yunlu's face turned pale, and Long chuckled disdainfully. But Li Shan didn't care at all. He just looked at Chu Xiu carefully, with pleading in his eyes. Yunlu also reacted and looked at Chu Xiu for help. Long crossed his arms and waited for his reply. Being stared at by the 3, Chu Xiu still had no expression on his face. He just said indifferently, Yunlu, come and close the door. After the words fell, Yunlu breathed a sigh of relief, while Li Shan's eyes widened, clenched his fists and looked angry. Chu Xiu, we are classmates. How can you do this? Give me shut up. Long slapped Li Shan directly on the face and cursed, just go if I tell you to. If you listen to me honestly, I will naturally keep you safe. If you keep talking too much, I can kill you and use you as bait. Long was obviously used to bullying people in school. This slap made Li Shan dizzy. He covered his face and said in despair, you won't give me my share, right? What are you talking about? Long was dissatisfied. As long as you work hard, you will get it. Li Shan stopped talking, but Chu Xiu caught the resentful look in his eyes. Not only towards Long, but also towards him. This made Chu Xiu sigh slightly. He had known that such a thing would happen in the abyss, even if the school emphasized again and again that there would be no infighting. Someone abroad had done an experiment, locking a group of ordinary experimenters together, and randomly assigning the identities of prison guard and prisoner to each person. At the beginning, it was harmonious, but after a few days, bullying, oppression, and fighting followed. As long as there are differences in identity, status, and power, people will soon be alienated into classes, and then oppression and resistance will follow. In the abyss, the temptation of extraordinary power, the dangerous external environment, the lack of legal constraints, and other conditions have become catalysts to accelerate this process. Can you expect those slackers in the school to not get worse after getting extraordinary power and without the constraints of rules? People are always needed to do dangerous things, but compared to Yunlu, Li Shan's value is lower, so he was chosen. Chu Xiu certainly knew that in such a chaotic place that followed the primitive jungle law, if he did not maintain order, he might one day be in Li Shan's position and dominated by a stronger person. But he had no intention of stopping it. Because the current situation was in his interest, nothing more. Then it settled. Long grinned when he saw no one objected. Let's have a good rest today and set off tomorrow morning. As long as everyone follows the plan, there will be no problem. We can all explode, cause and effect points, and upgrade. He smiled and tied himself and Li Shan together with a belt that he found from somewhere. Li Shan was like a tied dog beside him. Long led him into one of the bedrooms and closed the door. Obviously, he was not completely relieved about Chu Xiu. Just as Chu Xiu was watching Long's departing back, a voice as thin as a mosquito sounded in his ear. Well, thank you. Chu Xiu turned his head and glanced at Yunlu, who was still nervous, without saying much. He just said lightly, go to sleep. The night of the end of the world was not easy. The weather became colder than expected. The cold wind poured in from the broken window frame. Even Chu Xiu huddled in a corner with Yunlu. The cold wind still hits the face from time to time, like a knife, freezing the ears. There are some broken beddings in the room, but they are basically moldy, hard, and covered with thick dust. The only food is those gray mushrooms eaten raw, which tastes disgusting, like eating a tough sponge. But in order to maintain physical strength and replenish water, Chu Xiu still bites the bullet and eats a lot. There are not many mushrooms in the building, and we still have to find a stable water source. There should be a river nearby. The school taught us a simple filtering device. If it doesn't work, we can also see if there is water in the water tank in the building. Just as Chu Xiu was thinking secretly, a shrill scream suddenly came from upstairs. Ah! This scream broke the silence of the night sky, followed by the sound of dense and rapid running, like countless predators besieging the dying deer. This is the third scream Chu Xiu has heard tonight. Compared to the cold and hunger, what was more frightening was that at night, the monsters roaming in the apartment building seemed to be more active. There were many more monsters in this apartment building than they had imagined. Judging from the footsteps, their number would increase inexplicably at night, and their senses seemed to become more sensitive. A series of flickering black shadows passed by the wall, and Yunlu shrank back to Chu Xiu in fear. He could feel that Yunlu's hands were very cold, and sometimes he could hear the uncontrollable chattering of his teeth. Obviously, the clothes that had been placed on his body for more than 30 years could not provide a good warming effect. The beddings they found were also hard, and the silk cotton inside was oxidized. Wear this. Chu Xiu took off his worn-out cotton clothes and trousers. There was no process of putting them on and taking them off. With a thought, the clothes appeared on the ground. Yunlu exclaimed softly, and her face turned red. She subconsciously wanted to refuse, but after hesitating for a while, she still put on Chu Xiu's equipment. Then he quickly took off his coat and stuffed it into Chu Xiu's hand, stammering, This is for you. Chu Xiu calmly put it on. After the upgrade, his physique became much stronger, so he was not so afraid of the cold. He didn't want Yunlu to get sick from the cold, which would be troublesome, as he would have to rely on her to find food in the future. After putting on Chu Xiu's clothes, perhaps feeling his residual body temperature, Yunlu's face turned even redder, all the way to her ears, but at least she didn't shiver anymore. After a while, she fell asleep leaning on Chu Xiu's shoulder. Chu Xiu also closed his eyes and took the time to rest and recover his strength. When the sun rose, Yunlu had completely fallen into Chu Xiu's arms, sleeping soundly. Chu Xiu carefully pushed her aside and found a set of short and more suitable clothes for combat in the bedroom closet. It was time to hunt. The next morning, everyone gathered in the living room. Long and Li Shan were not in good condition, with dark circles under their eyes. It can be seen that they did not sleep well last night. Of course, in addition to being frightened by the monsters outside the house, they also had to be wary of each other. It would be a miracle if they were in good condition. In addition, they did not have much food, especially Long, whose stomach was rumbling and his lips were dry and white. After thinking for a while, Chu Xiu gave them some mushrooms to replenish their energy and water. He did not want the two to fail at the critical moment. He ate some himself. After eating, he opened the door and was greeted by thick dust, which made Chu Xiu frown. There were many footprints running back and forth on the ground, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. There were at least 4 unlucky guys yesterday. No one should be stupid enough to explore at night, but they were still caught. Long muttered a little uneasily. Chu Xiu did not speak, but just looked at the footprints on the ground thoughtfully. If the monsters were randomly wandering, the footprints going upstairs should be mixed with those going downstairs. But at this time, a large number of footprints going downstairs covered the footprints going upstairs. It's like at a certain time, these monsters all ran downstairs. Is it because of the sun? A large number of monsters hide after the sun comes out? Do they hate the sun? So the number of monsters will decrease during the day? Chu Xiu guessed secretly in his heart. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it anymore, and let everyone to act according to the plan. Relying on the nose of the cloud deer, they successfully touched the 11th floor from the 8th floor and found the right ambush place. Chu Xiu asked Long and Li Shan to stay and arrange, and he continued to explore with the cloud deer. He coveted the bodies of the trialists who died last night. It must be said that the cloud deer's nose is really useful. It is worthy of being a B-level talent. It quickly helped Chu Xiu collect all 4 bodies. The death was very miserable, and the soul was almost completely dissipated, but it still brought him considerable strengthening progress, allowing the bone armor to be successfully upgraded to +3. The total weight of the reinforced bone armor reached 17 kilograms. Each bone piece was like white jade, and its hardness was no less than that of ordinary iron armor. This made him feel more confident. Chu Xiu's professional experience also increased by 9 points. During this period, he also found the figures of other trial participants in the corridor, but that person did not want to meet Chu Xiu. The two saw each other from a distance and dispersed. When they returned to the 11th floor, it was almost 10 o'clock. "Why are you so slow?" Long complained. However, after seeing Chu Xiu's reborn armor, his eyes lit up again, and he laughed. "Brother Chu, my talent and profession are more suitable for fighting, otherwise you can give me your equipment, and I will return it to you after the fight." Li Shan also hurriedly said, "Yes, Chu Xiu, I'm the bait, and those monsters will definitely attack me first. Give me that armor." Chu Xiu glanced at the two of them speechlessly, and was too lazy to pay attention. Long snorted coldly with some dissatisfaction, patted the metal bat in his hand. Li Shan looked embarrassed, but did not dare to say anything more. At the same time, there was some suspicion in his eyes, as if he was wondering why Chu Xiu's personality had changed so much. In his original impression, Chu Xiu should be a good person. Even if he didn't lend it, he would never be too lazy to say polite words. Chu Xiu naturally didn't know these mutterings in his heart. He walked into the room and began to check the terrain. Long and Li Shan arranged the ambush site in the living room. This is a square structure. Li Shan placed a 2-meter-long wooden sofa in the corner of the wall, just forming a small corner that can only accommodate one person. The heavy sofa served as a wooden shelter. After he went in, he took a few large wooden boards to block the top, thus forming a good shelter. It must be said that Li Shan is still a little smart. Chu Xiu also remembered that his cultural grades seemed to be good and he could be in the top 10 in the class. The corner that Li Shan chose was facing the main door. As soon as the door was opened, the monster would be visible. At that time, the monster would rush directly over. Long and Chu Xiu were hiding in the blind spots of the two nearby corners. Yun Lu hid in the adjacent room. When the monster's attention was completely attracted by Li Shan, he would close the door. After going over the entire plan in his mind and confirming that there was nothing missing, he nodded to Li Shan. "Let's get started." He held the bone spear tightly and shrank into the corner. Li Shan took out an iron pot and knocked it gently on the ground. The sound of metal collision was immediately heard far away. Dang, the sound soon quieted down, and the apartment building was still as quiet as usual. Li Shan increased his strength and knocked again. Dang, Chu Xiu felt his palms sweating a little and his heartbeat began to accelerate. Although he had been keeping calm, he was still nervous when he really had to go on stage. The abyss is not a game. The consequence of a mistake is only death. Ding! Li Shan knocked again. This time, after waiting for more than 10 seconds, there was a light click sound from the door. Chu Xiu immediately became nervous. At this angle, he couldn't see what was happening at the door. Even the helmet on his head limited his vision to a certain extent. He could only hear heavy footsteps coming from far away. Closer, he began to hear hoarse gasps, like the dying struggle of a person whose throat was cut, but the sound and breath were much louder, and at the same time, a stench mixed with blood and body odor rushed into his nasal cavity. "Here it comes." Chu Xiu seemed to be able to feel that the monster still had flesh and blood torn from the prey's body in its mouth. Even without seeing the figure, Chu Xiu knew that a huge and ferocious beast had walked in. Suddenly, Chu Xiu caught a glimpse of a black shadow flashing by in the corner of his eye. The figure was too fast. He only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a broad back covered with black hair appeared in his sight. This is a 2-meter-tall humanoid creature with an exceptionally large latissimus dorsi muscle, indicating that it is very good at swinging. Its chest and back are covered with coarse black hair, which can effectively enhance the fur protection. The limbs are not covered with hair, and are very slender. If you look closely, you will find that they are highly compact muscles with almost no fat, and the skin is a terrifying blue-black color. As Li Shan screamed in fear, the creature's entire back muscles bulged, and it swung its right hand and smashed it down. Bang! With a loud bang, wood chips flew everywhere. Under the terrifying strange force, a large piece of the hard wooden sofa was smashed down. The wooden board on the top also broke into 3 or 4 pieces. From below, Li Shan's sharp scream due to fear came. Chu Xiu! Long! You hurry up! Chu Xiu's heart was beating bang bang, and the monster's sharp roar in his ears made him want to retreat instinctively. This is the fear from the depths of his genes when facing a ferocious beast that is far stronger and bigger than himself. But reason still overwhelmed the instinctive fear. He gritted his teeth and raised the bone spear in his hand to stab it. As if sensing the sound of the wind, the monster suddenly turned its head, and a highly rotten face like a ghoul came into view. Chu Xiu's heart trembled, but he immediately suppressed his fear and pushed the bone spear forward. Swish! At this time, the monster just turned around, and the sharp spear tip pierced from its flank. As soon as it touched, Chu Xiu felt a huge resistance from the front, as if he was not hitting a flesh and blood body, but layers of tightly interwoven cotton cloth. After the spear tip penetrated 7 or 8 centimeters, Chu Xiu felt a huge resistance rushing from the front, and the bone spear could no longer move forward. He looked down and saw that it was a dark blue hand tightly grasping the front of the bone spear. Chu Xiu's heartbeat suddenly slowed down by half a beat, and then his face was full of horror. This monster actually resisted his whole body's strength with just one hand. Before he could recover from his fear, he felt a huge force coming from the bone spear. The next moment, he flew into the air, but it was the monster holding the bone spear, using the bone spear as a fulcrum, and directly lifted Chu Xiu up. Bang! With a loud bang, Chu Xiu was lifted high and smashed directly on the ceiling. Countless pieces of wall and stone fell down with a rustle. It was as if someone had hit him in the head with a heavy hammer. All his internal organs seemed to be displaced under the huge impact force. Bang! There was another loud noise. He fell from a height of 3 meters. The 17 kilograms of bone armor did not provide much protection. Instead, it increased the force of his fall, causing Chu Xiu to feel severe pain all over his body. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, and he could vaguely hear Yunlu's terrified scream. He tried to prop himself up with his hands, and saw a pair of scarlet bloodthirsty pupils staring at him. No, something was wrong. Chu Xiu's head was dizzy due to the impact, but he still felt something was wrong. Things shouldn't be like this. Although this monster was very powerful, it should still be their turtle in the jar. At this time, Li Shan's heart-wrenching roar reminded him, Long, you hurry up. Chu Xiu looked over from the corner of his eye and saw that Long, who was supposed to attack with him, was standing there, his legs trembling, and his hands holding the bat shaking constantly. He was completely scared. You! Looking at Long standing there in a daze, Chu Xiu wanted to rush over and strangle this coward to death. He was always so arrogant when bullying the weak, but he was so soft at the critical moment? But there was no time for him to complain. At this moment, Chu Xiu's mouth was full of sweetness. He just used his hands to prop up his body, and before he could even shout a word, the sharp claws of the monster like a ghoul grabbed him. Crack! The sharp nails scratched Chu Xiu's shoulder armor, and the hard bones were instantly covered with cracks. Chu Xiu felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder like a broken bone. He almost fell to the ground again. Fortunately, he absorbed the corpse to upgrade the bone armor to a higher level for safety. If it was +2 enhancement, this grab might be able to break the entire shoulder armor. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Chu Xiu endured the pain in his left shoulder. He shouted and stretched out his right hand with all his strength. At this time, the bone spear was still inserted in the body of the monster. This force finally forced it back a few steps. Chu Xiu immediately held the bone spear with both hands, kicked the ground with his hind legs, and pushed the bone spear forward with all his strength. Although the monster was stuck with only one hand, so the bone spear could not penetrate at all and could not cause further damage, but under Chu Xiu's strength, the bone spear turned into a stick, pushing the monster all the way back. The monster staggered back a few steps, and quickly stretched out one of its hind legs to resist, easily stabilizing its body. Chu Xiu only felt that there was a 1,000-pound boulder in front of him, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push it at all. Long, if you don't move, we will all die here. Chu Xiu roared. His shouting finally brought Long back to his senses. At this time, the monster's attention was all on Chu Xiu. The corner where he was still a blind spot in the field of vision, which was an excellent position for a sneak attack. He mustered up his courage and trembled forward, but just after taking a step, before he even raised the metal bat in his hand, the monster seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly turned around, staring at him with a pair of scarlet eyes. Ah! Long's face turned pale instantly, and he subconsciously took a step back, but the monster had no intention of letting him go. He saw that it also grasped the bone spear in its right hand, and exerted force with both hands. Even though Chu Xiu tried his best and his face turned red, the bone spear was still pulled out of the wound little by little. Black blood like oil flowed out of the monster's wound, but it seemed as if it didn't notice it at all, just staring at Long. Under the monster's gaze, Long was so scared that he dared not move. He just watched the monster pull out the bone spear completely, missing the best attack opportunity when the monster and Chu Xiu were in a stalemate. After pulling out the bone spear completely, the monster gave up on Chu Xiu directly, and howled as it grabbed Long with one claw. Ah! His life hangs on a moment. At this moment, Long finally reacted. He kicked his legs and rushed out like an arrow from a bow. He jumped 7 or 8 meters away, directly crossed the entire living room, and hit the load-bearing wall in front of the bedroom. Bang! Long screamed and fell to the ground in pain. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiu wanted to vomit blood. This guy actually used the precious opportunity of triple power to escape. Waste! Chu Xiu cursed. But Long was not completely useless. He at least bought Chu Xiu some time to breathe. Moreover, Chu Xiu looked at the wound on the monster's abdomen. There was still a steady flow of black blood, and there was no sign of stopping. The wound was even tearing further around. Trait, bleeding. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiu adjusted his posture and stared calmly at the monster not far away. Long could no longer be counted on, but it didn't matter. He didn't rely on others for his own safety. In fact, he was already prepared enough to fight the monster alone, and only agreed to the plan. Long was just another insurance. Although the battle just now caught him off guard, the monster's tough body and strange strength were still within his expectations. Don't come over! Chu Xiu shouted at Yunlu, who was hesitating for a long time and was still ready to come to help. This is a one-on-one match. He clenched the bone spear in his right hand, with the tip of the spear pointed at the black-haired monster, and his left hand fell down and pinched a strange spell. The energy in his body condensed in the palm of his hand, forming a gradually solidified vortex. The monster on the opposite side seemed to realize that Chu Xiu was not easy to deal with, and did not act rashly. It made a hissing sound from its mouth, moved slowly, and looked for the opportunity to attack. Both of them stared at each other intently. Suddenly, Chu Xiu's eyelids blinked quickly, and it was this 0.1 second that was keenly captured by the black-haired monster. It suddenly kicked the ground with its legs and pounced on Chu Xiu. However, this flaw was deliberately sold by him. The spirit of more than 3.0 made his reaction speed far faster than ordinary people, and he quickly adjusted the direction of the bone spear to aim at the monster. The sharp tip of the spear pressed against the monster's belly, forcing the latter to stop the attack. At the same time, the hidden left hand quickly pushed out. A transparent air blade with a little gray color took shape at an extremely fast speed and shot out in an instant. Yin Feng blade. Swish! The bone spear successfully blocked the monster. The claw attack swung sideways only grazed Chu Xiu's breastplate, leaving 5 deep scratches. At the same time, the nearly half-meter-long wind blade hit the monster's chest. Swish! The coarse black hair on the monster's chest was completely cut off, leaving a deep wound that could be seen to the bone, and a large amount of lacquer was also scratched. Black blood gushed out. At the same time, the huge impact force made it stagger backwards. Chu Xiu took the opportunity to step forward, twisted his waist, held the spear with both hands, and stabbed its throat with all his strength. Puff! The sharp bone spear pierced through the monster's fragile larynx and directly pierced its neck. A lot of blood spurted out. It stared with scarlet eyes, made a sound from its mouth, and waved its long arms to attack Chu Xiu, but it was always more than 10 centimeters away from him. After half a minute, the spirit in the monster's eyes gradually disappeared, and its arms fell weakly. Slaughtering living beings, professional experience plus 115, current experience 128/200. With the prompt sound in his mind, the monster in front of him fell heavily to the ground. At the moment the monster fell to the ground, Chu Xiu also breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed. He took a step back and half leaned against the wall, only to feel his arms numb and his head a little dizzy. This is a slight sequelae of the high concentration and tension. In fact, this battle is thrilling, but not thrilling either. Thrilling means that Long failed to perform well, and Chu Xiu's performance was not as good as he imagined. It can be said that there were many accidents. Not thrilling means that most of his armor was still intact. Although he looked embarrassed, he still had room for error. Even if the vitality of the corpse ghost doubled, he was sure to win. But as his first battle in the abyss, it was enough to impress Chu Xiu and let him learn a lot of experience and lessons. The most important of these is, of course, never believe that a bully can become a qualified fighter, no matter how fierce they usually behave. Chu Xiu Are you okay? Yunlu's voice interrupted his thoughts. Chu Xiu raised his eyes and saw a small face full of worry. I'm fine. Chu Xiu forced a smile. Yunlu said in a tearful voice, I just thought that we were all dead. As she spoke, her nose twitched and her eyes began to turn red, as if she was about to cry at any time. Chu Xiu was slightly stunned, and after a moment of silence, he said two short words, don't worry. However, these two short words seemed to really make people feel at ease. Yunlu's mood immediately eased, she burst into laughter, and nodded heavily, yeah. At this time, she suddenly discovered something and pointed to the center of the living room. Chu Xiu, look. Chu Xiu turned around and saw two balls of light rising from the monster's body. He stretched out his hand and grasped the two in his hand. Obtained items, causal points *23, obtained equipment, typed 004 corpse necklace, something has exploded. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up, and he immediately felt that the hard battle just now was worth it. Although the explosion rate of the trial copy is much higher, it is also a great luck to be able to explode something in the first time you kill a monster. He couldn't wait to check it out. Type 004 Ghoul Necklace, Level, Ordinary, Quality, Standard, Attributes, Magic, 0, 3, Weight 0, 1 kg, Ability, after wearing it, 10% of the spirit will be converted into Strength and Vitality, up to 1, 0 conversion. If the conversion time exceeds 15 minutes within 24 hours, it will be irreversible and gain the trait, Ghoulification, gain the power of a primary ghoul, physical fitness plus 3, 0, spirit minus 3, 0, life recovery speed plus 300%, and appearance changes to a certain extent. Evaluation: in the early days of the Doomsday, people thought that the teeth of ghouls had some kind of venom that could transform living people into ghouls. But this is actually a wrong guess. The root cause of ghoulification lies in an ancient curse, a contaminated secret treasure. This necklace is made up of 18 canine teeth of type 004 ghouls, and contains cursed energy. It allows people to avoid the torture of being bitten, and even possess the power of ghouls while retaining a certain degree of sanity. Are you tempted? I'm not tempted at all. Chu Xiu was speechless. Who the hell would want to turn into that thing? But as long as the transformation time is kept within 15 minutes, this is a pretty good piece of equipment. His spiritual attributes are obviously beyond those of ordinary people, but he doesn't have a good way to transform them into combat power. This necklace just makes up for this. Although it can only transform 10%, it is better than nothing. Chu Xiu was quite satisfied with this. Not to mention, he also gained something else. 23 causal points. This is the big deal. Well, Brother Chu, did you explode the causal points? At this time, a stumbling voice sounded beside Chu Xiu. Long stood up with an embarrassed look on his face, rubbing his hands uncomfortably. I just saw the blue crystal, that is the cause and effect point, right? Yeah, Li Shan also came out from the corner. Chu Xiu, you will divide it according to what we agreed before, right? Chu Xiu didn't speak, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became cold. It was Yunlu who widened her eyes in disbelief. You still have the nerve to ask for it? Long's neck turned red when she said that, and he said angrily, This is all agreed. At most, I can ask for less. That's right, Li Shan also echoed. What's there to be embarrassed about? I have completed my task. You guys. Yunlu wanted to say something, but was stopped by Chu Xiu. He just looked at the two people in front of him with a faint smile. He knew why are the two so anxious. The explosion rate of causal points is very low. Usually only elite monsters and bosses have the chance to explode. Most people get them by completing tasks. Chu Xiu looked at the rewards for this task. If the trial task is passed, the basic reward is 100 causal points plus a basic equipment, and there will be additional rewards based on the performance rating. The 3 challenge tasks will reward 150, 700, and 2,500 causal points respectively, and the world task is as high as 50,000 causal points. There are also unknown item rewards. However, these tasks are difficult to complete by one person. Most of them are shared by multiple people, especially world tasks, which often involve hundreds of people. Moreover, the proportion of people who can complete them within 30 days is frighteningly low. Basically, only the trials in the inner ring cities can be completed. This shows how precious causal points are. Of course, the drop rate of the trial copy will be much higher, and the monsters also have a chance to ship, which is why so many people choose to take risks. Then, as the hard currency in the abyss, what is its use? To explain it more strictly, the causal points have the power of cause to effect. As long as the causal relationship is determined, the process can be shortened. This sounds very confusing, but there is a very easy to understand explanation. This thing is a deep blue point addition. It can be used in a wide range of areas. The cultivation of skills, the creation of equipment, the learning of knowledge, and even the growth of spiritual objects can all be completed directly by adding causal points. Good things like this. Is he crazy to give it to others? Integrity? Agreement? Sorry, demon cultivators don't have that thing. Shushio quickly adapted to his new identity. If this corpse ghost didn't explode with good things, he might still pretend to share some of it to maintain the fragile union between the four people. But now, only power is everything. Shushio thought to himself, ignoring Long and Li Shan, and used his mind to move the causal points to his professional level. Add points. The moment he consumed the causal points, Shushio immediately had a wonderful feeling. He seemed to see his own phantom, sitting cross-legged in a chaotic space, practicing the infinite reincarnation art day and night. The phantom flashed by, and then Shushio felt that his mind seemed to have gained some more insights, and his body also underwent some inexplicable changes, and a prompt popped up at the same time. Consume causal points *1, gain professional experience *5. The experience gained is not much, because the more sins of killing, the faster it will be practiced. Shushio has killed too few creatures now. Speaking of killing, Shushio's expression moved slightly. When killing this corpse ghost, he clearly felt that there was something inexplicable entangled with his body. This feeling also occurred when he killed the giant moth before, but this time it was much stronger. Is that the killing sin? However, unlike what was recorded in the infinite reincarnation art, which would gradually eat away at the cultivator's sanity and induce him to fall into the trap of killing, Shushio actually felt that after being possessed by these killing sins, his mind became clearer. Strange, is it because I killed a creature from the abyss? The killing sin that was born is different from the traditional sense? He muttered to himself. However, there are too few samples at present, and he can't draw any useful conclusions, so Shushio did not get entangled, but without any hesitation, he invested another 14 causal points in the professional level. Consume causal points *14, gain professional experience *70, level up. Current level, ordinary level 2, upgraded. At the moment of level up, Shushio felt a strong force surging into his body. He gently clenched his fists, and his eyes showed an intoxicated look. Infinite improvement, surpassing the power of everyone, isn't that the ultimate pursuit of the magic cultivator? Shushio opened the panel, and suddenly a new character data appeared in front of him. Name, Shushio, level, ordinary level 2, 1/400, constitution, 3. 46, spirit, 4. 03, energy level, 6. 88, equipment, ordinary bone armor +3, ordinary bone spear +4, occupation, heir of the magic path, talent, perfect refining, new inheritance has been unlocked, the constitution has increased by about 1 point, the spirit is less than 1 point, and the energy level has increased by more than 3 points. Compared with the last time, the total improvement is slightly more, but not obvious. However, Shushio still feels that his body has undergone earth-shaking changes. Now his body has slightly exceeded the limit of the human body. Although his strength may still not be as good as those 200 kilograms strongmen, and he can't run faster than Bolt in the 100m, but in terms of comprehensive physical fitness, he has surpassed the top athletes. If you have to quantify it, Shushio feels that he can now bench press 250 kilograms and run a marathon in less than 2 hours and 10 minutes while sprinting 100 meters. If I encounter a corpse ghost again, even if it is a head-on battle, I will not be afraid at all. Feeling the powerful force contained in his muscles, Shushio showed a relieved expression. Shushio, you haven't used up the causal points, have you? While Shushio was silently adding points, perhaps because he felt the changes in his body, or because he had not responded, Li Shan finally couldn't help asking again. Long also said, Shushio, we agreed on the benefits before, do you want to regret it? The two of them stared at Shushio, and they leaned against each other at some point, and Yunlu also stood hesitantly aside. The three of them seemed to have formed an alliance silently. Shushio had anticipated the formation of the three-person alliance. After absorbing the cause and effect points, he became too strong, so strong that people were afraid. He looked at the three people carefully. Long and Li Shan were afraid, but there was anger hidden in their fear, while Yunlu was hesitant. This girl is the easiest to deal with. Her job is not very dangerous, and she also needs Shushio to ensure her safety. She currently has only one choice, which is to follow Shushio closely and pray that she has made the right decision. As for the other two, a cold flashed in Shushio's eyes. How about getting rid of them directly? Using their corpses to refine magic weapons? This is not a difficult task for Shushio. Of course, he would not really do this. It's not that Shushio can't bear it, but that these two people are still useful. Even if he really takes action, he has to do it when Yunlu is not around, so as not to alienate the girl from him. Good things like food perception must be firmly grasped in one's own hands. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu showed a fake but perfect smile on his face. How could I do such a thing? Li Shan, I have always remembered your share. It's just that I did spend the causal points just now. You also saw that Long is not reliable at all. I just eliminated the monster completely by myself. In order to avoid similar situations, it is a reasonable decision for me to prioritize strengthening myself, right? Besides, stronger strength can also increase the efficiency of killing monsters. I am also thinking about our team. Don't worry, I have always remembered your and Yunlu's share, and it will never be less. I will give it to you immediately next time it explodes. As Chu Xiu's voice fell, Li Shan's face became uncertain. He would naturally not be stupid enough to completely believe Chu Xiu's words, but what if he didn't believe it? Was he going to turn against him here? Long said blankly, "What about me?" "You?" Chu Xiu sneered, "We don't need a loser who can't even hold a baseball bat in our team." "What did you say?" Long was furious and was about to step forward, but Chu Xiu just gently waved the bone spear in his hand, which was shining coldly and had blood on the tip, and stopped him. His face became uncertain. But Chu Xiu didn't intend to let him go. "I said, you are a loser. Why, do you still have the courage to fight me? Come on. I don't mind using your fresh corpse to strengthen my weapon. If you can't do it, get out of here. I can deal with the corpse ghosts by myself now. Only one bait is enough." Chu Xiu's tone was cold. This was his plan. To win over and divide. After all, he still needed someone to act as a bait, so that the hunting operation could be much smoother and safer. As for whether this person was Long or Li Shan, he didn't care. From the perspective of manipulation, Li Shan, who had poor combat effectiveness, was easier to control. As long as they realize this, the two will fight for it, like dogs trying to please their masters, vying to express their loyalty. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Li Shan was the first to react, as if he had made up his mind, and gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Chu, I believe you." Chu Xiu asked, "Do you still have the courage to be bait?" Li Shan nodded repeatedly, "Of course, Brother Chu, you are so powerful, what should I be afraid of?" "Yes," Chu Xiu nodded, "follow me, I will not treat you unfairly." As he said that, he looked at Long and sneered, "What are you waiting for? You." The blue veins on Long's head jumped, and he clenched his fists, as if he was about to explode at any time. But after struggling for a while, he suddenly softened his tone like a deflated ball. "Brother Chu, there is no need to be so heartless, right? My talent is at least a combat type, and we can cooperate to hunt more advanced monsters in the future." Chu Xiu showed a smile on his face. He had expected Long's reaction. This kind of gangster is just like Qin Woyang in Jing Ke's assassination of Qin. He is good at bullying the weak in the countryside, and he will be more scared than anyone else when he meets a real ruthless person. "So what do you mean?" "Brother Chu, I only want 1/10 of the share." "No. Well, then I don't want even 1/10. Just let me follow you to fight monsters and accumulate professional experience." Long whispered. This made Li Shan on the side open his eyes in disbelief. He never thought that Long would be so humble. Seeing him like this, Chu Xiu stopped forcing him and gave him a sweet treat. "I'm not targeting you, it's just that your performance just now was too disappointing. If you prove yourself in the future, I will give you a share." Long thanked him again and again. Chu Xiu had been observing him carefully to see if he had any resentment. Yes, but not much, so as not to cause trouble to himself. "Okay, you three go out, we'll prepare for the next ambush point," Chu Xiu said. The three did not refute him, and left honestly, while Chu Xiu stayed and continued to check the harvest. As a descendant of the magic path, the real focus after each upgrade is definitely the new inheritance. This upgrade brought in 2 new inheritances. New secrets have been unlocked: bone refining crossbow, level, ordinary, quality, advanced, description. The flesh and blood of the corpse is transformed into nutrients to nourish the bones, and a powerful bone crossbow is refined with this material. Evaluation: with the further improvement of control ability, you can now fuse the flesh and blood with ligaments to refine a tough and powerful bowstring. As the last secret technique of bone refining, it makes up for the lack of long-range attack methods for practitioners who have just entered the magic sect. Of course, fighting like a warrior is not the nature of a magic sect cultivator. The next upgrade, I will bring you a new technique and a real method of refining a magic weapon. New secrets have been unlocked: Phantom Demon Eye beginner, level, ordinary, quality, superior, description. Gather spiritual power into the eyes, improve vision, gain insight into target information, and mark enemy weaknesses. Evaluation: the first element of survival for magic cultivators: bully the weak and fear the strong. This pupil technique can help you avoid those who should not be provoked. After incorporating it into the Abyss system, you can even use it to directly obtain some special information. But be careful, the stronger the enemy, the less information you will gain. If you see a question mark, don't hesitate, run. The two newly unlocked inheritances, Chu Xiu was pleasantly surprised. They are all very useful. Needless to say, the Phantom Demon Pupil can not only detect the target's attributes, but also mark its weaknesses. It is definitely a divine skill among divine skills. The acquisition of intelligence is crucial in any battle at any level. If the attributes of the corpse ghosts were known before, Chu Xiu could formulate a more targeted combat plan in advance to reduce variables. As for the latest bone refining, it is also very useful. Although it seems a bit useless at present, when he meets other high-quality combat professions in the future, Chu Xiu can be a long-range output without having to take risks in close combat. Comparatively speaking, I still have to practice the Phantom Demon Pupil as soon as possible. Chu Xiu concentrated his mind and learned more about the details. As an entry-level pupil technique, the Phantom Demon Pupil needs to gather Yin Qi to practice. The heavier the Yin Qi, the better the effect of practice. If there is no Yin Qi, human eyeballs can also be used. Yin Qi will definitely not be found in a short time. As for human eyeballs, I wonder if it can be replaced by corpse ghosts? Chu Xiu muttered in his heart. In fact, he has a simpler and more direct way to practice. Add some causal points. Chu Xiu took a look and found that it would take more than 200 causal points to cultivate the Phantom Demon Eye. Compared with its powerful ability, it is simply a bargain. For example, the primary voyeuristic eye of the wizard can only detect information and cannot mark weaknesses, but it takes hundreds or thousands of causal points. It can only be said that the magic secrets are indeed easy to practice and infinitely magical. However, no matter how cheap it is, for me now, I still need to kill a lot of monsters to get it together. The current priority is to maximize my strength. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu set his sights on Infeng Blade. He mastered this simple technique automatically with the power of the Abyss, but it was still at the lowest stage of proficiency. Infeng Blade, proficiency, beginner, 3/100, release cost, 1, 0 to 3, 0, increases with charging time, 1, 2s2, 4s, power, 1, 5 to 3, 5, decays with distance, speed, 21 meters per second to 30 meters per second, decays with time, maximum distance, 25 m 55 m, cooling time, none. It can be seen that Infeng Blade is a skill that needs time to charge. Although it is very powerful, it directly cut the chest of the corpse ghost when it was hastily activated before, but even the fastest activation takes 1/2s, which is still too slow in close combat. For example, if the corpse ghost had not been attracted by Long just now, but had been attacking Chu Xiu, he would have had no time to prepare and release. Not to mention, its movement speed is also very slow, which makes it very easy to dodge at a distance. As his current trump card, Chu Xiu hopes that it can be better used in combat. After thinking for a while, he tried to add points to Infeng Blade. Consume causal points *1, Infeng Blade proficiency plus 16, Chu Xiu's eyes lit up. Just enough. Fortunately, he didn't give up the causal points just now to maintain stability. Without hesitation, he directly put all the remaining 6 points on Infeng Blade. Consume causal points *6, Infeng Blade proficiency plus 95, Infeng Blade proficiency level increased. A new attribute panel appeared in front of Chu Xiu. Infeng Blade, proficiency, entry, 5/200, release cost, 0, 8 to 3, 6, increases with charging time, 1s2, 2s, power, 1, 8 to 5, 0, decays with distance, speed, 25 meters per second to 38 meters per second, decays with time, limit distance, 28 m 70 m, cooling time, none. Looking at the newly upgraded Infeng Blade, Chu Xiu's eyes showed surprise. The upgraded Infeng Blade has all its attributes improved. Although the magnitude is not large, when combined, the actual combat capability of this skill has skyrocketed. After the maximum charge, the power even reaches an astonishing 5/0. Although Chu Xiu didn't know what this meant, the power of only 1/5 before had already impressed him. With a power of 5/0, if it was attacked at close range, it would probably cut the corpse ghost in two. Now that we have the ability to attack, the only thing left is defense. Chu Xiu looked at the corpse of the ghoul beside him. He first tried to separate the eyeball of the ghoul to see if he could use it to cultivate the Phantom Demon Pupil. To his surprise, he didn't even need to do it himself. Just by thinking about it, the perfectly refined talent was automatically activated, and then the prompt sounded. Phantom Demon Pupil cultivation progress plus 4, current progress, 4 out of 100, it's worthy of an SS level talent. Chu Xiu praised in his heart. This way, I don't need to waste causal points to cultivate the phantom demon pupil. I just need to kill another 20 ghouls. This number seems far away, but Chu Xiu is confident that as his strength increases, the subsequent hunting operations will become more and more smooth. Knowing what he is doing, Chu Xiu activated the bone refining and integrated the remaining parts of the corpse into the bone armor. The powerful life force in the ghoul's body made the bone armor like taking a tonic, and the strengthening progress began to soar. The cracks on the left shoulder were repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, and became smoother and stronger. When the corpse of the ghoul disappeared completely, the bone armor had undergone a drastic change. Its structure was more refined, full of protruding spikes, like a demon made of bones. The protection reached 3, 4, and the quality was upgraded to excellent. More importantly, the first level of restriction was finally unlocked. 3 options appeared in front of Chu Xiu. Activity: your armor is like having life. It can spontaneously move a short distance to protect the owner, and can heal the damage over time. Wind control: the weight of your armor will be greatly reduced, and it will automatically trigger a wind blade counterattack when attacked. Power 0. For energy absorption, your armor can absorb some energy when attacked, greatly reducing the damage to you caused by the impact. Looking at the options in front of him, Chu Xiu touched his chin. I want them all. Any of these 3 restrictions is very useful. But people can't be so greedy. After thinking about it, he first ruled out activity. The current protective area of the armor is enough. Unless it is against an enemy with particularly strong precision attack capabilities, this restriction will not be of much use. After struggling for a while, Chu Xiu finally chose energy absorption for the remaining 2. With his current physique, although the 20 kilograms armor is heavy, it will not have much impact, especially for a battle with a ghoul that can be ended in a short time. As for the counterattack wind blade, its power is too low, and it may still have a certain effect on people. It is just scraping when fighting monsters. However, energy absorption can deal with the strange power of the corpse ghost very well. He doesn't want to be slapped by the corpse ghost like before, and his bones are about to fall apart. After making the choice, mysterious inscriptions began to emerge on the bone armor, and the whole thing had an ancient atmosphere. Chu Xiu shrank inside, feeling that he had transformed into an invincible heavy armored warrior who was invulnerable to swords and guns, and even blunt weapons could not restrain him. I'm going to ancient times now, and that's the enemy of thousands of people who will kill anyone who stands in my way, and kill Buddhas who stand in my way. This bone armor brought him an unprecedented sense of security. But it's not enough. Keep killing monsters and upgrade. Chu Xiu made up his mind and walked out of the door. Yunlu and the other 2 were waiting next door. The 4 of them followed the original plan and went all the way to the 13th floor and came to a new ambush point. After the arrangement was completed, it was already noon. Several people's stomachs growled at the same time, and what was even more terrible was that everyone was dry in the mouth and their lips were chapped. Brother Chu, do you have any more mushrooms? Li Shan licked his lips. Yunlu just gave us some, but it's not enough. Don't worry, I won't take it for nothing. I'll use my share as an advance. How about 10 mushrooms for 1 karma point? This guy is smart. He knows that Chu Xiu may not share his karma points, and began to ask for benefits in advance. However, after thinking about it, Chu Xiu still gave him 2 flowers and gave Yunlu 3. This girl is too kind and shameless. She will definitely be the first to die in the apocalypse. But her ability is very useful, and Chu Xiu needs to ensure her condition. Thank you. Yunlu took it flattered. Long on the side was full of envy, but in the end he did not ask for it. He just said sullenly, we have to find water to drink. It's okay to be hungry, but no water is really fatal. Chu Xiu rarely agreed with Long, turned to Yunlu and asked, can those monsters be eaten? As soon as the voice fell, Li Shan and Long's faces changed. Li Shan whispered, Brother Chu, those things are poisonous, right? However, after hesitating for a moment, Yunlu nodded unexpectedly. I'm not sure. Those ghouls give people the feeling of creatures hiding in the sewers, emitting a foul odor. It's disgusting, but I don't feel any danger. Hearing this, Chu Xiu touched his chin and showed a thoughtful expression. The reason why he asked this was because the equipment necklace that was revealed before mentioned that the reason these creatures mutated was not because of toxins, but curses. So if they are desperate, they might be used as food. Of course, Chu Xiu would not eat that thing for no reason. Although most of the power of the curse is concentrated on the teeth at present, who knows how much is left in them and whether it will affect the human body. Let's kill another monster and go to the rooftop to take a look. This kind of high-rise usually has a water tank on the roof, Chu Xiu said. Although the water in the water tank must have been dirty for a long time, the school taught how to make a simple filter device, so this is not a problem. After everyone confirmed the problem of the water source, they began to repeat the old trick and used the previous method to attract ghouls. Chu Xiu and Long found an ambush point, and Li Shan began to make noises. This time, not long after, there was a noise outside the house. Just like last time, the corpse ghost saw Li Shan at a glance and launched an attack without hesitation. However, this time, Chu Xiu, whose strength was almost doubled, directly pierced the entire abdomen of the corpse ghost with a bone spear, and picked it up as if showing off a trophy. The corpse ghost screamed hoarsely, and Long strode forward and smashed the corpse ghost's head with a stick. Killing living beings, professional experience plus 45, Chu Xiu frowned at the upgrade in his mind. After reaching the second level of the mortal rank, not only did the experience required to reach the next level double, but the difficulty of obtaining experience also increased a lot. He estimated that even if he killed it alone this time, without Long's assistance, he would only get 60 to 70 points of experience at most. Take your time. Chu Xiu thought to himself, raised his hand and waved it, and the corpse on the ground began to melt, and finally merged into the bone armor. Refining completed. Professional experience plus 18, strengthening progress plus 2. Next, Chu Xiu did not change the location immediately, but used this room as a trap to continue to lure and kill nearby corpse ghosts. In this way, everyone was busy for almost an afternoon, and they killed 3 corpse ghosts in succession without any danger. But I don't know if their luck ran out, or if there was an extra explosion rate reward for the first kill. These 4 corpse ghosts didn't explode anything. This made Long and Li Shan's disappointment overflow. Chu Xiu didn't care. He happily continued to upgrade his bone armor and successfully made it go one step further, reaching the plus 5 level. His defense power was raised to a higher level, and his energy absorption trait also evolved. This made Long and Li Shan hesitate to speak. It can be seen that they really wanted to say that these corpses should also be taken out for distribution, and they couldn't give them to Chu Xiu for free every time, but they didn't dare. When killing the 5th corpse ghost, Li Shan suddenly said in surprise, "I upgraded." "You upgraded?" Long looked at Li Shan in disbelief, his face as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Chu Xiu was also a little surprised, but he quickly reacted. Li Shan's profession is poacher, which should be similar to thief and assassin, who can gain experience by hiding. He is a bait to seduce corpse ghosts, which should be a good way to gain experience. On the other hand, Long's barbarian requires frontal combat. He always sneaks up from behind and hits the stick, so the experience he gains may not be as high as Li Shan. Of course, the most important point is that at the beginning, Li Shan used his breathhold talent to escape unscathed from a corpse ghost, which must have brought him a lot of experience, so it is not surprising that he was able to upgrade before Long. Congratulations. Chu Xiu congratulated with a wry smile. Ha, Li Shan laughed twice, and happily began to check his own changes. Chu Xiu also looked at him. He could vaguely feel that after the upgrade, Li Shan's physique should not be worse than Long's, and he has most likely awakened basic skills. Got the skills? Chu Xiu asked. Yes, Li Shan did not hide it. I have awakened 2, one is skinning, for collecting materials, and the other is basic precision strike, for long-range attack. It's a pity that I don't have a crossbow now, so this skill is useless. Not bad, Chu Xiu praised. In fact, he has the ability to build a set of crossbows for Li Shan, but he naturally won't be so kind. With a wave of his hand, the corpse of the corpse ghost merged into the bone armor. Professional experience plus 17, strengthening progress plus 1. After the upgrade, Li Shan was full of fighting spirit and wanted to continue to kill monsters, but Chu Xiu glanced at the sky, licked his dry lips and said, "It's getting late, we should hurry to the rooftop to see if there is any water source." You don't want to drink the blood of corpse ghosts, do you? Hearing Chu Xiu mention the sticky and smelly black liquid, the faces of several people changed and they shook their heads repeatedly. And they were indeed very thirsty, especially Yunlu and Wanlong who had not upgraded. Everyone carefully avoided monsters while moving to the roof, and at the same time searching for suitable food. When they reached the 22nd floor, they killed a mutant mouse that was as long as their forearm. It should be edible, but Chu Xiu didn't like such a small corpse and didn't absorb it. They climbed for nearly a quarter of an hour. Just when Yunlu was panting and exhausted, they finally reached the 30th floor, only 2 floors away from the top floor. It has to be said that even Chu Xiu felt a little tortured when climbing the stairs in a state of lack of water. Just when everyone was about to climb 3 more floors to the rooftop in one go, Chu Xiu suddenly stopped and looked abruptly at a corner. There, a large puppet the size of a child was leaning against it. The puppet was wearing a children's dress, its cheeks were painted red, and it had an unnatural and strange smile on its face. "What's wrong, Brother Chu?" Li Shan asked. Shu Xiu took a deep look at the puppet and glanced away. Nothing, I just feel like someone is watching me. Li Shan smiled and said, Brother Chu, you are too nervous. Shu Xiu nodded, and just as he was about to continue walking, the feeling of being watched appeared again. And this time, he didn't hesitate anymore. He raised the spear in his hand and stabbed at the puppet. Wait! Just as the bone spear was about to pierce the puppet, a sharp sound came from the puppet's body. Shu Xiu's hand holding the spear paused slightly, and the other 3 people behind him turned around in shock. Just now, the puppet spoke? Isn't this a doomsday copy? Are there supernatural conditions in the doomsday copy? The 3 people showed fear on their faces at the same time, only Shu Xiu remained calm. With a thought, the bone armor was equipped from the inventory. Then he went forward and grabbed the doll and examined it carefully. Didn't I tell you to wait? Another voice came, but this time, it didn't come from the doll, but from upstairs. Shu Xiu turned around and saw a girl with a ponytail coming down the corner of the stairs. She had a wheat-colored complexion and wore only a black vest, revealing 2 arms with obvious muscular lines. She wore white work gloves on both hands and held a hammer in her right hand. She wore gray overalls on her lower body. She had long legs and was tall, over 1.75 meters. Her facial features were very outstanding, and it could be seen that she was a beautiful woman with a cold temperament if it weren't for the scar. On her face, there was a scary scar like an earthworm that started from the center of her forehead and extended along the left nose to the corner of her mouth, which made her eyes look much more fierce. Shu Xiu couldn't help but look at her a few more times. But the girl seemed to be used to it. She just crossed her arms and looked at the hideous armor on Shu Xiu, and said tisk in annoyance. Another rich young master has come. She said. What rich young master? Shu Xiu asked, and took the initiative to hand over the doll. He saw that the girl in front of him did not seem to have any hostility. She should be a trial participant who prefers unity and cooperation, so he took the initiative to release some goodwill. Sure enough, the girl's face looked much better after taking the doll, and said, Nothing, I'm just talking about the rich second generation in our team. Then, she glanced at the cracked lips of the 4 people, turned her wrist, and a bottle of mineral water appeared in her hand. Drink it, this is the water we just filtered. As she said, she threw the bottle to Yulu. Yulu took it flattered, first drank a sip carefully, then her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help swallowing another big mouthful, then licked her lips reluctantly and handed it to Shu Xiu. Shu Xiu took the water bottle, looked at it but didn't drink it. He handed it to Li Shan beside him and asked, Is there water on the rooftop? His action caught the girl's eye, making her sigh unhappily, but she still replied, There is a lot of water in the water tank. We have already made a filtering device. It will be enough for the next 6 days. If you are worried, you don't have to drink it. Shu Xiu smiled faintly, not paying attention to the girl's yin and yang, but continued to ask, How many of you are there? 7. So many? Well, all the trial participants in this building should be here. The girl raised her eyebrows and said, Let's go up and take a look. Shu Xiu naturally had no reason to refuse the girl's invitation. Everyone went up all the way. The 31st floor was full of roadblocks, and some warning traps could be seen at intervals. Follow me closely, don't step on the traps on the ground. It took me a long time to make them. The girl wiped the sweat from her forehead. By the way, my name is Guan Ku. Shu Xiu. While the two were talking, they had already arrived at the 32nd floor. On other floors, scattered gravel and wooden boards can be seen everywhere, but here they have all been cleaned up and piled up near the stairs. Together with wooden tables, wardrobes, door panels and other sundries, it seems to have formed a nearly 2-meter-high simple defense bunker. Looking through the gap, you can see that at the end of the corridor, there are 2 boys sitting on a small bench, one with a pile of clothes next to him, and the other holding a dead mutant rat in his hand, fiddling with something. That's Su Hang and Song Zipping. They are tailors, D, and perfumers, C, respectively. The latter is responsible for processing food when he has nothing to do. Because of the perfumer, even if these rats are gutted, the smell will not attract the monsters. The perfume he mixes can also cover our smell at night. This profession is good. Shu Xiu nodded. What about you? What is your profession? Puppet Master, D. Guan Ke said, and continued to lead the 4 people up. Puppet Master? Shu Xiu was surprised. There is such a profession in the abyss? Do you make puppets? Yes, you make puppets, Guan Ke corrected. My puppets can be used as monitors. There are all kinds of professions in the abyss. What's so strange about this? What about you? What is your profession? Bone assembler, D. Guan Ke paused. You sound like you made it up. The professions in the abyss are so strange. Shu Xiu smiled. TSK, Guan Ke curled his lips. What about your talent? Bone polishing, D. Guan Ku. You just made it up. Chu Xiu laughed and changed the subject. What about your talent? Guan Ku rolled his eyes. I won't tell you. Then, so what can you do? I can make equipment with corpses. Hearing this, Guan Ku looked back at the bone armor on Chu Xiu in surprise. So you are not a rich second generation? No, Chu Xiu shook his head. My dad is a factory worker and my mom is an accountant in a small company. I don't know if it's his illusion. After saying this, Chu Xiu felt that Guan Ku's eyes seemed to be more friendly. During the chat, everyone came to the rooftop. The water tank was not far from the door. The road in the middle was covered with a huge patchwork cloth, forming an almost closed space. This is the work of our tailor, so that when we take water, we don't have to worry about being discovered by the flying mutants nearby. Guan Ku said. Not bad. Chu Xiu was a little surprised. I have to say that their small group is quite decent. Everyone came to the water tank. The water inside was already covered with a layer of green algae, but under the effect of the water purification device, it was barely drinkable. And there were enough, at least it would be no problem to last for 7 days. Chu Xiu was completely relieved, took out the water bottle and drank it in big gulps. The eyes of the other 3 were also shining. After getting Guan Ku's nod, they couldn't wait to pick up the filtered water bottle nearby and drank it up. The cold water flowed across his throat, and Chu Xiu felt that all the cells in his body seemed to be moisturized. Great! He drank in big gulps, at least a liter of water at a time. The other 3 people were about the same, which made Guan Ku a little amused. You guys are really stupid. Why are you so thirsty to come looking for water? We have mushrooms to eat. Yunlu was in a very good mood after drinking the water, with curved eyes, and took out a handful of mushrooms from the storage space. Sister, these are for you. Guan Ku took it with a smile, but then frowned. Although there is no shortage of water, food is really a big problem. I wonder if others have any harvest. Yunlu took a bite of the mushroom. Sister, don't worry, my talent is food perception. I can help find food. After the voice fell, Guan Ku looked at Yunlu with a surprised expression on his face. Before he could speak, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out in the corridor. Food perception? Ha ha ha, then our team has everything. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw 3 men and 1 woman walking up. The first one was about 1.8 meters tall, handsome, wearing a finely crafted leather armor, and carrying a big sword on his back. He walked up to the crowd, smiled and held out his hand. My name is Xinzhua. I heard Zi Ping say that there was a new person downstairs, so I came up to see him. Chu Xiu silently looked at Xinzhua. Whether it was the leather armor on his body or the big sword behind him, they were all engraved with complicated and mysterious inscriptions. 1. It seems to be equipment with extraordinary power. Obviously, this person should be the rich second generation that Guan Ku mentioned. Everyone greeted him in turn. Except for Chu Xiu, the other 3 were a little restrained in front of him, especially Li Shan, whose tone unconsciously carried a hint of respect and flattery. As luck would have it, his stomach just happened to growl at this time, which made his face red all of a sudden, ashamed and annoyed, as if he felt that he had lost face in front of an important person. However, Xinzhua not only did not care, but waved his hand, and several pieces of mutant rat meat appeared in his hand. Brothers, you must be hungry, eat something to fill your stomach first. Don't worry, although these rat meats are a bit smelly, they are edible. Li Shan was flattered to take it, and looked at Xinzhua with gratitude in his eyes, and the others also took a piece each. But Guan Ku frowned a little. Xinzhua, these are all the food found by the team together. You should at least discuss it before giving it to others. Hearing this, the 4 people who were eating stopped, and Xinzhua waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay, you guys eat, all this meat is in my account. Guan Ku opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything, just hissed unhappily. Yunlu felt a little embarrassed and wanted to return the rat meat, but Guan Ku stopped her hand. You guys eat, I'm not targeting you. As for Chu Xiu, he ate up the rat meat within 10 seconds of getting it, and the main point was to eat it early. While the 4 people were eating, Xinzhua kept looking at the 4 people. After they finished eating, he smiled and asked, I don't know your names, what are your professions and talents? The 4 people introduced themselves one by one, and Xinzhua's eyes were bright. He would praise each person after he finished speaking. Power burst? Great! Our team is in need of combat professions. Poacher. This profession is great, stealth, skinning, and reconnaissance can greatly improve the safety of the team. What? You can use corpses as weapons? Great! This way we won't be short of weapons in the future, and it will definitely greatly improve the overall strength of the team. His praise made several people feel good about him, especially Li Shan, who had an expression of a man will die for his friend. So in the end, when Xinzhua invited them to join the team and pass the trial together, almost no one hesitated to join. Except for, sorry, I refuse. Chu Xiu looked at the handsome boy in front of him and said calmly. Ah? Xinjua's smile froze on his face. Why? He seemed to have never thought that Chu Xiu would refuse, and his face was full of confusion. Our team has water sources and auxiliary professions. Perfumers can cover up the smell, tailors can make clothes, and we can cooperate with each other to hunt zombies. What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with it, Chu Xiu shook his head, it's just that I'm used to being free, and… He smiled faintly, I think the weapons I make can be sold at a better price. As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene was stunned, and Xinjua's face looked a little ugly. Chu Xiu's meaning was very simple. According to your theory of mutual help, joining the team means providing help for free. But Chu Xiu felt that the value of the weapons he made was much greater than the help he could get from other team members, so it was not worth it. However, this is also a fact. A good weapon and a hard armor, in this doomsday, how can a tailor or a perfumer compare? The corners of Xinjua's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile and said, we also have a contribution point system within our team. We will reasonably measure the contribution of each member and use it to exchange for corresponding materials. Is it really reasonable? Who sets the price? You? Chu Xiu asked back. Xinjue, we can trade freely like the market. Chu Xiu, I still want to act alone. Xinjue couldn't hold it anymore. What's the difference between that and not joining? Chu Xiu smiled. Yes, what's the difference between that and not joining? Xinjue was speechless. He didn't think so much at all. In his opinion, it is normal for people in a team to act together and help each other. Why bother to calculate so clearly? Besides, he is a supporting profession. Without the protection of a combat profession, how can he survive alone in this abyss? People like Su Hang and Song Zipping, two supporting professions, are begging to join the team, for fear that he will abandon them. This guy named Chu Xiu is really short-sighted. Xinjue thought to himself, but since Chu Xiu wants to be a lone wolf, he won't force it. It's up to you. Xinjue said. Well, then I won't join either. At this time, Yunlu on the side suddenly whispered. She looked at Chu Xiu timidly, classmate Chu has helped me a lot, I can't abandon him. After the voice fell, everyone looked at each other, and Xinjue was obviously not calm. It doesn't matter if Chu Xiu doesn't come. His bone weapon is just icing on the cake. Without him, Xinjua's team can still hunt zombies and upgrade. After some equipment is exploded, Chu Xiu will not be needed. But Yunlu can't leave. Her food perception ability is too important. In this end of the world with scarce resources, food is the hardest hard currency, and it must be firmly in your own hands. Xinjue spoke anxiously, classmate Yun, think about it carefully. Being with us will undoubtedly greatly improve your safety. Even if you are grateful to classmate Chu, you can repay him in other ways. There is no need to take risks with him. Xinjua's words made Yunlu hesitate. At this time, Li Shan glanced at Xinjua's face, and suddenly pulled Yunlu's sleeve. Yunlu, we have all joined Brother Shin's team. If you don't go with us, then it will be your turn to be the bait. Ah! Yunlu exclaimed, turned his head to look at Chu Xiu, and stammered, really? You want me to be bait? Looking at the frightened Yunlu, Chu Xiu couldn't help but laugh. Of course it's true, he said. Then Yunlu lowered his head, his little face full of entanglement. Still come with us, your talent is very important, Brother Shin will arrange you in the safest position. Li Shan advised again. Yes, Xinjue nodded, I promise, as long as I'm alive, I will let you pass the trial safely. Then Yunlu carefully glanced at Chu Xiu, who didn't care, a hint of loss flashed in his eyes, and whispered, okay then. Hearing his agreement, Xinjue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and cast an admiring look at Li Shan, who then chuckled foolishly, as if he was very proud of having left a good impression in front of the new boss. Well, now that everyone has made a decision, and it's getting late, let's go downstairs to eat. We're lucky today and have killed several mutant mice, which should be enough to eat. Xinjue smiled again, his eyes paused when he looked at Chu Xiu, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile of victory. Since you don't want to join, I won't force you. You can eat with us for this meal, but you will have to exchange your talent later. After saying that, he walked downstairs on his own, and the others followed closely behind. In an instant, Chu Xiu was left alone. He stood silently in the middle of the empty rooftop, looking extremely pitiful, like an orphan abandoned by the world. Yunlu looked back several times with reluctance, and even Guanke seemed to be hesitant to speak, as if he wanted to persuade them to do something. But in the end, they all went downstairs. However, at the moment when everyone's figures completely disappeared, Chu Xiu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This is great. Acting is quite tiring. But it's worth it to be able to get rid of those three burdens so perfectly. In fact, in addition to fighting for benefits, there is another more important reason for not joining the team, that is, to get rid of others. In a dangerous environment, people will subconsciously stick together. But in fact, for Chu Xiu, other people not only can't provide much help, but will become a burden to him. After upgrading successively and possessing +5 energy-absorbing bone armor, Chu Xiu is fully capable of hunting corpses alone, and because of the huge difference in physique between him and others, teammates will only drag down his efficiency. They were busy for a whole day before killing 5 corpses, which can be seen from this. Not to mention, they will also share experience. The reason why the 4 people still maintained cooperation before was entirely to keep Yunlu to help him find food. Now, let Yunlu go with others to get food, and use his ability to exchange it, which perfectly solves this problem. Not only is there no drag, but more importantly, it can save a lot of time for upgrading. So Chu Xiu couldn't wait for Yunlu to leave. If she was determined to follow him, it would be troublesome. He was not afraid that Xinzhuo would maliciously lower the price. At most, he would just rob him. Chu Xiu, who upgraded alone, was confident that he would quickly surpass several people. Wild dogs can hunt better in groups, but tigers and wild dogs will only be dragged down if they are mixed together. If you move, the danger may increase in the short term, but in the long run, the improvement of strength can enhance the ability to resist variables in the future. The pros and cons need to be considered comprehensively. You can't always pursue foolproofness and be unwilling to take any risks. Of course, if things don't go as smoothly as he expected, Chu Xiu doesn't mind turning around and joining Xinzhuo's team. Thick skin is the basic quality of magic cultivation. Then next, let's test whether my idea is correct. Chu Xiu went downstairs and looked out the window. The sunset was halfway down, and there was about an hour and a half before it was completely dark. It was just right for him to practice. He put on the bone armor and walked down the stairs. He didn't mean to lighten his steps. The crystal bones collided with each other, making a clang-clang sound. When he came to the 15th floor, a huge palm suddenly stretched out from the corner and slapped Chu Xiu's chest heavily. Bang! With a loud bang, Chu Xiu was knocked back several steps by the huge impact. But he quickly stopped, and a smile appeared on his face under the horn helmet. That's it? The full force of the ghoul's sneak attack hit his armor, but there was not even a crack, and the energy absorption characteristic directly dissipated at least 60% of the impact. This is the power of +5 energy absorption bone armor. On the contrary, the palm of the sneak attacking ghoul was pierced by the spikes on the armor, and it was looking at its palm in confusion, with a confused face. This feeling is wrong. Looking at the ghoul rushing towards him, Chu Xiu's mind moved, and he equipped the ghoul necklace. Suddenly, his physical attribute increased by 0.7 points again. He kicked out, and the power that was almost doubled compared to the first hunt suddenly burst out, and directly kicked the ghoul out. Bang! The ghoul's body flew backwards and hit the wall. Just as he wanted to get up, Chu Xiu's bone spear had arrived. The ghoul stretched out its hand to block, but Chu Xiu's charged attack, which had doubled its strength, was no longer something it could stop. With a puff, the bone spear directly pierced the ghoul through. The ghoul's tenacious vitality made it struggle, but Chu Xiu held the bone spear tightly and nailed it firmly to the wall. Under the effect of the bleeding trait, the ghoul's struggle became weaker and weaker, and after a minute, it completely stopped moving. Slaughtering living beings, professional experience +62, current experience, 282/400, Chu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Just as expected, simple and easy, without any surprises. He did have the ability to hunt ghouls alone, and with the +5 energy absorbing armor, the opponent could hardly threaten him. And without the other people, he really gained a lot of experience. But if we are besieged by multiple ghouls, there will still be some danger. So, we still have to be cautious now. When we level up again, or the bone armor is strengthened to +7, we can speed up the hunting speed. It's not far from leveling up. Chu Xiu didn't think about it anymore, and continued to look for traces of his ghouls in the apartment building. 25 minutes later, he killed another one. Just 15 minutes later, he killed another one. At this time, Chu Xiu's long-awaited reminder sound finally sounded. Level up. Current level, ordinary level 3, name, Chu Xiu, level, ordinary level 3, 1/600, constitution, 4. 87, spirit, 4. 99, energy level, 10. 04, others. The slight level increase made Chu Xiu's strength leap forward again. All attributes have been greatly enhanced. He clenched his fists, feeling the muscles in his body that were much tougher than ordinary people, and closed his eyes with an intoxicated look. This powerful force is really fascinating. And the improvement of attributes is just the least worth mentioning point of the profession of the heir of the magic way. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, and a smile flashed in his eyes. He remembered that when he upgraded last time, the Abyss mentioned in the comments that this upgrade would unlock a real magic weapon for him. Chu Xiu checked his character panel with great anticipation, and soon he found the latest unlocked inheritance. Magic Weapon Refining, Whitebone Ghost Banner, Level, Ordinary, Quality, Superior, Description, a low-grade magic weapon that can absorb the souls of the dead and refine them into ghosts to fight. The more living souls it absorbs, the stronger its power. Note, the effect is better for living souls with emotions such as pain, resentment, and despair. Evaluation, according to statistics from relevant people, the proportion of magic cultivators who use the Ghost Banner as their first magic weapon has reached an astonishing 95%. After all, which magic cultivator would not like a magic weapon that can increase its power by killing living people? The Whitebone Ghost Banner is an improved version developed by the elders of the Holy Sect. Compared with the traditional Ghost Banner, its body is more durable. Not only can it accommodate more living souls, but the ghosts it generates are also more vicious. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find a mortal village to kill. Remember to avoid those righteous cultivators who are hypocritical. Whitebone Ghost Banner. Looking at the description in front of him, Chu Xiu's eyes were filled with surprise. Although it is unknown how powerful the Refining Ghost is, as a magic weapon improved by the elders of the Holy Sect, it should not be weak. Moreover, with this banner, Chu Xiu no longer has to go into battle himself, and his safety is guaranteed in close combat. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu hurriedly checked the refining method of this treasure. However, after a moment, he frowned slightly. The refining of the Whitebone Soul Banner is not difficult. It only requires bones as the rod and human skin as the banner. The trouble is refining the Een Ghost. According to what is said here, it takes an average of 100 living souls to refine a Een Ghost. You demon monks are really killers per capita. Chu Xiu finally knew why the Wolian Holy Dao sect was extinct. Even the most basic magic weapon requires so many lives. It is conceivable that for those high-level magic weapons, the blood sacrifice for any part is estimated to be in the hundreds of millions. If the righteous do not join forces to eliminate them, these people can keep all the human beings in the world in captivity and kill them like pigs in batches. Refine magic weapons for them. Now we can only hope that these corpse ghosts have reliable living souls. Otherwise, even if I am cruel enough, there is no place to find so many people. Chu Xiu thought to himself. He stretched out his hand and waved, and the body of the corpse ghost that he had just stabbed to death began to melt. The bones were combined together, the skin was peeled off and flattened, and finally combined together to form a long banner of more than 1 meter. Chu Xiu waved the long banner in the air, and it seemed that something invisible was sucked into the banner and transformed into a special existence. He waved the long banner again, and immediately felt that something came out of the soul banner and floated in front of him. This is a transparent phantom, but if you look closely, the human eye can still vaguely perceive it. It wandered around Chu Xiu, bringing with it a chilling chill. Feeling this thing, Chu Xiu showed a thoughtful expression. Corpse ghosts also have souls, and they are more powerful than ordinary people. He glanced at the information of the newly trained soul flag, which has only one attribute. Occupancy, 3/20. This should be worth it. This soul flag can currently accommodate up to 20 ordinary living souls, and the corpse ghost living soul I just captured is 3 times stronger than ordinary living souls. If you want to expand, you have to continue to refine corpses and upgrade. And if you want to give birth to Een Ghosts, you need 100 ordinary living souls. That is to kill another 33 corpse ghosts. This is not a small number. Moreover, Chu Xiu could feel that the evil ghost living soul in his soul flag, although 3 times stronger than ordinary living souls, still could not be used for fighting. At most, it could make ordinary people sick and catch a cold. Not enough, far from enough, I still slaughtered too few living beings. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, and a fanatical look flashed in his black eyes. Stronger, I need stronger power. Continue to upgrade. He moved his body and rushed out 7 or 8 meters away. The new power has made him surpass the limits of mortal bodies. Chu Xiu quickly adapted to the changes in his body. Like a predator standing at the top of the food chain, he regarded the entire apartment building as his hunting ground and frantically hunted wandering corpses. Slaughtering living beings, professional experience plus 42, slaughtering living beings, professional experience plus 45. Before it was completely dark, Chu Xiu killed 3 corpses in a row. Ghosts, their eyes were used to cultivate the ghost demon pupil, and all the corpses were refined into the bone armor. Then, he returned to the 32nd floor very shamelessly. After all, the perfumer's method of concealing the smell is really useful. He has been hunting intensively all day today, and his physical energy consumption is huge. He needs a safe and stable environment to rest and recover. There is no need to take risks alone outside for a little face. In the eyes of everyone, Chusho found an empty room to live in, skinned and ate the mutant rats he had hunted before, and then leaned against the corner of the wall with his eyes closed to rest and recover his spirit and physical strength. When the next day was just dawn and others were still sleeping, he went back downstairs. Hunting continues. Facts have proved that Chusho's choice to go alone is correct. With a physical fitness that exceeds the limits of humans, he can move at an extremely high speed for a long time, and he can end the battle in a very short time when he encounters a corpse ghost. The time that others search one floor, he can search 3 floors. This makes his hunting speed of corpse ghosts amazingly fast even without the help of Yunlu's talent. In this case, the only thing that affects his efficiency is the search for corpse ghosts. It took Chusho 3 hours to sweep from the top floor to the first floor, and he hunted 9 corpses in total. Chusho was not in a hurry to upgrade the bone ghost banner. Instead, he would wait until the space was about to be filled before consuming the corpses to expand the capacity. Most of the corpses were still spent on the bone armor. This allowed the bone armor to be successfully upgraded to another level. The +6 bone armor has stronger defense than the heavy plate armor of the Middle Ages. Combined with the energy absorption trait, even with the terrifying power of the corpses, it can no longer hurt Chusho. What surprised him even more was that something exploded again after a long time. The 3rd corpse exploded with 11 causal points, and the 8th corpse exploded with an ordinary grade bone-cutting knife. Chusho didn't need it, but he could use it to trade with the people in the stronghold. However, I should have cleared most of the zombies in the apartment building by now, and the hunting speed will drop significantly. Besides, there are people trying to steal monsters from me. This apartment building is very large, with 27 households on each floor, and each floor has 4 staircases connected to the next floor. So Chusho inevitably missed a few while sweeping all the way, and he also found some fresh bloodstains, but the bodies had been dragged away, which might be the ones hunted by Shinjuo and his team. Under this situation, it's too inefficient to continue searching in the apartment building. Chusho's eyes moved to the outside world. How about leaving the apartment building and trying? Looking at the scenery outside the window, Chusho fell into thought. Now it was easy for him to kill a corpse ghost. Even if 2 or even 3 corpse ghosts appeared together, he was not afraid at all. But it would be bad if we encountered a corpse tide or other stronger creatures. He still remembered that he saw a huge flying creature on the first day he entered this world. Although Chusho is much stronger now, he will definitely be defeated if he encounters a small boss-level existence. After careful consideration, he decided to investigate before making a decision. The caution of the demon cultivator is not blindly cowardly and hide, but to collect information, analyze the situation, and finally make a comprehensive judgment that best suits the current interests. Back on the 31st floor, Chusho planned to spend an hour on the upper floor to observe the surrounding environment and carefully assess the degree of danger around him. Why are you back? Isn't it because the hunting is not going well? As soon as he walked up to the 31st floor, the tailor Su Hang chuckled with mockery in his eyes. Chusho ignored him, but chose a suitable observation point and began to carefully look at the environment downstairs. It's not that easy to fight alone in the apocalypse. Although Chusho ignored him, Su Hang still said to himself, either you are a super genius with talent above a level, or you are the offspring of a large consortium. Like Brother Shin, he has leather armor worth 3 million, a greatsword worth 2 million, and he is a B-level greatsword master. Even so, he needs the help of the team. Su Hang's words made Chusho look back at him in surprise. I didn't expect the equipment on Shinjuar to be so valuable. However, there are indeed many more rich people in this world than in the previous life. Because the countless secret treasures brought back from the abyss are equivalent to a sudden influx of a large amount of high-value goods in the market, the economic development is naturally rapid. After all, issuing currency is just a matter of starting a printing press. With so many high-value items pouring in, there is no need to worry about inflation. This has led to the fact that the lives and property of the lower-class people have not changed much from the previous life, but the number of rich people has increased dramatically. Generally, as long as the awakened who have reached the fierce level maintains a normal frequency of entering the dungeon, it is easy to earn millions a year. For those who are at the general level and king level, the income from any dungeon is tens of millions. Shinjuo can only be considered a second-generation rich man. There are many people who are richer than him, especially the descendants of high-level awakeners. At this time, Su Heng said again, if you really can't hold on, you should come back and join us. Brother Shin is not a petty person and will not embarrass you. Su Hang persuaded, and it can be seen that he was sincere. A supporting profession like him must rely on the team, otherwise he can't survive at all. Only in the team can he maximize his value. Their feelings are also very complicated. On the one hand, they need to rely on combat professions, and on the other hand, they need to rely on the team. On the other hand, they are envious of the combat profession and are unwilling to be a foil to others all their lives. It can be said that they have a bit of an inferiority complex. Under the influence of this mentality, they will unconsciously emphasize their own value, so such people tend to protect the team more, have a strong sense of collective honor, and subconsciously reject lone wolves who are strong and do not need their help. Strange, why do I know this? Chu Xiu scratched his head. He felt that after becoming a descendant of the magic way, he seemed to be more delicate in perceiving and observing people's hearts. Sometimes he could keenly perceive other people's emotions by intuition alone. Shaking his head, without thinking any more, Chu Xiu continued to observe the environment outside the window. Seeing that Chu Xiu ignored him, Su Hang snorted coldly and cursed in a low voice, "Don't know what's good for you." Then he turned and left. Chu Xiu didn't care, but in the next hour or so, he changed 6 observation points in different directions in succession, and observed each point for at least 10 minutes. Then, he began to silently summarize the information he observed in his mind. First, there are many roaming corpses on the streets, and there are many high-level corpses that feed on ordinary corpses. Second, there are roaming corpse groups on the streets, and these corpse groups often have at least one high-level corpse as the core. Third, in addition to corpses, there are other mutant creatures. There are scenes of giant birds hunting ordinary corpses. It seems that ordinary corpses are just a link in the food chain in the eyes of high-level creatures. Finally, in more than an hour of observation, a total of 21 special lives were witnessed. This ratio is not low. Chu Xiu touched his chin and thought about the information he had just summarized. He couldn't judge the specific strength of these 21 special lives, but judging from his intuition and some characteristics, their strength should not be weak. At least Chu Xiu was not sure of winning when facing them. 12 of them could kill him instantly. From this point of view, it is still a bit dangerous to attack rashly now. However, this does not mean that Chu Xiu's 1-hour observation is a waste of time. Because he doesn't actually need to wander on the street, but just needs to change the hunting ground. He has already determined his next target. Chu Xiu's eyes fell on a row of residential buildings to the west. It was an old residential area, with 3 buildings close to each other on the outermost side. However, they were not very high, with only about 10 floors each. The straight-line distance from the apartment building was less than 100 meters, and there were ruins on the way as a cover. It should be a very safe hunting spot. Just as Chu Xiu was about to act, he suddenly exclaimed and discovered something. Several figures were lowering their bodies, cautiously walking out of the apartment building and walking to the south. It could be vaguely seen that it should be Shinjuo and his group. Are they planning the same thing? Chu Xiu touched his chin and followed as he looked in the direction they were heading. It was a shopping mall with a large area, but it was also a good choice. Shaking his head, Chu Xiu did not look again, but went to the residential building not far away according to the original plan. When he walked to the first floor, he noticed that the door leading to the underground garage was open. There were dense footprints of corpse ghosts at the door, and a foul smell could be smelled from them. It is estimated that there are many corpse ghosts hiding in it. Chu Xiu glanced at the sky. The sun was shining brightly at noon. These guys should hate the sun. Most of them hide in the underground garage during the day. My previous guess was correct. Keeping this in mind, Chu Xiu acted according to the original plan. There were no obstacles on the way, and he came to the nearby residential building smoothly. As soon as he walked in, he heard a sound coming from a family on the second floor. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up, lowered his body, pushed open the half-closed door and walked in. At a glance, he saw a corpse ghost squatting in the middle of the living room. This corpse ghost was different from the ones Chu Xiu had encountered before. It didn't have those thick black hairs on its chest and back, and its skin was as pale as that of an albino, but it could be seen that its muscle content was not low. At this time, it was holding a furry thing in its right claw and putting it in front of its mouth, eating it in big mouthfuls. Chu Xiu slowed down his pace, holding the bone spear and approaching carefully. When he was less than 2 meters away from it, the bone spear in his hand suddenly stabbed out. His attack was very accurate, directly piercing the throat of the corpse ghost and lifting it up. It struggled with its limbs randomly, and its mouth made a leaky sound, and soon it was silent. Slaughtering living beings, professional experience plus 23, Chu Xiu raised his eyebrows. The experience of this corpse ghost was only half of that of the black-haired corpse ghost. He recalled that most of the corpse ghosts wandering on the street seemed to be this kind of corpse ghosts. It seemed that the corpse ghosts in their apartment building were still high-level versions. Chu Xiu didn't think much about it. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. He continued to kill monsters. When the sun was about to set, he cleaned all 3 residential buildings. However, after spending so much time, the harvest was not much, and only 7 corpse ghosts were killed in total. 9 causal points were exploded, but Chu Xiu still felt that it was too slow. It seems that it is still unrealistic to want to kill a large number of monsters before having the strength to fight against the zombies. However, Chu Xiu was not too disappointed, but had been mentally prepared. He has seen that in this doomsday world, even these corpse ghosts are just a link in the food chain and are the target of prey for those higher-level creatures. In this world of the survival of the fittest, individuals without the ability to survive have long been eaten, and those who remain are those who know how to hide themselves. However, although the harvest is not rich, it is not without good news. Just when Chu Xiu killed the last corpse ghost, a crisp sound rang in his ear. Level up! Current level, ordinary level 4, the 9 black-haired corpses hunted in the morning had already provided Chu Xiu with most of the experience needed for the upgrade, and the hard hunting in the afternoon finally made up for the last little. He couldn't wait to open the character panel. Name, Chu Xiu, level, ordinary level 4, 17/800, constitution, 6. 11, spirit, 5. 02, energy level, 14. 01 in others, the total attribute points provided by this upgrade are a little higher than before. Chu Xiu clenched his fists and felt that he could surpass the full force of the heavyweight champion with just a casual swing. My current bench press strength is at least 500 kilograms. It was a rumor that Tyson killed a cow with 1 punch, but with Chu Xiu's current strength level, he might really be able to do it. He even had the illusion that he could fight lions and tigers with his bare hands at this time. Of course, this was just the confidence brought by the increase in strength. Chu Xiu was still very self-aware. If I'm lucky, I might be able to kill some small South China tigers, but I might also be killed by their claws and fangs. As for encountering a large Siberian tiger or a brown bear weighing several hundred kilograms, the chances of winning are definitely very low. But now I should be able to suppress the black-haired corpse ghost with my strength alone. With the addition of +6 energy-absorbing bone armor, even if 4 or 5 of them come together, it will be enough to deal with it. The next action may be a little more radical. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu couldn't help but smile. And a new inheritance has been unlocked. Chu Xiu looked at the key gains of this upgrade with great anticipation. The Holy Sect's secret art has been unlocked: Bone Bloodthirsty Formation, level, ordinary, quality, advanced, description. The formation is constructed with bones as the core. The enemy's movement is greatly restricted in the formation, and its vitality is constantly lost. The power and range of the formation can be temporarily increased by sacrificing living people. Evaluation: as a qualified magic cultivator, how can you not learn the formation of Yin people? Although it is an elementary formation, as long as enough consumables are added, it is no problem to trap a Jindan cultivator. There are countless examples of people from the demon sect using this formation to cross levels and kill the righteous villains. What? You said it might cause too much killing? This is not something a demon cultivator should consider. Bone blood devouring formation. Chu Xiu touched his chin, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Undoubtedly, this is a very powerful and practical secret technique, which can control the enemy and continuously reduce its life. The only drawback is that you have to find a way to lure the enemy into the array, but for these zombies with low intelligence, it can be almost ignored. With this technique, I will be more confident when facing high-level mutant creatures. Then the next step is a cliché. Can the body of the corpse ghost be used to set up the white bone blood-sucking array? Chu Xiu looked at the instructions for the arrangement. In theory, the white bone blood-sucking array can be set up with 3 human skeletons. Chu Xiu raised his hand to the corpse ghost he had just killed, and in less than half a minute, several bones were refined. But obviously, this was not enough, and it did not form a complete item. Chu Xiu had to carry these bones with him and then continue to hunt corpse ghosts. However, these 3 residential buildings had been swept away by him, so Chu Xiu had to find a new hunting location. The target he chose was another community 300 meters away. After killing 3 more corpse ghosts, the white bone blood-sucking array was finally refined. After Chu Xiu's continuous sacrifice, the original bones have turned into 8 pale formation flags. They are cold to the touch, and people can't help but feel a chill. Holding these formation flags, Chu Xiu can feel a lot of more detailed information than the panel. Its range of action is a circle with a radius of about 5 meters. As for blood-sucking and slowing, the current values are still very low. It's barely enough to deal with ordinary people, but it's a bit useless when encountering black-haired corpse ghosts. At present, this formation is just like Chu Xiu's white bone ghost flag. It needs more corpses to sacrifice before it can really exert its power. After calming down, Chu Xiu summarized his current progress in the cultivation of various equipment and secrets. The bone spear has been staying at +4 and has not been sacrificed. The upgrade progress of the bone armor has reached 1/3, and it is estimated that there will be another 20 black-haired corpse ghosts to upgrade. The white bone ghost flag is only halfway to the birth of the ghost. The most anticipated is the ghost demon pupil. The cultivation progress has reached 95%. Only one step away from practice. With the phantom demon pupil, Chu Xiu can judge the enemy's strength more accurately and try to hunt down high-level mutant creatures. The phantom demon pupil only requires the eyes to practice, and it does not conflict with other items. For the remaining 3 items, the spirit will be fed to the bone ghost banner, and the corpse will be upgraded to the bone armor first. Chu Xiu quickly made a plan. When the bone armor reaches +7, not only will the basic attributes be further increased, but it can also unlock the second layer of restrictions, which will undoubtedly greatly improve Chu Xiu's survivability. For Chu Xiu, who focuses on stability, this is naturally a priority. It was already late at night, and more than half of the sun was covered by the end of the city. Chu Xiu did not take any more risks and quickly returned to the apartment building. It was smooth along the way, but when he just entered the lobby on the first floor and was about to walk up the stairs, he suddenly heard a sound and his eyes moved to a position. In front of the stairwell leading to the underground garage, there were many fresh footprints pointing outward. It looks like they've restocked. Chu Xiu's mouth curled up a smile. This proved that his previous guess was correct. There should be a large number of black-haired corpse ghosts hiding in the basement during the day. At this time, Chu Xiu suddenly thought, with his current strength, is it possible to hunt at night? After 2 days of observation, Chu Xiu has discovered that these corpse-eating creatures will be much more active at night. Their perception will become more acute, and their body movement ability will also be enhanced. The most important thing is that the number of corpse ghosts hunting at night will increase significantly. Now the most critical factor affecting Chu Xiu's upgrade speed is how to find free corpse ghosts in this huge city. But at night, there is no need to worry about this problem. A little noise will attract those monsters to swarm in. However, Chu Xiu is not sure how much stronger those corpse ghosts will become at night, and how many times the number will increase. Chu Xiu is not sure whether there will be creatures more powerful than black-haired corpse ghosts. Chu Xiu is still not sure. In the face of all kinds of uncertainties, even though Chu Xiu now has the strength to easily kill black-haired corpse ghosts, he still hesitates. We still need to get more information. He was not a person who would take risks impulsively before understanding the situation. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. That is, since Guanka's doll can play a monitoring role, she should have some understanding of the status and number of the zombies at night. It just so happened that he also needed to eat something to replenish his energy. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu took a step and walked towards the stronghold upstairs. Chu Xiu went up all the way and soon arrived at the 32nd floor. As soon as he walked out of the stairs, he heard vague laughter coming from the room deep inside. Chu Xiu glanced at it as he passed by, revealing a slightly surprised expression. This room has changed a lot from when he first came. The gravel, dust and wooden boards in the living room have been cleared away, replaced by a set of complete tables and chairs. These tables and chairs are piled together, and then washed porcelain bowls are placed on them to form a simple dining table. Not far from the dining table, there are 10 mattresses, which are exactly equal to the number of members. Chu Xiu remembered that these mattresses were moldy before, but now they are covered with brand new sheets to cover the dirty cushions. This is obviously the work of Su Hang. The balcony is also sealed with a waterproof cover, so at least there is no need to blow cold wind at night. The somewhat feminine perfumer Song Zipping found 2 pots of slightly wilted green plants from somewhere and was carefully fiddling with them. At this time, Xinzhua and his group had returned and were eating in a room, talking and laughing. Yun Lu was among them, laughing happily. This touched Chu Xiu's heart for a moment. Compared with the outside world, this simple and shabby room actually made him feel the warmth of home. Humans are indeed social animals. Although I have made the best decision with reason, I still have some yearning in my heart. Of course, Chu Xiu is not a hypocritical person. This touch is fleeting. He has never regretted his decision. You can't have your cake and eat it too. This is a very simple truth. Compared with this insignificant warmth, stronger power is what he pursues. Ah! Chu Xiu! Just as he was about to leave, a voice called him. Yun Lu in the room noticed him at some point, got up excitedly, and ran over with her bowl. She held the bowl in both hands and lifted it in front of Chu Xiu. In the bowl was finely chopped bright red meat. Guess what we found when we went out today? A live deer. There are actually deer in this place. We were lucky to hunt one, so we don't have to worry about food for the next 2 days. Come and try it, it's much more delicious than rat meat. Looking at the fresh meat in front of him, Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Before he could say anything, he heard a dissatisfied voice in the room. He is not a member of our team. Why should we give him the meat we worked so hard to hunt? Chu Xiu took a look. This is a short-haired girl named Wu Xinyi, a member of Xinjua's combat team. She looks ordinary, but she has a neat and masculine temperament, which makes her look quite reliable. Obviously, she is not happy with Chu Xiu's freeloading behavior. Very unfavorable. Many other people also looked at him with squinting eyes, as if to say, wasn't you very awesome before? If you are so awesome, don't eat our food. Yunlu looked at Xinjua with some embarrassment, and the latter said indifferently, although classmate Chu is not one of us, he is a cooperative relationship with us. If you want to eat, just pay. Hearing this, Yunlu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I'll pay with my share first. After hearing this, although Xinjua didn't say anything, his face was obviously a little ugly. As for the others, they were naturally even more unhappy. Chu Xiu took it nonchalantly. Thank you, how much is this meat? 1 karma point per pound. Xinjua said. Yunlu whispered, no need, you took care of me so much before, this little meat is nothing. Chu Xiu nodded and took the plate. Tisk, a disdainful sneer sounded in the room. Chu Xiu ignored it and turned away. Yunlu looked at his back, with a little loss on his face, and he turned his eyes away after a long while. Xiaoyun, why are you so nice to that guy? Don't you like him? Wu Xinyi said unhappily. Ah. No. I'm just thanking you. Yunlu waved his hands repeatedly. Wu Xinyi sighed, he does look okay, but he's not particularly handsome, and his personality is too bad. He's not sociable and selfish. Why bother with such a person? Su Hang also echoed, that's right. It's a different era now, and he's still fighting alone, and he's even a supporting profession. It's a miracle that such a lone wolf can develop well. Yunlu smiled awkwardly, Chu Xiu is not that bad. Long snorted, have you forgotten that he hasn't given us our share of our cooperation before? At least he got dozens of karma points for nothing. Yes, Li Shan also said, this kind of person is extremely selfish and won't give us a single cent. These two people obviously have a lot of complaints about Chu Xiu. At this time, Guan Ko, who had been silent, spoke up, is it possible that he is actually a high-level professional, but he just hides his true rank? After this, everyone showed a thoughtful expression. Indeed, Chu Xiu's behavior is very similar to that of a high-level professional. If this is true, his behavior makes sense. It shouldn't be, Li Shan said at this time, he and I are classmates, and his energy level test before departure was only 0.8, is that so? Guan Ke shook his head with some disappointment, it seems that he is really short-sighted. Wu Xinyi also said, Xiaoyun, I'm not targeting him. If he is really strong, it's fine, but he just relies on the special profession to take advantage of the early stage. It's just a supporting profession after all. His lack of combat skills will become more obvious as time goes by. He didn't seize his advantage and make more friends with combat professions, but instead put on airs. Isn't this stupid? Yunlu stopped talking, but it was obvious from his face that he was unhappy. Guan Ke came out to smooth things over. Okay, Xiaoyun said she didn't mean that. Xinjua nodded, that's right, we just need to take care of ourselves, what happens to others is their own business. Seeing that Xinjua had spoken, everyone stopped talking about this topic and started chatting about all sorts of things, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. What they didn't know was that everyone's chatter was heard by Chu Xiu. It wasn't that he wanted to listen on purpose, it was just that his mental and physical attributes were too high. Among the 3 basic attributes, mental and physical, can affect reaction speed and perception to a certain extent. Chu Xiu's mental state was originally high, and it was continuously upgraded. His current perception ability has long surpassed that of other people. Hearing everyone talking bad about him behind his back, he didn't feel the slightest fluctuation in his heart. To be honest, with his style of doing things, it would be strange if no one scolded him. If the roles were reversed, Chu Xiu would scold himself even more harshly than them. Compared with him, these people were considered very cultured. So he just ate the meat calmly to restore his strength. But at this moment, he suddenly heard the voice of Guan Ke, who had been silent all the time, our gains seem to be getting less and less. This sentence made the lively atmosphere cool down. After a while, Xinjua said sullenly, my luck is not very good today, but after leaving the apartment building, the harvest is not bad. Not only did I hunt a deer, but also got a piece of equipment. It should not be just a matter of luck, Guan Ke said seriously, I suspect that those creatures have high intelligence. They have already noticed that someone is hunting them, so they have become more and more cautious. The future hunting may be more difficult. Even risk going to areas far away from the apartment building. Listening to Guanka's serious analysis, Chu Xiu's mouth twitched unconsciously. There is no such thing as intelligence. It's just that most of the corpse ghosts were killed by me, and then the corpses were absorbed and you couldn't notice it. But this girl can perceive this so keenly, which is much better than others. So, what do you mean? Shinjua's voice rang out. I mean, if we want to explore farther, we need better equipment, otherwise it will be too risky. Guanka paused. It's time to talk to Chu Xiu about the manufacture of bone equipment. After this, everyone was silent, obviously quite resistant to asking Chu Xiu for help. In fact, there was no conflict between everyone and Chu Xiu, but people are like this, with a natural exclusivity, and this exclusivity will be greatly stimulated in an unsafe end-time environment. In particular, they just finished saying bad things about Chu Xiu, and then they asked him for help, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. Guanku continued, I know everyone doesn't like Chu Xiu, but those white bone equipment does give him the ability to hunt corpses alone. We have a lot of corpses in our hands now. If they can be converted into equipment, it will definitely greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the team. And some corpses have begun to rot, so we have to deal with them as soon as possible. After a long silence, Shinjua sighed and said, I know, I will tell them. A few minutes later, the door of Chu Xiu's room was knocked. Chu Xiu, are you there? I want to talk about equipment refining. Chu Xiu opened the door and Shinjua walked in with a box of neatly arranged venison. This surprised Chu Xiu. He took it without hesitation. Although with his current physical condition, he could hold out until the end of the trial without eating, but the lack of energy supplement would definitely affect his combat state. The amount given by Yunlu was indeed not enough. Chu Xiu calmly took a piece of meat and started eating. I didn't expect there would be wild deer in this place. We are also very surprised, Shinjua laughed, and this deer is very fat, it doesn't look like it lives nearby. Chu Xiu took another piece and put it in his mouth, as if he thought of something. When I observed the surroundings before, I found that the outskirts of the city were surrounded by forests. It may have run over from there. Shinjua nodded, I agree, this city seems a bit weird, and it is difficult for ordinary plants to grow here, but it will not be affected if you leave. By the way, how was your harvest today? It did not meet expectations. Chu Xiu said. His answer made Shinjua smile, as expected. If you act alone, you can indeed gain complete experience, but there are too many things to worry about, and your hunting efficiency will be reduced. It's okay at ordinary times, but the density of zombies in the building has dropped sharply today, and you don't have the help of Yunlu, so it's normal that you don't get much. How about it? Do you want to reconsider joining the team? Facing Shinjua's invitation again, Chu Xiu shook his head. Okay, Shinjua felt a little regretful, but did not force it, and said, what level are you now? Level 2 or level 3? Chu Xiu did not answer, but lowered his head and took another big bite of venison, pretending to be stupid. Why are you telling me all this? Shinjua smiled and said, just assume that you were lucky and have reached level 3. A level 3 auxiliary profession, even with armor protection, is risking your life every time you hunt a zombie. So, you should be urgently looking for ways to improve your combat power now, right? I have a suggestion. Help you make bone equipment? Chu Xiu asked. Not bad. Shinjua nodded. We took the time to bring back the well-preserved corpses of the zombies we hunted. Including the previous ones, there are a total of 13 zombie corpses. This is a big deal, which can greatly alleviate your current situation. Shinjua said. Chu Xiu touched his chin. What price do you plan to offer? How about a corpse for 1 causal point? Shinjua cut a piece of meat for Chu Xiu. The black-haired zombie will give you an extra 50%. After hearing what Shinjua said, Chu Xiu smiled and shook his head, then raised a finger. 10 points for each. 10 cause and effect points? Shinjua raised his eyebrows, his tone an octave higher. Just activating a talent, why is it worth so much? Chu Xiu smiled and said, my talent is not without limits, but it will greatly consume my physical strength. Shinjua's heart skipped a beat. That's too much. Chu Xiu was well prepared and said, from a black-haired corpse, I can make an ordinary quality equipment. You all know that because of the trials, mortal-level equipment is sometimes sold at a higher price than soldier-level equipment, especially high-level items. The premium is terrifying. Even ordinary quality equipment can be easily sold for 20,000 to 30,000 Chinese yuan. And the recycling price of 1 cause and effect point is between 7,000 and 8,000. Although it is a state-controlled item, you rich kids still have a way to get it, right? Now is a special period. It's not excessive for me to charge more. That's true, Shinjua did not deny Chu Xiu's words, but you don't need to provide materials, so this is completely free net profit for you. The price is really too high. And the cause and effect points are strictly controlled and much more difficult to get than you think. How can their value be calculated using the national recycling price? Besides, we have passed the most difficult stage. Even without your equipment, survival is not a problem. It's just that the upgrade speed will be slower. We just got a bone sword today, and many people brought their own equipment, such as Long's metal baseball bat, Cinny's short-barreled pistol, etc. Chu Xiu did not refute this. Indeed, except for Yun Lu, who was penniless, everyone else had some equipment to a greater or lesser extent. The girl named Wu Cinny, who seemed to come from a good family, even brought a pistol. However, this thing made too much noise, and there were not many bullets, so she never used it. Then what do you say? Chu Xiu asked Shinjua. I don't like bargaining, so I'll just say it straight. 3,000 for a black-haired corpse ghost and 2,000 for an ordinary one, this is my bottom line. Looking at his forced calm face, Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes. Lie. He was very nervous, his heart rate was 10% faster than usual, his Adam's apple would move unconsciously, and his body leaned forward slightly. This was what he was looking forward to, but at the same time he was also prepared to continue bargaining. His bottom line in his heart could go up by at least 50%. Ah, how did I automatically know this again? Chu Xiu held his forehead with some amusement. I'll also give you a base price, 4,005 for black hair, 3,000 for ordinary ones. If you don't agree, forget it. I'm too lazy to waste my energy. Who knows what kind of dangers you will encounter in this kind of world? As Chu Xiu's voice fell, Shinjua's face showed obvious astonishment, as if he was wondering, how did he guess the price in his mind? Then, his face was full of entanglement. The main reason was that Chu Xiu's knife was too accurate. Although it was within his preset bottom line, it also made him feel sad to agree to it. But Chu Xiu was not in a hurry. Shinjua now thought that hunting in the apartment building would become more and more difficult. For his own safety, he would definitely agree with Pain in the end. Sure enough, after struggling for a long time, Shinjua began to continue to try to bargain, but after discovering that Chu Xiu's attitude was very firm, he finally agreed reluctantly. After the deal was reached, Chu Xiu started to get down to business without further delay. He came to the room where the corpses were placed and began to refine equipment according to everyone's requirements. But at this time he said lightly, Huh? Why are there only 5 black-haired corpses? Shinjua spread his hands. I don't know where the corpses in the apartment building have gone today. We only killed 2, and the other 3 are from the past 2 days. Chu Xiu? He naturally knew that Shinjua didn't have a good harvest. After all, most of the zombies were killed by him. But there shouldn't be only 2. He still remembered that today, he saw more than 4 fresh bloodstains along the way. Is there someone else in this apartment building hunting zombies? Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes when he thought of this. But he said nothing, pretending to be calm, and started to refine. Although it took him less than a minute to refine a new piece of equipment, after all, perfect refining was an SS-level talent, Chu Xiu still pretended to be very hard. An hour later, Chu Xiu pretended to be tired and handed the equipment to Shinjua and others. After checking the properties, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. Chu Xiu, your talent is really amazing. No wonder you, a supporting profession, can kill a zombie alone. Shinjua checked them one by one and found that the quality of each one was excellent. Chu Xiu shrugged. His talent was the perfect refining of SS, so the effect was naturally amazing. And the more time passes, the stronger this talent will be. The goods have been paid. Chu Xiu stretched out his hand. Where is my reward? After hearing this, the smile on Shinjua's face disappeared instantly, and he initiated the transaction with a painful face. Yes, this is the promised 45 karma points. Seeing his painful face, Chu Xiu was also a little curious and asked, Your family is so rich, your parents must have prepared a lot of karma points for you, right? No, only 300, there are not many left now, Shinjua said with a depressed look. My family is rich, but the loopholes of the country are not easy to exploit, so I can only exchange so much. Then he laughed a little self-deprecatingly. My talent is not good, but they are worried about it. It's still not enough to awaken a B-level profession, then the others will die. Chu Xiu laughed. Shinjua smiled bitterly and shook his head. How can I have that ability? This profession was also bought, and it cost 12 million. Hearing this, Chu Xiu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then secretly shocked. He did hear that some high-level creatures in the abyss have a chance to drop professional fire after death, and swallowing it can change the profession. And there are also evolutionary fires, which can advance the original profession. Unexpectedly, I met one so soon. I was wondering why his equipment is so compatible with his profession. it turns out that he had prepared it a long time ago. Shu Xiu thought to himself, rich people. How abominable. Shu Xiu worked hard to level up, but others come with 300 karma points. Although other professions may not upgrade as fast as Shu Xiu as a magic cultivator, but if these 300 karma points are all spent on upgrading, they can at least stack the level to level 3 or even level 4. This made Shu Xiu feel the class gap again after a long time. I thought everyone in the abyss was at the same starting line, but I didn't expect that some people started with a Ferrari. However, Shu Xiu likes Xinzhuo a lot better. In the rich among the second generation, his character is considered very good. Not only did he not bully others, but he was also willing to lower his face to negotiate a deal with Shu Xiu for the sake of the team, and even knew to bring a box of venison, which was not easy. The most commendable thing is that he has been maintaining order. Even if he doesn't like Shu Xiu, he has not made any extraordinary moves, and he has not even targeted him secretly. At most, he sometimes says a few words. It would be great if there were people like this in the world. Shu Xiu sighed. Shu Xiu remembered a super second generation named Ji Junlin in their school. His parents were famous high-level awakeners in Kyoto. This is much more awesome than the children of ordinary consortiums. He is a real powerful person. His own energy level is also very strong. He can rank in the top 3 in his grade. He is picked up and dropped off by luxury cars worth tens of millions every day. He looks at ordinary people with the same eyes as he looks at livestock and horses. School bullying is simply a commonplace fun for him. As long as he doesn't cause disability and death, most school teachers turn a blind eye. After entering the abyss, I don't know how bad it will get. If the two were swapped, Yi Junlin would have definitely forced everyone to be cannon fodder to clear the way for him. Even Xinzhua has such good resources. Yi Junlin's starting capital is definitely over 100 million. With such luxurious resources and his talent, I wonder what level he is now in Qingshan. Although he has good talent, his family background is just average. I hope he can survive the early stage. He shook his head and threw away the random thoughts in his mind. After getting the cause and effect points, it's time to get down to business. He first decisively spent 6 cause and effect points and added them to the Ghost Demon Eye. In an instant, Shu Xiu felt a faint chill gathering in his eyes. As the spiritual power in his body was injected into his eyes, the objects in his field of vision became clearer, and his night vision ability was greatly improved. When Shu Xiu moved his eyes to Xinzhua, a faint yellow color appeared on the weak parts of his body, and the heart and other vital parts were highlighted in red. This is the weakness marking ability of the Ghost Demon Eye. In addition, there are also functions such as dynamic vision enhancement, night vision, and observation. But the energy consumption is not small, about 3.0/minute. With Shu Xiu's current energy level, even if all of it is used to support the Phantom Demon Eye, it can only last for 4 or 5 minutes. After a little thought, Shu Xiu turned his gaze to Xinzhua and activated the detection function. Soon, a panel next to him popped up, and the content on it was constantly updated as Shu Xiu watched. After about 10 seconds, it gradually stabilized. Name, Xinzhua, level, ordinary level 3, 278/600, constitution, 8. 57, spirit, 2.03, energy level, 5. 55, equipment, gilded heavy sword, treasure, life enchanted leather armor, treasure, recovery ring, excellent, skills, heavy slash, charge slash. Profession, great swordsman, B. Talent, adrenaline burst, C. Xinzhua's attributes made Shu Xiu secretly astonished. As expected of a close combat profession, although only level 3, his physical attributes are already higher than Shu Xiu's level 4. If the 3 items are estimated at the average level at the beginning, then he can get an average of 2.5 physical strength, 0.34 spirit and nearly 1.5 energy points per level. Shu Xiu compared his own. My average improvement when I reached level 3 was 1.31 physical strength, 0.91 spirit and 3.1 energy points per level. The total attribute points are still higher than his, and because the spiritual attribute is difficult to improve, the gap will be even greater than it appears. Spirit is a difficult attribute to improve. For example, the A-level profession, Heavy Shield Knight, which is biased towards physical strength, can add 3 points of physical strength per level, but the Elemental Mage, which is also A-level, can only add 1 point of spirit. My attribute point addition should be slightly higher than that of the A-level. Shu Xiu knew it in his mind. However, Shu Xiu had a rough estimate of these before, and now he just got a more specific confirmation. What really surprised him was Xinzhua's luxurious equipment. 2 treasures, and 1 excellent. In addition to the leather armor and greatsword on the surface, he also hid a recovery ring. My bone armor is only of excellent quality. I guess it will take +7 to become treasure. Although I'm one level lower than him, I'm not sure I can win in a fight. And the phantom demon, I can't see what's in the storage space. This guy must have hidden other life-saving items on him. These rich people are damned. Shushio gritted his teeth as he watched Shinjuo return to his room and chat with others. However, although Shinjuo is very strong now, Shushio did not regard him as a threat. Because facing the abyss, this rich young man was not mentally prepared at all. He was immersed in the false sense of security brought by the group, enjoying the pleasure of being a leader like playing house, and had no determination to do his best and spare no effort to improve himself. Shaking his head, Shushio stopped thinking about it. After thoroughly mastering this newly cultivated secret technique, it was time to start his plan. Shushio looked out the window. A silver moon was hanging in the sky, emitting a white light. It was a good day for hunting. Humans are not good at fighting at night. The bright moonlight tonight offsets this disadvantage to a certain extent. The people in the stronghold did not realize that these wandering black-haired corpse ghosts are no longer a threat to their lives, but resources that need to be fought for. Therefore, Shushio must swallow this piece of fat meat as soon as possible before everyone's strength has not yet increased to a threshold that is enough to drive them to take risks. Retracting his gaze, Shushio stood up, walked to the safe house where everyone was, and knocked on the door. Guanke, he looked at the girl with a scar on her face. Can you talk when you have time? Under the curious eyes of others, Guanke stood up and frowned. What's the matter? Shushio gave her a gesture to talk outside. Tsk, Guanke came out. What's the matter, so mysterious? At this time, the sky had completely darkened, and roars could be heard from time to time downstairs. Shushio took Guanke to the end of the corridor and lowered his voice. Hasn't your puppet been placed downstairs for surveillance? I want to find out about the situation of the ghouls at night. Why are you asking this? Are you still planning to hunt them at night? Guanke asked in surprise. Shushio took out 5 causal points and handed them over. Don't worry about that. Tisk, Guanke glanced at Shushio, seeming to be quite displeased with his style of doing things. But he still accepted the causal points and said, their number has increased a lot at night, almost 3 times that of the daytime, and both their perception and body movement abilities have been enhanced. I advise you not to have such a whimsical idea. Can you be more specific? Did you monitor their hunting scenes? Shushio asked further. Seeing that he was not giving up, Guanke said, of course I have seen it. At night, this city will become a huge hunting ground. Do you remember the deer that Shinjuo and his team hunted today? What happened? If you look into the distance in the middle of the night, if you are lucky, you can see a large number of deer, as if attracted by something, running madly towards the center of the city. I have a strange feeling that this city is like a living thing, constantly devouring nearby lives to nourish itself. Guanke's words made Shushio look surprised. So that's the case. No wonder there is so little food here, but so many corpses can be raised. He thought of the description in the bone necklace. I'm afraid there are some amazing secrets hidden in the center of this city. However, these are not what he needs to consider now. Since you have seen deer being hunted, how much have the abilities of those corpses been enhanced at night? Can you give a quantitative number? Have any higher-level creatures appeared? Shushio asked continuously. He asked, Tsk, what do you think I am, a humanoid camera? Guanke glanced at him unhappily. I can only tell you that at night, those beasts will go crazy as if they were on stimulants, and their strength will increase by at least 30%. As for higher-level creatures, although I haven't seen them, it doesn't mean that they don't exist. After all, I only have 4 monitoring dolls, and the range that can be monitored is very limited. But even if it's just ordinary ghouls, it's not something that one person can deal with. Imagine 5 or even 10 of those powerful guys rushing towards you at the same time. Can your armor still protect you? Faced with Guanke's persuasion, Shushio did not answer, but thought quickly in his mind. If it's just a certain increase in athletic ability, I can handle it. 30% is not outrageous. There should be about 15 black-haired ghouls in this apartment building during the day, at most 20. If it's 3 times, it's 60, an average of 2 per floor. Considering that we have killed a lot of them in the past few days, this number will be further reduced, and the ghouls should be more concentrated on the ground floor. At this level, as long as we are fully prepared, it will work. But the premise is that what Guanke said is true. Thinking of this, Shushio looked at Guanke's face thoughtfully. Beside the hideous scar, there was a pair of beautiful cat-like amber pupils. Tisk, is there anything else? I'll leave if there's nothing else. Perhaps because he was a little annoyed by Shushio's stare, Guanke said something, and seeing that Shushio didn't respond, he turned and left after another tisk sound. Shushio didn't say anything, but just looked at her leaving back with a strange expression, and the panel that appeared on the side. Name, Guanko, Level, Mortal Level 3, 466/600, Constitution, 4. 37, Spirit, 3. 98, Energy Level, 21. 99, Equipment, Close-fitting clothing, Normal, Homemade folding short blade, Normal, Skills? Profession, Mechanic, A, Talent? S. In order to ensure that Guanko provides accurate information, he activated the ghost eye when the two were talking to capture the other party's micro-expressions. Who would have thought that there would be an additional discovery? This girl has quietly reached Mortal Level 3? Her experience value is even higher than Shinjua's. Moreover, Mortal Level 3 has an energy level of 21.99. This shows that her initial energy level is extremely high. Even her constitution and spirit are not low. Looking down, the skills are all question marks. The profession is Mechanic, A, no, where is the puppet master, D? What's more terrifying is that his talent has reached S level, even the phantom demon I can't detect what it is. Chu Xiu thought of the extra hunting traces he found in the apartment building before. It turned out to be you. Chu Xiu's mouth twitched. I didn't expect that besides him, there was actually an old hiding in this small base. He decided to use the ghost demon eye to skin everyone in the base one by one when he was free in the future. But now, it's still important to upgrade. Chu Xiu thought about all the plans in his mind while walking to the room where corpses were stored. Here, it was still filled with the stench of rotting corpses. He stretched out his hand and pulled, and a huge black-haired corpse fell out of the cabinet. He opened 2 more cabinets in succession, and 2 more corpses of ordinary corpses appeared. Shinjua seriously underestimated the horror of Chu Xiu's talent. This led to Chu Xiu still withholding 2 corpses after successfully completing the refining requirements. Then, he handed in the bone-cutting knife equipment that had exploded from the monster before as his own refining, and thus withheld another black-haired corpse. This black-haired corpse ghost was carefully selected by Chu Xiu. It was the best preserved and freshest among the 12 corpses. With a wave of his hand, the 3 corpses began to melt and finally merged into the white bone blood-sucking formation. As the 3 corpses were completely refined, the 8 formation flags simultaneously emitted an unsettling energy. The level of this formation has been successfully raised to +1. The range has been raised from a radius of 5 meters to 7 meters, and the blood-sucking and slowing effects have also been enhanced by 10% to 30%. Checking the attributes of the formation flag, Chu Xiu showed a satisfied smile. He put the formation flag into the storage space, then flipped out of the broken window, and with a light grab, the whole person was hanging on the outer edge of the wall. There are many protruding edges on the outside of the apartment building. When he first entered this world, Chu Xiu thought about moving outside the window. However, he gave up because his physical condition was too poor at that time. Now, he has undergone earth-shaking changes in strength, flexibility and reaction speed, so it is naturally easy to do this. He continued to fall along the outer wall like a clever black cat, and soon slid to the position of about the 21st floor. During this period, some noises were made, but because he moved very quickly, he immediately left the source of the sound and was fortunately not discovered. After entering the 21st floor, he quickly opened the door and walked straight to another room more than 10 meters away. After entering, he raised his hand and waved, and the bone blood-sucking formation was set up. This is the best hunting position selected by Chu Xiu. This apartment building is not a cheap rental apartment. Although the materials used are not very high-end, at least there is no cutting corners and the sound insulation effect is good. During the day, even in combat, as long as there is no particularly sharp sound, the range of ghouls that will be attracted is generally only 2 or 3 floors. At night, this number may double. If you take into account the enhanced perception of ghouls, it is possible to double again. But no matter how you estimate it, 10 floors should be the limit, and the awakened ones should be about the same. And based on the reasoning that the nest of these ghouls is underground, the higher the floor, the less density of ghouls should be. Chu Xiu chose the 21st floor to ensure that his hunting would not attract the attention of other awakened people upstairs, and to minimize the number of ghouls he encountered. Then, the location he chose was also very particular. This house is a high-end apartment in this apartment building, with a particularly large space, which can maximize the power of the bone-eating blood array. What Chu Xiu likes most is that the owner of this house arranged a 2-meter-long corridor when decorating. On the left is a shoe cabinet and storage box, and on the right is a wall and fish tank. After Chu Xiu reinforced it with miscellaneous items, it became a perfect advantageous terrain, allowing Chu Xiu to face only one corpse ghost at a time. Chu Xiu moved another wardrobe, removed some of the wooden boards to leave a gap for the bone spear to attack, and reinforced it with other furniture, and placed it at the end of the corridor, which now has another qualified cover. Then add some causal points. As Chu Xiu's mind moved, he directly added 54 causal points to the Yinfeng blade. Almost all of his causal points were spent. The later it is, the harder it is to upgrade the level. Chu Xiu experimented before, and one causal point can only provide 3 to 4 points of professional experience, which is far from enough to upgrade. This is the result of his killing a lot of creatures during this period, and the increase in killing sins. If he changes to another profession, he can add even less. The most cost-effective use of causal points is to upgrade skills. These 54 causal points directly upgraded Chu Xiu's Yinfeng blade by 2 levels. From entry to proficiency, and then to small success. Yinfeng blade, proficiency, minor, 2/800, release cost, 0, 6 to 4, 0, release time, 0, 8s2, 4s, power, 2, 0 to 9, 5, decreases with distance, speed, 32 meters per second to 55 meters per second, decays over time, limit distance, 35m 105m, cooling time, none. The current Yinfeng blade can be quickly released within 0, 8s, consuming only 0, 6 energy, and directly has a power of 2, 0. You know, the power of 1. 5 at the beginning tore a big hole in the chest of the black-haired corpse ghost. Although this 2, 0 may not be able to cut the bones, it is enough to severely injure the black-haired corpse ghost. The speed and distance have also been improved, which makes the Yinfeng blade easier to hit. The most important thing is that with the increase of the energy storage time, the power of the Yinfeng blade can grow rapidly, and finally reach an astonishing value of 9. 5. The power of 9. 5. Chu Xiu dared not imagine how terrifying it would be. By then, a bunch of corpse ghosts would be crowded in the corridor, and it is estimated that several of them could be cut in half at once. The newly upgraded Yinfeng blade plus the white bone bloodthirsty formation, as well as the +6 white bone armor, gave Chu Xiu the confidence to take risks. Of course, his preparations did not stop there. As early as in the daytime, Chu Xiu had made preparations for the backup. In the camp, there were many materials that might be useful that people found in the process of searching in various rooms. Among them, there was a climbing rope that was 60 meters long. The tensile strength of this rope would not be less than 1,600 kilograms. Although 30 years have passed, thanks to the high-density nylon material it uses and its good preservation, it still has good physical strength. Chu Xiu used it to make a simple sliding device, the top of which was fixed to the upstairs with nails. The 2 ends that were hanging down, one end was connected to a very heavy wooden sofa on the edge of the balcony, and the other end was tied with a knot that could retract quickly. If he really encountered a critical moment, Chu Xiu could self-destruct the unformed soul in the white bone ghost banner, temporarily drag the enemy, put the knot on himself, and then kick the sofa off the balcony, and he could quickly rise and get away under the action of gravity. Even if the enemy caught up, he could force the people in the stronghold to come over as combat power and cannon fodder. It was precisely because of so many preparations that he had the confidence to take risks. After going over all the plans in his mind and making sure there were no omissions, Chu Xiu took a deep breath and officially began the hunting operation. With a flick of his wrist, a jade white bone spear appeared in his palm. Chu Xiu lowered his body and shuttled through the darkness, like a hidden ghost hiding in the shadows. His attention was highly focused, and he took in all the movements around him. Suddenly, Chu Xiu's expression moved, and when he passed the stairwell, he suddenly stabbed out with the bone spear in his hand. At almost the same time, a black-haired corpse ghost rushed out from the corner. A pair of scarlet eyes came into Chu Xiu's eyes. His heart suddenly jumped. Compared with the daytime, the black-haired corpse ghosts at this time exuded a crazy aura as a whole, just like the high-risk patients who had lost their minds in a mental hospital. They were as ferocious as beasts, but they were more fearless of pain than beasts. It seemed that all emotions disappeared, leaving only the desire for destruction in the scarlet eyes. Puff! The sharp bone spear pierced the chest of the corpse ghost, but it seemed to be unaware of it. It roared and waved its claws, and attacked Chu Xiu's face directly. Ka! The 2 sharp claws hit Chu Xiu's shoulders heavily. If it was the first time he met a corpse ghost, this blow would probably break his shoulder blades. But at this time, Chu Xiu just shook slightly, and at the same time, his right leg kicked out like thunder, hitting the corpse ghost in the abdomen, and the huge force kicked the monster directly out. It just stabilized its body, and Chu Xiu had already followed it with big strides, piercing its eye socket with a spear and piercing its head. Pa! Slaughtering living beings, professional experience plus 39, oh? Chu Xiu raised his eyebrows. At night, the experience of these corpse ghosts actually increased by about 20%. Although it is not particularly much, it is also a pleasant surprise. However, this extra experience is simply not worth mentioning compared to the enhancement of the corpse ghosts. Chu Xiu frowned again. No matter how much information he had obtained before, it was all a rough estimate. Only after fighting in person could Chu Xiu have a quantitative feeling. He could clearly feel that compared to the daytime, the power of this corpse ghost increased by nearly 50%. And the movements became faster, just like an ordinary person suddenly turned into a long-trained athlete. If I'm surrounded by these zombies, I won't be able to handle 4 or 5 of them at once. At this moment, the screams of the zombies had already driven the entire apartment building into a frenzy. Day. In the dark night, the sound of countless hurried footsteps rang clearly in Chu Xiu's ears, as if countless giant spiders were crawling towards him. Tisk, these beasts reacted faster than I expected. Chu Xiu muttered, but he was not panicked. Instead, he retreated to the room he had reinforced before according to the original plan, and tied the rope for retreat around his waist. The bone spear pointed at the door, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. 3, 2, 1. As Chu Xiu's inner countdown ended, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared and occupied the entire doorframe. It did not stop at all. The moment it locked its sights on Chu Xiu, it rushed over like a hungry jackal, waving its arms. However, the moment it stepped into the room, its entire body seemed to be grabbed by a dozen invisible big hands, and its speed slowed down significantly. At the same time, the faint bloodline seemed to be pulled out of its body and merged into the ground. White bone blood devouring formation. But Chu Xiu's bone spear did not slow down at all. He thrust his right hand forward, and the tip of the spear pierced out like lightning, piercing the belly of the corpse ghost. The stomach was punctured, and the stomach fluid and undigested food instantly flowed to the ground. Before Chu Xiu had time to feel sick, the second corpse ghost appeared behind the door again, and at the same time, the first corpse ghost still relied on its strong vitality to roar and pounce on him. Chu Xiu snorted coldly, raised his arm to block the corpse ghost's attack, and then kicked it away. The huge force caused the second corpse ghost to retreat a few steps, but soon stabilized its body. At this time, the third corpse ghost appeared at the door again. Tisk Chu Xiu didn't expect such a beast to come so quickly, but there was no fear in his eyes. He took a half step back, and the spiritual power in his body surged towards the palm of his left hand. In the blink of an eye, a dark gray cyclone was formed and expanded at an astonishing speed. When the second corpse ghost pushed away the first corpse ghost, which was already dying, and was about to pounce in front of Chu Xiu, the latter shouted and suddenly pushed out his left hand. The scream of the air being torn apart sounded in the house, and a gray wind blade appeared out of thin air and slashed forward along the corridor. Puff! The corpse ghost in the front was directly cut into 2 pieces, and the remaining force hit the corpse ghost that continued to rush behind it. The huge impact force directly exploded its chest, and at the same time, its huge body flew backwards. Although it failed to cut it directly, its pale spine was already visible. After being severely injured, it had no fighting power. Ha! Chu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, barely satisfied with the power of the Yin Feng blade. This attack just now, he charged for 1.5 seconds, and the power was about 6.0. This effect was in line with expectations. At this moment, the fourth corpse ghost appeared without giving Chu Xiu any breathing time. However, Chu Xiu showed a confident smile on his face. Because he found that the blood flowing from the 3 corpse ghosts on the ground began to merge into the floor, and at the same time, the flickering light of the white bone blood-sucking array became more and more enchanting. The white bone blood-sucking array will increase its power according to the number of people sacrificed. So, what is considered a living sacrifice? The people who are sacrificed will naturally not be willing to be killed, and in the end, the person who sets up the array will definitely do it. So Chu Xiu hunting corpse ghosts in the array is also a kind of living sacrifice? This is the charm of the magic secret art. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As the slowing effect of the white bone blood-sucking array gradually became stronger, this narrow corridor has completely become a meat grinder for corpse ghosts. Putting on the corpse ghost necklace, Chu Xiu swept the bone spear. Killing, start. At the same time, while Chu Xiu was fighting, Guan Ku was lying comfortably on a soft mattress. As a girl, she shared a room with Yun Lu and Wu Sini. The space was spacious enough and became extremely comfortable with the thoughtful preparation of Tailor Su Hang. Curling in the quilt, she had a deep sleep, as if she could wash away all the fatigue of the day. It was not like the first day when she had to sleep on the concrete floor. She woke up with backache the next day. Yun Lu and Wu Sini on the side had fallen asleep. For the 2 people with weak physique, the whole day of exploration was too tiring. But Guan Ku couldn't sleep. She remembered what Chu Xiu asked her before. Is he really going to hunt at night? Guan Ku had this thought in her mind. But soon, she shook her head with a little amusement. It shouldn't be so reckless. It's probably just to get some information. She had made it very clear that at night, the density of monsters would be 3 times, and their strength would be greatly improved. In this situation, not to mention Chu Xiu, even if everyone in the stronghold came together, they would be overwhelmed by the zombies and eaten alive. Thinking of this, Guanke no longer thought about it and closed her eyes to rest. However, at this moment, a vague roar sounded from below. She suddenly opened her eyes. Yunlu and Wu Sini were still sleeping, but their perception ability was far beyond that of ordinary people, so Guanke immediately heard, "This is the roar of the ghouls." This is not a strange thing. Night is the hunting ground of ghouls, and it is normal to make noise. But the roars continued, followed by very slight vibrations. Guanke's ears were not good enough to hear the footsteps across several floors, but this was not just 1 or 2 footsteps, but many ghouls were moving together, and the dense footsteps mixed together. Although she couldn't hear clearly, she seemed to have an illusion in her trance. This building was like a sleeping creature that suddenly woke up. That guy can't be so crazy? Tisk, Guanke suddenly lost her sleepiness. These noises made her upset. Finally, she simply sat up and closed her eyes. The moment her eyes closed, there was a brief darkness, but soon, pictures appeared in front of her. These pictures were not clear, and there were blurred spots flashing. Guanke's talent was to be able to disperse her consciousness into the mechanical creations she created. As she activated her talent, the 8 puppets she placed in various places in the apartment building entered her mind. Her feeling was right. The corpse ghosts in the apartment building were indeed rioting. From time to time, black figures would pass in front of the puppets, and from their route, they seemed to be rushing to the same place. This all showed that someone really took action. Fighting a group of corpse ghosts at night. Will it be that Chu Xiu? Or is there an outsider? Or is it an internal fight between monsters? Guanke frowned. But unfortunately, the monitoring puppets she placed could no longer provide her with more information. Only roars came into her ears from time to time. After a while, the roars gradually disappeared, and the apartment building returned to peace. TSK, it lasted for a full 10 minutes. This can't be that Chu Xiu. Li Shan said that his initial energy level was only 0.8. Even if the white bone equipment was powerful, it would be impossible for him to last so long under the siege of corpse ghosts. But if it wasn't him, what would happen? Guanke was very curious, but she also knew that curiosity would kill people. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. What happened? I'll go and see it in the daytime. Guanke suppressed his curiosity and lay back on the bed, closing his eyes. At the same time, Chu Xiu stood in the center of the blood-soaked bone blood-sucking formation. All around him were piles of corpses of ghosts. Shwa! Chu Xiu swung his right hand, shaking off the sticky black blood on the tip of his spear. He stood in the middle of the living room, surrounded by a scene that looked like hell. The wardrobe and corridors on both sides that served as shelters had long been destroyed, and the battlefield had expanded to the entire living room. The broken bodies of the ghouls were lying in all directions, with broken limbs, yellow-green internal organs, and intestines sliding and mucus everywhere. The apartment building was silent, and no sound could be heard, except for Chu Xiu's own heavy breathing. In the past 10 minutes, he had experienced the most intense battle since he descended into the abyss. One after another, the ghouls rushed in, not giving Chu Xiu any chance to breathe. They were crazy and fearless of pain. Without any reason, they had extremely high fighting talents. They jumped onto the ceiling, inserted their sharp nails into the wall, crawled, and attacked Chu Xiu from all directions. He remembered that the bunker was destroyed very quickly. 2 corpse ghosts pounced on him, opened their mouths and bit his shoulders. Even though the spikes on the armor pierced their mouths, these crazy creatures did not stop attacking. He could only wave the bone spear to block the corpse ghosts that continued to rush, and smash their heads with his left hand covered with heavy armor until blood foam splashed and white brains were exposed. This was a fight beyond his imagination, full of beast instinct. In the end, Chu Xiu was already blood red. He didn't remember how many times he was hit. He only knew that even with the protection of +6 energy-absorbing armor, he was still sore all over. Fortunately, after absorbing the blood of the corpse ghosts, the power of the bone blood-sucking array rose sharply. After withstanding the first wave of attacks, it was much easier. In the end, the corpse ghosts that entered the array had to do their best just to move. Chu Xiu seemed to see countless hands from the dead from hell, pulling their bodies tightly. With the help of the white bone blood-sucking formation, he successfully killed the last corpse ghost that attacked him. Unfortunately, the power temporarily increased by the blood sacrifice will gradually disappear, otherwise Chu Xiu can continue to expand an invincible field by relying on this formation. But now Chu Xiu has very little physical strength and energy left, and the high consumption of the Yin Phone Blade almost drained him dry. But his tired face was full of joy. 21. In these 10 minutes, he killed a total of 21 corpse ghosts. It was a little less than he expected, but it was enough. Compared with the daytime, it was more than double the number killed in the morning. Killing so many corpse ghosts made his progress in the challenge task of killing 100 ordinary lives soar. Only 48 more are left to complete. Moreover, these 21 black-haired corpse ghosts exploded a total of 32 cause and effect points, and there are 2 more. 100 pieces of equipment of ordinary quality. They are a long sword and a mace. Unfortunately, these 2 pieces of equipment are useless, so I can only sell them when I get back. Of course, these are just extra surprises. The most important thing is slaughter of living beings, professional experience plus 818, level upgrade. Current level, ordinary level 5, upgraded. A new power poured into Chu Xiu's body, and the pleasure of this strength improvement made him forget his fatigue. Name, Chu Xiu, level, ordinary level 5, 45/1000, constitution, 7. 52, spirit, 6. 10, energy level, 18. 05, others, slightly all attributes have been greatly improved again. Of course, what Chu Xiu is most looking forward to is naturally the newly unlocked inheritance. The secret art of the holy sect has been unlocked. Thirsty blood refining heart art, level, ordinary, quality, superior, description, included in one of the top inheritances of the holy sect. The basic secret art in Golden Embryo Dark Law greatly improves the practitioner's physique by enhancing the heart's blood supply capacity. Endurance plus 11, strength plus 6, life recovery speed plus 3 if 5, nerve reaction speed plus 2, comprehensively reflected as physical fitness plus 7, 6, evaluation. Congratulations! You have unlocked the first chapter of Golden Embryo Dark Law. In order to better slaughter living beings, demon cultivators pay great attention to physical training. Those gloomy and withered images in the vernacular novels are undoubtedly naked vilification and slander of demon cultivators like us by the righteous villains. Let's get back to the point. Golden Embryo Dark Law is the top-level body refining inheritance prepared by the holy sect for its disciples. The cultivation of each of these secret techniques can greatly improve your physical fitness. But you must also be prepared. As the orthodox inheritance of the holy sect, the difficulty of its cultivation is far beyond the previous inferior techniques. After all, how can there be power that can be easily obtained? After reading the information in front of him, Chu Xiu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Finally, there is an inheritance that enhances basic attributes. It has to be said that no matter how powerful other inheritances are, Chu Xiu always has a sense of insecurity. He knows clearly in his heart that facing an enemy with super high basic attributes, the effects of those fancy moves will be greatly reduced. The so-called one force can break all methods, and the world's martial arts can only be broken by speed, etc., are talking about the importance of basic attributes. If your physique is not strong, many times those magic weapons and secret techniques will not be released in time, and you will be killed instantly by the enemy at close range. It's like even if you are holding a powerful firearm, humans will still be afraid of lions and tigers. And this secret technique makes up for this perfectly. As long as you practice it, it can provide a physical fitness of up to 7. 6. This is more than the physical fitness increase of an A-level melee profession that has been upgraded by 2 levels. More. This secret technique alone can make up for Chu Xiu's attribute deficiencies, making his attribute growth directly equivalent to that of an SS profession. If I have this 7. 6-point constitution, even without the help of the white bone blood devouring formation, I can kill these corpse ghosts at night. And according to the description of the evaluation, this is just the most basic one, and there is a complete set of inheritance later. It is worthy of being a max level profession. Chu Xiu couldn't help but smile. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he hurriedly checked the requirements for practicing this secret technique. However, not long after, he frowned slightly. As the evaluation said, this secret technique is not easy to practice. In the original world that was not swallowed by the abyss and digitized, if you want to practice it, you need the essence of 100 boys and 100 girls, supplemented by the flesh and blood of 100 large livestock such as cattle and horses, and turn it into a blood pool to soak and absorb for 49 days before you can practice it. The blood essence of a child contains a large amount of life essence accumulated from the mother's womb and not completely consumed, while large livestock such as cattle and horses can provide abundant energy and vitality. The magic method is very thoughtful. Chu Xiu touched his chin, with the perfect refining. I don't need to go through the trouble of absorbing blood essence, but it's not easy to find blood essence. Chu Xiu tried to extract blood essence from the corpse ghosts on the ground, and then found that the progress was extremely slow. A corpse ghost could only provide less than 1%. As for forcibly practicing with cause and effect points, it would take about 800 to 900 points, which is not cost effective. It seems that the problem still lies in the so-called life essence. The energy and vitality of these corpse ghosts are sufficient, but the life essence is probably worse than that of ordinary people. Chu Xiu even suspected that the so-called corpse ghost curse is to convert the life essence of the infected into power. Maybe a high-level corpse ghost will be more effective? At this time, Chu Xiu's eyes suddenly turned, and an idea emerged in his mind. He didn't know whether high-level corpse ghosts had more life essence, but high-level awakeners definitely had more. He shook his head and shook off the thought in his mind with some amusement. These things will be considered later. Now there are more urgent things. Chu Xiu looked at the pile of corpses in the room, and his eyes showed excitement. Perfect refining, start. The moment Chu Xiu's mind turned, the corpses on the ground began to melt, gradually condensed into pure essence, and finally all merged into the white bone ghost banner. After absorbing the souls of these 21 black-haired corpse ghosts, this magic weapon has met the needs of the birth of ghosts. Chu Xiu is very much looking forward to this ghost that only requires a full 100 souls to refine. As Chu Xiu's mind moved, the corpses on the ground began to melt and strengthened into the white bone ghost banner. After a while, it was strengthened to the +4 level. The number of living souls that the +4 white bone ghost banner can accommodate has reached 120. Chu Xiu waved his hand again, and the corpses, ghosts, and spirits in the room were all absorbed into the ghost banner. Space occupied, 112/120, enough. Chu Xiu showed an expectant look in his eyes and launched the perfect refining again. He could feel that the large number of living souls in the white bone ghost banner seemed to be driven by some inexplicable power, becoming manic and starting to bite and fight each other. The winner will devour the soul of the loser and become a more powerful existence. In this uninterrupted fight, the living souls in the white bone ghost banner became fewer and fewer, and the remaining living souls became more and more powerful. In the end, when there was only one living soul left in the soul banner, after swallowing so many souls, it seemed to have crossed a certain limit and evolved towards a higher level of life. Roar! A sharp roar sounded in the soul flag, and as the entire soul flag was swept away, a creature exuding a terrifying aura was born. Een Ghost, level, ordinary level 7, attributes, constitution 0, spirit 9. 5, energy level 10. 5, skills, Een Wind Blade, proficient, life drain, entry level, traits, soul body, greatly reduces physical damage, and the attributes will be reduced under the scorching sun. Talent, manifestation, transformed into a physical form, lost the trait, soul body, gained the trait, sharp claws, lost the skill, life drain, gained the skill, powerful claw attack, the skill, Een Wind Blade, level is increased to a minor success, constitution +12, 4, ordinary level 7. Chu Xiu's eyes widened in surprise. He waved his hand, and a blurry transparent creature appeared in front of him. This creature cannot be found without careful observation. If you reach out to touch it, you will feel a strange sense of blockage, but you can still pass through it completely with force. This is the soul body. Attacks like swords and knives will directly pass through its body and can only cause minimal damage. But in the soul body state, it can use two powerful skills. Although there is a negative buff that reduces attributes during the day, it does not affect its tyrannical strength. The power of the skilled level, Een Feng Blade, is already satisfactory after it is fully charged. Ordinary flesh and blood bodies cannot resist it at all. Another, life-absorbing, taking, is a more advanced skill, which is very useful for dealing with small creatures. And after the energy level is consumed, it can be transformed into a physical battle. Chu Xiu's mind moved, and this vague ghost began to condense quickly. In less than a second, it had its own body. This is a being wrapped in gray fog. Occasionally, when it moves, it will reveal its skinny limbs like ancient trees. At first glance, it looks like a mummy, but it is completely black, giving people a strange sense of hardness. At the front of the arms, there is a pair of claws that are much wider than ordinary people. The nails are more than 20 centimeters long, like 5 sharp blades. Most of the energy of the ghost is condensed on the claws. This is the origin of the claws trait, and it is also the most powerful offensive weapon of the ghost in the physical state. Combined with a physical fitness of up to 12. 4 in the powerful claw attack skill, I am afraid that it can tear the doors of some cheap cars with one grab. Ordinary iron armor is like paper in front of it. Chu Xiu was more and more surprised. The power of the ghost far exceeded his expectations. Chu Xiu had previously used his phantom demon eye to scan those black-haired corpse ghosts in battle. These guys were level 3 creatures, with a physique ranging from 4-0 to 5-0. The physique of the Een Ghost was nearly 3 times theirs. Not to mention, no matter what form the Een Ghost took, it still had 2 skills. A trait. If I'm not mistaken, this Een Ghost is one of the top monsters in the level 7 monsters. Even at the same level, the combat power can be very different. For example, awakened people are usually stronger than monsters of the same level, and awakened people of high-quality professions are naturally stronger than awakened people of low quality. The combat power of the Een Ghost should be able to surpass most ordinary monsters of level 7 in the level 7 monsters. It's worthy of being a magic secret technique. Shushio suddenly felt that his investment for so long was worth it. And this is far from the limit of the White Bone Ghost banner. There is a lot of inherited knowledge that is not displayed on the panel, but directly enters Shushio's mind. The strength of the ghosts can grow as they continue to devour living souls, reaching level 8, and some ghosts with great potential can even reach level 9. After the White Bone Ghost banner is refined to perfection, the space inside can accommodate a full 10 ghosts. Not only are these ghosts extremely powerful, Shushio can even force them to self-destruct, erupting with great power in a short period of time. By then, at least in the mortal level, I can walk sideways. Shushio thought happily in his heart. Shushio, who had obtained a big trump card, was in a good mood. Tonight's hunting operation was a complete success. Go back and have a good rest to replenish your physical strength, and continue tomorrow. Shushio felt that the future was promising. But just as he was about to return, there was a sudden sound outside the door, and then a vague red figure flashed quickly. Shushio's heart was instantly alarmed, but before he could react, he saw a gray shadow flash in front of him, and the whole person flew out. It was not until he fell to the ground that he felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. Looking down, the left side of the bone breastplate was already covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Shushio's eyes widened in disbelief. You know, the breastplate is the most defensive part of an armor. Even a military pistol can't cause such damage to a +6 bone armor. Before he could recover from the shock, a sharp whistling sound of the wind rang in his ears again. Looking up, a scarlet figure had appeared at the door, and it was rapidly enlarged and approached. He couldn't see the attacker's face clearly. Shushio only saw the scarlet hair in his eyes, like a ball of fire swaying in the dark. He didn't have time to think, his body reacted first. He turned around and kicked the wooden sofa on the balcony. The climbing rope tied to his waist suddenly shrank rapidly. At the same time, the Een phone blade in his left hand condensed, and it took less than a second to complete the energy storage, and shot towards the figure rushing towards him. But Shushio only saw the scarlet figure blurry, and then he dodged the attack of the Een phone blade sideways, without slowing down at all. At the critical moment, Shushio shouted angrily, and the Een Ghost that had just been sacrificed took shape in front of him and pounced on the figure. Bang! A huge crash sounded in the room, and the dust on the ground spread everywhere due to the impact. Shushio had no time to take care of the battle situation. At this time, the climbing rope shrank to the extreme. At the moment when it was completely tightened, he jumped out of the balcony, and his body rose rapidly under the contraction of the climbing rope. At the last moment before leaving the room, the ghost pupils in Shushio's eyes gave the data. Type 004 Corpse Demon Mutation, Elite, Level, Ordinary Level 6, Attributes, Constitution 20. 8. Spirit, Energy Level. Skills. Traits, Corpse Demon Transformation. Talent, Blood Moon Wild Hunt. Under the illumination of the blood moon, strength, aggression, and nerve reaction speed are greatly improved. After hunting a creature, it enters the wild hunting state, the increase is further increased, and a large amount of life and physical strength is restored. Ha, ha. Leaning against the dusty and rubble-covered corner, Shushio panted with lingering fear. Thinking back to that terrifying creature, his scalp still tingled. According to the data on the panel, the monster is the same creature as the ordinary black-haired corpse ghost. It's just that it's an elite. Compared with ordinary monsters, elite monsters usually have a comprehensive and substantial improvement in basic attributes, and may also have some powerful special abilities. For example, Blood Moon Wild Hunt. Shushio looked at the description at the bottom row, then looked up through the window and found that the originally bright and white moon was indeed stained with a layer of crimson at some point. The abnormal physique of this monster, which is as high as 28, should be the result of absorbing the power of the blood moon. The basic value should not be that high. Shushio rubbed his chest. The part that was hit was still aching. He took off his armor and saw that there was already a large piece of black and purple blood. This is still a long-range attack, if it is hit by a claw at close range. Shushio didn't even dare to think about it. He glanced at the ghost lying in the White Bone Ghost banner, and could feel that its soul was much weaker. After the ghost appeared, its physical fitness also reached 12.4, but it was injured after only blocking for 1 or 2 seconds. Although it was not a serious injury, it was enough to reflect the horror of the elite creature. It seems that I can't relax my vigilance and take radical risks just because my strength has improved a little. There are creatures in this world that can take my life. I still have to be more cautious in my future actions. Shu Xiu thought to himself. Fortunately, whether it is the injured ghost or the white bone armor, it is quite simple to repair. Just refine a few more corpses. Thinking of this, Shu Xiu didn't think about it anymore. He returned to the base on the 32nd floor, ate the remaining venison, and began to close his eyes to rest after replenishing his energy, and took the opportunity to recover his physical strength. It was not until the sky was white that he slowly opened his eyes. Ha! Shu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and moved his joints. The recovery speed brought by his super strong physique basically recovered his muscle fatigue and replenished most of his energy level. He stretched himself, his eyes flashing. It's time to start a new round of hunting. So, what should we do today? This was already the 4th day since he arrived in the abyss, and half of the trial time had passed. Shu Xiu's first reaction was to go down to the basement to hunt. Although the battle yesterday was brutal, it was only on the upper floors, and did not affect the lower floors where the density of corpse ghosts was the highest, not to mention that a large number of corpse ghosts had left the apartment building to go out hunting, and only a few remained in the apartment building. This shows that there are enough corpse ghosts in the basement. Moreover, the elite monster encountered yesterday should have greatly reduced its strength during the day, and it might not even be a match for the Yin Gui. This is a great opportunity to kill it. Thinking of the huge amount of experience and super high explosion rate of elite monsters, Shu Xiu couldn't help but feel excited. But after hesitating for a while, he gave up. I don't know how many corpse ghosts and elite monsters there are in the basement. I don't even know the terrain and structure. Those who act rashly because of greed are called gamblers, not magic cultivators. In the worst case, if there is a soldier-level monster lying in the basement, Shu Xiu will not know how he died. Today's goal should be to understand the surrounding environment, open up the map, and strengthen the bone armor to +7. The attack of the elite corpse ghost yesterday left a huge psychological shadow on Shu Xiu. But if the bone armor is strengthened to +7, not only will the basic attributes be further enhanced, but the second layer of restrictions can also be unlocked. In this way, he will be more confident. Anyway, the monsters in the underground garage will not run away, so it is right to take steady steps. With his mind set, he did not delay and acted quickly. He first went downstairs to retrieve the bone blood-sucking array that was left behind last night. The buff of sacrifice enhancement is not permanent, and it has basically disappeared at this time. Only a small part of the power has been transferred to the formation flag, but it has also successfully enhanced it by +2, and its attributes have further grown. Shu Xiu was quite satisfied with this. After putting away the formation flag, he walked downstairs. But what Shu Xiu didn't know was that when he passed by the stairs, a puppet hidden in the pile of debris had a strange light flashing in its dark eyes. He's still alive? Wasn't he the one who made the noise yesterday? Or is this person really strong enough to hunt at night and get away unscathed? In the room of the base, Guanke touched his chin thoughtfully. She glanced at her side. Yunlu and Wu Sini were still sleeping soundly. After opening the door, Xinzhua and others hadn't gotten up either. It was just after 5 o'clock, and it was normal for everyone to sleep a little, but after a little stability, do you start to lack a sense of crisis? Guanke shook his head with some regret. Xinzhua and others didn't realize that there was no such thing as stability in the abyss. The abyss is a real world. Unlike the novice area in the game where there are only low-level monsters, it is full of randomness and uncertainty. It is not impossible that the devil will suddenly descend tomorrow to wipe out everything. In such a world, safety is just a dynamic concept, just like rowing against the current. If you don't do everything you can to improve your beliefs, even if you were lucky enough to pass the trial, you will find it difficult to move forward in the abyss. This is why Guanku only regards this place as a springboard to cover herself. She knows clearly that it won't be long before her companions here will be left far behind, and Xinzhua is no exception. On the contrary, Shu Xiu's behavior is more in line with her wishes. Glancing at Yunlu and the other two who were still sleeping, Guanke carefully closed the door, trying not to wake them up. Then, he turned and went downstairs, following the model on the ground. The fuzzy but barely recognizable footprints walked towards the place where the battle took place yesterday. Not long after, she came to the room chosen by Shu Xiu. It was very clean here, and there was not even a noticeable smell of blood, but the traces of claws scratching the concrete floor on the ground, and the newly damaged gravel and brick walls around, all showed that a fierce battle had taken place here. But, how is this possible? Guanke widened his eyes in disbelief. After absorbing and utilizing every drop of blood from all the corpses, only very few traces remained at the scene. This can basically be confirmed to be due to Shu Xiu's talent. But, Chu Xiao? A supporting profession with an energy level of only 0.8, is it really capable of hunting at night before her A-level profession? Guan Ke frowned and observed carefully in the room, hoping to find some clues. Because the corpses were absorbed, it was difficult for her to judge how many corpse ghosts Chu Xiao killed yesterday. But according to the movement, it must be at least 10. Suddenly, Guan Ke's eyes condensed and saw 2 scratches on the ground, extending all the way to the balcony. She walked over and saw the smashed sofa downstairs. She looked up and saw a mountaineering nail firmly hit in the wall. Guan Ke, who had nearly full marks in the survival course, instantly realized what Chu Xiao had done with it. Interesting. She smiled, and the scar on her face moved. Did you prepare a retreat in advance, so you have the confidence to fight the corpses? In this way, no matter how many he killed, he can evacuate calmly in the end. You got up so early today just to absorb the corpses here? Moreover, using the special terrain to transform it into a place suitable for fighting, this can also increase your advantage. But even if it is true in theory, there are many variables in actual action. One careless move can kill you. This person is so bold, decisive, and strategic in a relatively stable environment. It is impressive. Guan Ke couldn't help but praise in her heart. She saw that Chu Xiao and herself were the same kind of people, the kind who could live well in the abyss. The abyss is not a shortcut for ordinary people to become extraordinary, but a feast exclusively for those greedy and cunning professionals. At this point, Guan Ke even admitted that Chu Xiao was much better than herself, but then, she shook her head with regret. It's a pity that his talent is too poor. Otherwise, we can consider cooperating with him and explore together in the future. If Chu Xiao's talent was a little better, she would definitely extend an olive branch. But with D-level talent and profession, and a supporting profession, no matter how extraordinary his character is, the gap between him and herself will only get bigger and bigger, and he will eventually be left far behind by the top talents. Shaking her head, after thinking that she had figured out what happened yesterday, Guan Ke no longer thought about it, but jumped nimbly and quickly went down the stairs. A new round of hunting has begun. The apartment building where Chu Xiao and others were located was located on a main road near the city center. Walking out of the door, there was a wide road. The avenue should have been busy with traffic, but now only rusted car wreckage remained. From time to time, groups of corpses could be seen passing through it. Across the road is a large commercial area. You can go there via an overpass or underground passage. Compared with crossing the road directly, these two ways are much safer and are less likely to attract the attention of high-level hunters. Before, Xinjua's team took the overpass to the opposite shopping mall. As for the other 3 sides, there is a community on each side, covering a large area, and there are more than 10 residential buildings. But the strange thing is that the corpse ghosts in these 3 communities seem to be just ordinary shapes. Only the apartment building has black-haired corpse ghosts, but I don't know why. Chu Xiao stood on the apartment building and looked around, while silently recording the surrounding terrain in his mind. Although there are enough zombies wandering on the streets, it is not suitable as a hunting place. Not only is the sound likely to attract zombies, but it is also possible to be discovered by the flying bird zombies in the sky. Chu Xiao looked up and saw a giant bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters flying through the air. This kind of flying bird monster was seen on the first day he came here, and at this time, under the effect of the ghost demon eye, a panel was appearing in front of Chu Xiao. Type 014 Zombie, Level, Soldier Level? Level, Attributes, Constitution 45. 4. Spirit, Energy Level? Skills, Unknown, Traits, Unknown, Talents, Unknown. Although most of the attributes are unknown, Chu Xiao has already known the soldier level and the abnormal physique of 45. For, in simple terms, if you can't afford to provoke them, they will be killed in seconds if they show their heads. Although my strength has greatly improved compared to when I first came here, it is still nothing in this world. The next hunt should not cause too much noise. Chu Xiao reluctantly withdrew his eyes from the experienced babies that could be seen everywhere on the road and turned to the residential buildings on the other side. The challenge of killing 100 ghouls is almost complete. We should get these 150 causal points as soon as possible, so that we can improve our strength. Let's just calm down for a while now. Having made up his mind, Chu Xiao no longer hesitated and acted quickly. His physical fitness of 752 allowed him to reach the designated location in just a few minutes and search for traces of ghouls along the corridor. Unfortunately, just like yesterday, during the day, the density of ghouls in the buildings was pitifully small. Perhaps it was because these residential buildings had been searched countless times by these corpse-eating creatures, and there was no longer enough food here to arouse the interest of the ghouls. Chu Xiao worked hard for a whole morning and only killed 11 ghouls, which were ordinary ghouls without black hair. To be more precise, these guys are called Type 004 ghouls, which are creatures of the second level of the ordinary rank, and the name of the black-haired ghouls is the mutant Type 004 ghouls, which are the third level of the ordinary rank. And the experience they can provide to Chushio now is also pitifully small, even only in the single digits. However, it is not there was no good news. At least with these guys, Chushio repaired the damaged bone armor and the injured ghosts, and also slightly increased the strengthening progress. In addition, during the hunting process, he used the ghost demon eye to complete a rough reconnaissance of the surrounding terrain, including which areas have terrifying existences that must not be provoked. For example, he once saw a residential building suddenly stretched out several tentacles and pulled the passing corpse ghosts in. For example, in the community west of the apartment building, there was a strange big tree, and the ghost demon eye even scanned out the level, without even a name. This means that the evolution level of this monster is even above the soldier level. All of this was secretly remembered by Chushio. When the strength is weak, it is to avoid strong enemies, and when the strength is strong, it is to mark the experience baby. Slow down, at least it's safe. Chushio quickly adjusted his mentality and prepared to continue to settle down. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a roar from the window that did not belong to the corpse ghost. He walked to the balcony and looked out. He was surprised to find that a wild boar that came from nowhere had rushed into the community. It was being caught by two corpse ghosts. It was howling in despair and running around wildly. The wild boar was not big and seemed to be just a cub, but it was quite agile. Even the two corpse ghosts could not catch it for a while. Just as the wild boar was rampaging in the community, a huge figure suddenly jumped out of a residential building. It was very fast. It jumped down from the 4-story building and held the wild boar with one hand. At the same time, the other claws were like lightning. The wild boar cub was immediately disemboweled, and its internal organs and intestines flowed all over the floor. It fell to the ground, its two soybean-sized eyes staring at the ground blankly, and its mouth made a whoosh sound of fear. But this fear did not last long. A big mouth full of sharp teeth bit off its throat and tore its flesh and blood. Chushio could see clearly that this was a creature that crawled on all fours and looked like a hyena, but it was much larger, even larger than an ordinary Siberian tiger. Its skin was as pale as a ghoul, but its muscle mass was much greater than that of an ordinary ghoul, and its skeleton was extremely wide. With two thick and long teeth that were 20 centimeters long and a pair of violent and unbridled red eyes, people could not help but feel fear instinctively. As soon as this creature appeared, the other ghouls that were originally eyeing it covetously shrank their bodies and wandered unwillingly in the distance, but they did not dare to approach at all, waiting for the creature to finish eating so that they could share some leftovers. Chushio narrowed his eyes slightly and activated the ghost demon eye. Type 002 Ghoul, Elite, Level, Ordinary Level 4, Attributes, Constitution 12. 8, Spirit 2. 5, Energy Level 3. For skills, powerful claws, bites, fast recovery, traits, bone spurs, poison claws, fangs, talent, group hunting, emits high-frequency sound waves to summon all Type 002 ghouls within a certain range. Another elite. Chushio's eyes lit up. As an elite monster, both the explosion rate and the experience gained from killing it will far exceed that of ordinary monsters. Not to mention, this monster itself is ordinary level 4. The experience gained from killing zombies with too much difference in level will be greatly reduced, which is why Chushio's experience gained from killing zombies is basically in the single digit. It's not easy to find an elite monster, and it's in the daytime, so I can't let it go easily. Chushio narrowed his eyes. A physical fitness of 12. 8 is not considered high. With +6 energy-absorbing armor, he can deal with it by himself. Not to mention, Chushio Zingui alone has a physical fitness of 12. But Chushio knew that, just like the elite zombies he encountered last night, the real trouble with these guys is their special abilities. This one's talent is group hunting. Does it mean that it will summon its companions to fight in a siege? Chushio narrowed his eyes and looked near the elite zombie. Soon he found that in the distance, there were many zombie dogs with similar bodies gathered. But their bodies were much smaller, only the size of gray wolves. These should be ordinary 002 zombies. Chushio used his ghost demon eye to scan them. Their physical fitness was only 2. 0 to 3. 0, but there were many of them, at least 20 to 30. They were all hiding in the woods or apartment buildings, waiting for their leader to finish eating. Well, if they are besieged at the same time, it will be a bit troublesome. Chushio touched his chin and scanned the surrounding terrain. Suddenly, his sight fell on an area less than 200 meters away from the elite corpse ghost. It was a building with an arch bridge structure, connecting two rows of neighboring residential buildings. Under the arch bridge was a corridor for people to pass through, about 10 meters long. This place was just the perfect place to put down the white bone blood-devouring formation. The most important thing was that the corridor was not wide and could only accommodate 3 or 4 people in parallel, which could well limit the group hunting of the corpse dogs. Moreover, behind the corridor was another row of residential buildings. If there was a special situation, they could hide in the building and evacuate at any time. In short, this was a very good battlefield. Chu Xiu silently calculated in his mind, and then his eyes lit up. It works! Without any hesitation, he moved, like a ghost, silently passing through the community. Soon he came to the designated area and set up the bone blood-sucking formation. Next, all we have to do is lure those corpse ghosts over. Chu Xiu had already thought of a method. He pointed his finger, and the ghost in the bone banner floated out. It floated to the vicinity of the elite corpse ghost in the form of a soul body. The elite corpse dog seemed to have sensed something, and its nose moved and it raised its head suddenly, but what greeted it was a rapidly formed Yin Feng blade. Swish! The Yin Feng blade spun rapidly, cutting through the air and shooting out. However, the elite corpse dog reacted very quickly and dodged it with a leap. But the purpose of the Yin ghost was not to fight with it, but seeing its vague body quickly materialized in midair, it grabbed the wild boar corpse on the ground, turned around and ran. Seeing that the food it had finally obtained was taken away, this directly angered the elite corpse dog. It and its younger brother behind it roared together and chased after it without hesitation. Swoosh! The materialized ghost, with a physique of 12.4, has extremely high explosive power. In the blink of an eye, it rushed out dozens of meters. However, the elite corpse ghost was faster. It came after, and its huge body almost turned into a pale gray shadow, quickly shortening the distance with the ghost. Although the two have similar physiques, their specific tendencies are different. The strong limbs of this elite corpse ghost make it extremely good at running, and its speed is far faster than the ghost. However, in less than 10 seconds, it caught up and pounced on the back of the ghost. Just when the sharp teeth were about to penetrate the skin of the ghost, the real body of the ghost became illusory and transparent. The elite corpse dog bit into the air, and the ghost took the opportunity to float out more than 10 meters. However, Chu Xiu could clearly feel that the soul of the ghost was a little weaker. Although the soul can greatly reduce physical attacks, it is not completely immune after all. The aftermath of the huge kinetic energy can still cause minor damage to soul creatures. Moreover, after it became virtual, the wild boar in the ghost's hand also fell to the ground. The elite corpse dog ignored the wild boar that fell to the ground, but wanted to continue chasing the ghost. However, at this moment, more than a dozen blood-colored bone hands suddenly emerged around its body, grabbing its limbs tightly. At the same time, a long-charged black wind blade shot out from the side, hitting the huge body of the elite zombie dog. Puff! With a loud bang, as if it was hit by an anti-material sniper rifle, the fur of this huge beast was torn without any suspense, and the flesh and blood underneath were blown up by the huge energy, splashing around, forming a huge traumatic wound. This beast obviously did not expect to be attacked suddenly. With the cooperation of the white bone blood-eating formation, it had no time to dodge and was directly hit by Chu Xiu's full-charged Yin Feng blade. However, after falling down, it actually roared, climbed up in a very short time, turned to Chu Xiu's position, and roared angrily. This? Chu Xiu's eyes flashed with surprise. He had fully accumulated energy for the attack just now. Although in order not to be discovered by the elite monster, he hid in a corner with a distance of more than 10 meters from the attack point, which reduced the power of the Yin Feng blade a lot, it still had a power of at least 7.0. Chu Xiu did not expect that he could stand up immediately after taking this blow. He originally thought that if this blow hit, the opponent would be half dead if not dead. The rest of the battle would be easily ended. But then, his eyes focused and he found the problem. At the broken wound of the elite corpse dog, gray-white bones covered with flesh and blood were exposed. Its protective area was very large, wrapping all the internal organs of the elite corpse dog. Although there was a deep scratch, but the overall structure is still solid. So this is what the bone spur in the trait means? That's a bit troublesome. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Under his gaze, the elite corpse dog gasped, and a strange red light appeared on its body. The horrible wound on its flank actually began to stop bleeding and heal with the naked eye. Skill, quick recovery. What's worse is that its previous roar has alarmed all the corpse dogs around, and they began to run towards Chu Xiu's position. It looks like we have to fight head-on. Chu Xiu's mind moved, and the heavy bone armor appeared on his body. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Xiu strode forward, turned his waist and thrust his hips, and suddenly stabbed out with the bone spear in his hand. The elite corpse dog roared and jumped away, enduring the pain. Although it dodged Chu Xiu's attack, the wound that had stopped bleeding with great difficulty was torn again. At the same time, a vague shadow suddenly pounced on it, and the elite corpse dog immediately trembled all over, like a drowning person who fell into icy cold water and lost heat in his body. Ghost skill, life extraction. Swish! Just as the elite corpse dog's limbs became weak, Chu Xiu's bone spear had already stabbed out again, cutting its thigh muscle. Roar! The elite corpse dog roared and jumped away. This attack did not cause it a fatal injury, but it made its injuries worse. A lot of blood flowed out, and it seemed that it couldn't even stand steadily. The strengthening of the bone spear is a bit behind the progress. Chu Xiu thought to himself, without stopping his hands, and launched continuous attacks. After causing another wound, several ordinary corpse dogs arrived and attacked Chu Xiu. Although Chu Xiu did not spend much effort to deal with them, this short delay gave the elite corpse ghosts a chance to breathe and distance themselves from Chu Xiu. At the same time, more corpse dogs came and protected their injured leader behind them. Their number increased, and soon exceeded 20, and continued to grow. In addition, a large number of ordinary corpse ghosts also joined the hunt for Chu Xiu. Looking at the dense group of corpses in front of him, Chu Xiu was not afraid. Instead, he licked the blood splashed on the corner of his mouth. On his face covered by the horn helmet, a slightly crazy and excited smile appeared. Behind him, the huge body of the ghost appeared, and its two claws reflected the cold light in the sun. With a kick of his legs, Chu Xiu rushed into the group of corpses like a white beast without fear. The ghost waved his claws at the same time, and each claw attack could easily chop a zombie dog into pieces. Wherever the man and the ghost went, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and there was no corpse ghost to stop them. The battle was over in less than 5 minutes. Excluding the elite corpse dog that was severely injured by Chu Xiu's sneak attack at the beginning, the other corpse ghosts could not pose any threat to Chu Xiu, who had +6 energy-absorbing armor and a physique twice theirs. Even if several of them pounced on him at once, they would at most make him lose his balance and cause a little trouble. Besides himself, Chu Xiu also had two powerful weapons, the Yin Ghost and the White Bone Blood-devouring formation. It can be said that this battle was almost a one-sided massacre. Of course, if dozens of corpse ghosts pounced on me from all directions, I'm afraid I would have a hard time dealing with them. But unfortunately, although the corpse ghosts had an extraordinary desire for living things, they were not completely irrational, and naturally they were not unaware of fear. These corpse ghosts did not attack together fearlessly, which gave Chu Xiu the possibility to defeat them one by one, especially after Chu Xiu found the right opportunity to kill the elite corpse dog. The final result was that countless corpse ghosts fled in all directions, leaving 37 corpses on the spot. Slaughter of living beings, professional experience +218, slaughter of living beings, professional experience +256, 2 prompts flashed before Chu Xiu's eyes. The first one came from the elite corpse dog, and the next one came from the remaining 30-odd corpse ghosts. We still have to kill high-level elite monsters. Chu Xiu sighed. The experience provided by this one alone is almost the same as the remaining 30-odd corpse ghosts combined. So many corpses should be enough. Chu Xiu's eyes flashed with excitement. He waved his hand, and a large number of corpse dogs and ordinary corpse ghosts began to melt and merge into his bone armor. As corpses were refined one after another, the bone armor on his body emitted a dazzling white light, as if evolving to the next stage. In the end, as if breaking through a critical point, the bone armor began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spikes on it became thicker and sharper, the density of the armor plates also began to surge, and the structure became more dense. A panel flashed in front of Chu Xiu. Exquisite bone armor +7, enhancement progress, 0/10, level, ordinary, quality, collection, attributes, protection, 6, spikes, 1, 4, heat preservation, 0, 4, energy absorption, 2, 0, weight 31, 5 kilograms. Looking at the data in front of him, Chu Xiu couldn't help but be surprised. After refining so many corpses, this armor was finally strengthened to +7. The quality was also upgraded to collection. The protection ability of the bone armor that reaches +7 is already extremely amazing. Even the heaviest plate armor in ancient times is far inferior. Not to mention, it also has a very strong energy absorption effect. Chu Xiu estimates that he can basically withstand military pistol bullets without injury when wearing bone armor. Of course, the assault rifle still can't stand it, the penetration power is too terrifying. But even so, it is amazing enough. And the most important thing is, the second layer of restrictions has been unlocked. Unlock the second layer of restrictions. Chu Xiu concentrated his mind expectantly, and suddenly 3 options appeared in front of him. Needle, the spikes of the outer armor are now sharper, and when attacked, they will activate the blasting restrictions and eject them. Power 2, 0, heavy armor, strengthen the thickness of the bones, readjust the overall structure, and greatly improve the defense capabilities at the expense of some flexibility. Protection plus 4, 8, energy absorption plus 1, 0, spikes plus 0, 6, weight plus 16 kilograms, and the range of motion of the joints is slightly limited. Power, the current bone armor can provide additional power, so that the wearer's strength is enhanced. Physique plus 2, 0. The options in front of him made Chu Xiu take a breath in a tangled way. All three enhancements are very practical. Compared with the first layer of restrictions, the increase provided by the second layer of restrictions is even more amazing. The first item is anti-injury, the power of 2, 0 is enough to be of great use, and the second item makes Chu Xiu's already strong defense soar again. The last item can make up for his lack of basic attribute points in time and enhance hunting efficiency. Chu Xiu was in a state of confusion. He wanted them all so badly. For players who have difficulty making choices, this is undoubtedly a great test. After thinking for a long time, Chu Xiu finally chose heavy armor. This was mainly due to practical needs. Spikes was excluded first. He did not lack attack methods. The power of 2, 0 was only very useful for brushing small monsters, and the effect on elite monsters was limited. Although the remaining power was very good, his current battle with the corpse ghosts, in a sense, had more scenes of positional warfare. Improving defense could bring more fault tolerance, while the attack could be compensated by the ghosts. For example, if the elite corpse ghosts encountered that knight had plus 7 energy absorbing heavy armor, I am afraid they could take on the opponent's weird long-range attack without injury. As Chu Xiu made up his mind, the excess corpse materials on the ground began to merge and assemble. About 3 minutes later, his bone armor underwent earth-shaking changes. Compared with before, the armor plates were thicker, overlapping one by one, like an indestructible mobile fortress. The spikes on the outer armor were also thicker and longer, emitting a terrifying cold light. After Chu Xiu put on the bone armor, his visual height increased by more than 10 centimeters, making him look like a skeleton war god over 1.9 meters tall. Chu Xiu knocked on the thick armor on his chest. He felt that the most defensive part was probably not penetrated by an assault rifle. Unfortunately, no matter how the structure of the armor is optimized, it has its limits. If you gain something, you lose something. After greatly increasing the number and thickness of armor plates, the range of motion of the joints has obviously decreased. And this thing is really heavy. Chu Xiu couldn't help but complain. After strengthening, the total weight of the bone armor has reached nearly 50 kilograms. In ancient times, let alone 50 kilograms of heavy armor, even 30 kilograms was rare. It was necessary to ride on a horse to fight for a long time. Infantry wearing this kind of armor, I am afraid that they will be exhausted before others chop them. This weight, even with his current physique, feels stressful. However, compared with the sense of security brought by the protection of thick armor plates, this weight is not worth mentioning. Okay, it's time to start collecting other spoils. Chu Xiu's eyes flashed. Killing this elite corpse dog directly exploded 47 causal points. There is also an item of excellent quality, type 002 corpse demon first aid hormone concentrate. This thing can heal injuries quickly, but it has a certain toxicity. Ordinary people may have diarrhea after using it. Chu Xiu thought of the battle with the elite corpse dog just now. After the opponent was hit by a infone blade, he used this skill to heal his injuries. What a good thing! It is indeed an elite monster. The drop rate is really high. Moreover, it is a rare prop that he can use. With these 3 tubes of therapeutic hormones, my tolerance rate can be further improved. Chu Xiu happily put it into the storage space. Of course, his gains are not limited to this. The remaining ordinary corpse ghosts also have gains, with a total of 29 causal points and 2 ordinary quality equipment. It's a pity that 2 pieces of equipment, a weapon and a leather armor are useless to me. I can only use your corpses to make up for my losses. Chu Xiu stretched out his hand and the blood of the elite corpse dog was absorbed into his body. As he expected, the elite monsters contain extremely strong life forces, which directly increased his thirsty blood refining hard art training progress by 14 points. Then he raised the white bone banner in his hand, and all the corpse ghost souls were collected, quickly filling the space capacity of the white bone banner. Chu Xiu did not hesitate, stretched out his hand and pointed at the corpse of the elite corpse dog, and it began to refine and add it to the white bone banner. Instantly, the high-quality corpse of the elite monster caused the white bone banner's enhancement progress to soar, directly increasing by 2 levels. Moreover, the spirit of this elite corpse dog was also extremely ferocious. The living soul state alone took up 23 points of space. As soon as it entered the white bone banner, it began to bite other living souls. This made Chu Xiu even more delighted. The quality of the Yin ghost depends largely on the strength of the main soul. The first Yin ghost, whose main soul is just an ordinary black-haired corpse ghost. Although it is considered strong among black-haired corpse ghosts, the final product is only a mortal level 7. I wonder what the final product of this elite soul will be like. At this time, there were more than 30 corpse ghosts on the ground. Their souls added together had long met the conditions for the birth of the second Yin ghost. Chu Xiu did not hesitate. He waved the soul flag and swept it, and then collected all the living souls. Then he pinched a refining spell. Suddenly, the living soul of the elite corpse ghost became more violent and began to devour other living souls frantically. Chu Xiu waved his hand, put away the white bone flag, and took the wild boar away from the battle area. Although most of the corpses were refined, there would be a lot of smells left, which might attract other monsters. After finding a safe area in a residential building, Chu Xiu began to concentrate on refining the Yin souls. Not long after, with a manic roar coming from the white bone flag, Chu Xiu's eyes showed surprise. The second Yin ghost, it's done. Chu Xiu couldn't wait to check the attributes. Yin ghost, level, ordinary level 8, attributes, constitution 0, spirit 11. 2, energy level 12. 4, skills, Yin wind blade, minor success, life absorption, entry, traits, soul body, greatly reduces physical damage, and the attributes will be reduced under the scorching sun. Talent, manifestation, transformed into a physical form, lost the trait, soul body, gained the trait, sharp claws, lost the skill, life drain, gained the skill, powerful claw attack, constitution plus 14, 9, mortal rank 8. I guessed right, using a stronger main soul can indeed refine a stronger ghost, Chu Xiu said in surprise. But then he shook his head with some regret. However, the strength of a ghost has an upper limit after all. Even if I use a stronger living soul, I can only refine a corpse ghost of the 9th level of the mortal rank, and it is impossible to break through this limit and reach the soldier rank. Of course there will be an improvement, but there will not be a revolutionary change. If you want a stronger ghost, you have to continue to upgrade your level and unlock a higher level of inheritance. Chu Xiu sighed silently. If others heard his thoughts, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Big brother, you are only a level 5 awakener, but you have a level 7 and a level 8 fighter. Are you not satisfied? But Chu Xiu was not satisfied. After resting for a while, eating a few large pieces of wild boar meat, and cutting up the remaining valuable parts and putting them in the storage space, he immediately took his 2 ghosts to move in the community. It's time to continue to settle down. Liver to death. Chu Xiu shuttled quickly between residential buildings. His strong physique allowed him to search for prey at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary awakened people. After possessing 2 ghosts, he felt so comfortable. After finding prey, he only needed to point his finger, and the 2 ghosts would quickly float out and tear the target into pieces. Even if he accidentally provoked the zombies, it didn't matter. He could just remove the entity state and hide again. This made his actions much bolder and his efficiency improved. He didn't need to do it himself, but just commanded in the dark. This risk-free fighting method won Chu Xiu's heart. But unfortunately, meeting the elite corpse dog seemed to have exhausted all his luck. After that, he didn't encounter elite monsters again in the afternoon. Only those ordinary corpse ghosts that were as cunning as mice. Often Chu Xiu worked hard for an hour to find, and finally only got professional experience plus 6. 8 causal points, 44 professional experience, this is all I got. TSK, it turns out that character is conserved. Chu Xiu shook his head. But it is worth mentioning that after the big harvest during the day, Chu Xiu finally completed the task of killing 100 corpse ghosts. Challenge mission completed. Reward, 150 karma points. Counting the previous gains, his total karma points reached 267 points. Chu Xiu looked at the sun that was about to set outside the window. Let's stop here for today. He was also very tired and needed to rest well, because the big upgrade would be at night. And he also needed to think carefully about how to spend all the karma points he got from this sudden wealth. After returning to the apartment building, Chu Xiu moved towards the base upstairs and returned smoothly before it was completely dark. On the way, he also found and killed a black-haired corpse ghost. This made Chu Xiu feel good. Humming a little tune, he walked happily to the 32nd floor. As soon as he came out of the stairs, he heard a happy laugh. Chu Xiu looked at the source of the sound. Shinjuo and others had all returned and were now talking and laughing around a table. Chu Xiu took a closer look and found that there was a set of mahjong on the table. At the table, Yunlu's face was tense, while Shinjuo and Wu Xinyi were calm. Another person was Li Shan, who was looking back and forth with his eyes, as if he was hesitating between two cards. Hurry up, Xinhua urged with a smile. Li Shan gritted his teeth and slammed one of the cards on the table. 6 cake, ha! Wu Sini pushed the cards away excitedly. I should have played 4 cakes. Li Shan was annoyed and threw out a few pieces of dried meat with reluctance. This dried meat seemed to be made of venison. It should be that the people in the camp have figured out a way to extract edible salt from those expired salts. It must be said that although these auxiliary professions cannot fight, they can indeed improve the quality of life. Wu Sini accepted it happily, and the people around laughed. Yunlu breathed a sigh of relief, as if he was glad that he didn't win. There was a cheerful atmosphere in the room. At this time, Li Shan's eyes suddenly moved and found Chu Xiu passing by. The others followed his gaze and the atmosphere suddenly cooled down. Fortunately, Chu Xiu never stopped, but just took a look when passing by, so his figure quickly disappeared at the door. Yunlu opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say hello, but before he could say anything, Chu Xiu had gone far away. Wu Sini said unhappily, "Why are you pretending?" In my opinion, he must be regretting it now, but he just can't let go of his pride. It's not easy for one person to survive in this doomsday world. The others all echoed, especially the 2 auxiliary professions. However, everyone's voices were not loud, obviously not wanting Chu Xiu to hear. This made Guan Ke shake his head with some amusement. Okay, everyone has their own choice. Xinhua interrupted the condemnation of Chu Xiu and stood up. I'll go to him to talk about equipment upgrades. After hearing his words, the combat team followed him out. Although they didn't like Chu Xiu's eccentricity, they still needed his help to upgrade their equipment. Knock, knock, knock. A minute later, Xinhua knocked on the door of Chu Xiu's room. Chu Xiu opened the door, glanced, and immediately understood the purpose of everyone's visit. Want to upgrade equipment? Not bad. Xinhua nodded. The price is still the same, right? Yes. Come with me. Xinhua brought Chu Xiu to the room where they stored the corpses. Chu Xiu was surprised to find that there were no less than 20 corpses of ghosts here. You have a good harvest today, Chu Xiu said. Are you envious? Wu Sini said proudly, I tell you, what is here is only half of our harvest today. We are too lazy to move those corpses that are too incomplete. Chu Xiu glanced at Xinhua and said casually, did you go to challenge the zombies? After the words fell, Wu Sini was stunned for a moment, and then said, you are smart. Yes, today we found a small group of zombies in the mall, and with everyone's cooperation, we killed them all, and even killed an elite. This is the power of teamwork. The teacher has emphasized it many times in school, right? Chu Xiu smiled and did not comment. He has never denied the role of the team. Now it is the 4th day in the abyss. Everyone's level has risen. With Xinhua, the second generation rich, leading the team, it is not impossible to kill the elite. After consuming this large wave of experience, the level of the combat team should have risen to above level 3, and Xinhua, the leader, is likely to have reached level 4. The strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and it is no wonder that everyone is so excited today. Congratulations, Chu Xiu said sincerely. The improvement of the strength of the stronghold can also improve his own safety factor to a certain extent. He is always ready. Once he encounters an enemy that he cannot defeat, he will lead him into the stronghold and let other cannon fodder distract his attention. Chu Xiu, why don't you join us? It's dangerous for you to be outside alone, and you can only hunt solitary corpses, which is very inefficient, Yun Lu advised. Chu Xiu could see that this girl was really doing this for his own good. Although he didn't understand why, he responded with a sentence, thank you for your kindness, but I have my own plans. Then he turned to Xinhua and knocked on the table, the elite corpse will cost extra. Xinhua rolled his eyes, there is such a beautiful girl who cares about you, but you are thinking about this? Yun Lu's face suddenly turned red, but Chu Xiu just said indifferently, it's useless to say these things anymore. I'm going to pay more. Xinhua immediately changed his words, 15 karma points. 30, 1 point less is not negotiable. Xinhua looked at Chu Xiu depressedly, thinking that this guy could read minds. How could he always accurately calculate his psychological price? He didn't give up and said, since Yun Lu cares so much about you, can you make it cheaper? I'll give you more venison. No. Chu Xiu refused without even thinking about it. Seeing how he was controlling everyone, several people were furious, but they could do nothing about it. Who let Chu Xiu monopolize the market? Finally, Xinhua sighed helplessly, okay, deal. After the deal was done, Chu Xiu stopped talking nonsense and started to help everyone upgrade their equipment. Li Shan's bone bow, Long's battle axe, and a set of bone armor for each person. This time, because everyone was supervising, he did not cut corners. After refining all the corpses, The weapons reached the +4 level, unlocked the first layer of restrictions, and most of the armor was upgraded to +2. Shinjua's combat team had 7 people, each with a standard, quality +4 weapon and +2 armor, which made the overall strength of the team soar again. And the corpse of the elite monster was directly made into a +6 quality weapon. With the cooperation of the 7 people, they also had the ability to hunt easily, even the elite corpse dog that Chu Xiu encountered at noon today. Of course, they were still a lot worse than Chu Xiu. Although he didn't have many combat skills, the +7 energy-absorbing heavy armor and 2 ghosts were no joke. Although the opposite side was a combat profession, except for Shinjua, the professional level was not high. The gap between Chu Xiu and everyone else has been widening. This is also the reason why he was so relieved to upgrade the equipment for everyone. Yes, this is the agreed 117 karma points. Shinjua looked painful. Half of the 300 karma points he brought in the beginning went into Chu Xiu's pocket. Chu Xiu accepted it with satisfaction, and now his total karma points reached 384 points. Rich. A sincere smile appeared on Chu Xiu's face. Shinjua looked at him depressedly, perhaps wanting to recover some losses, and asked, "Do you want meat? I'll give you a discount, 2 karma points for 3 pounds. Chu Xiu smiled and said, "No, I'm lucky today and caught a little wild boar." Hearing this, Shinjua became even more depressed. He didn't want to look at Chu Xiu's hateful face anymore, so he simply turned around and left. After Chu Xiu finished the deal, he also smiled and sent the rich man away with a smile. This made Shinjua even more speechless. He glared at him unhappily and pushed the door and left. After seeing Shinjua off, just as Chu Xiu was about to carefully calculate how to spend so many karma points, his eyes suddenly moved. He found that Long and Li Shan did not leave with Shinjua. They were accompanied by Wu Sini and a tall and thin man who was also a member of the combat team. Chu Xiu didn't know the name, but he had scanned it with his phantom demon eyes. His profession was a bodyguard, and he was considered a good member of the combat team. At this time, the 4 were playing with their newly upgraded equipment, but they had no intention of leaving. "Do you have anything else to do?" Chu Xiu asked with a frown. Long wiped his axe and smiled grimly. "Chu Xiu, you are a rich man now. You should pay back the karma points you owed us before, right?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu showed a look of understanding. Is this because they have become strong and have the confidence to challenge him? Chu Xiu looked at the equipment they made and found it a little funny. Wearing his equipment to cause trouble for him, and even knowing how to form gangs and call teammates to help him, this is really the style of a demon cultivator. Chu Xiu's eyes were filled with approval. "So," he asked, "we cooperated to hunt down 5 corpses in total, but a lot of cause and effect points and an extra equipment dropped. We are watching these." Long was obviously prepared, and he counted on his fingers and said, "The bodies of the 5 corpses will also be counted, and because it is in the early stage when everyone's level is not high, these resources will have to be calculated with an additional bonus. 1 piece of equipment is 50 points, and 1 corpse is 10 points. The 4 of us will each get 25%. In short, you just give us a total of 100 cause and effect points." Long squinted his eyes. "You just took 117 cause and effect points from the boss, don't say you don't have them." Seeing Long coming prepared and asking for a lot of cause and effect points with confidence, Chu Xiu found it even more funny. "Did Shinjua ask you to come? Do you think the level of your equipment is enough and you don't need me anymore?" "It's none of the captain's business," the tall and thin man shook his head, "but it's only natural to pay back debts, and the captain will definitely support us." "That's right," Wu Sini nodded, "I'm here to get you Lu's share back. She's too embarrassed to ask for it, and I can't let you bully her like this. You should know how precious the 5 black-haired corpses were in the early stages. 100 karma points is not an excessive price." Li Shan also said, "Chu Xiu, the 4 of us are now level 3 awakeners, and we are all combat. You can't bully others like before." Looking at the 4 aggressive people, Chu Xiu felt more and more amused. He suddenly felt that he was a failure as a demon cultivator. He had been in the abyss for 4 days and had not killed anyone. Now it seemed that he had become an easy target for bullying in the eyes of others. Gently stroking the bone spear in his hand, Chu Xiu smiled lightly and said, "What if I don't give it to you? What do you want to do? Kill me? Then come on." As he said that, he opened his arms very blatantly, as if he was ready to beat or kill you. Seeing him so shameless, several people were stunned. They stared at him for a long time, but no one stepped forward. After all, they are all high school students. Campus bullying is enough. If you really want to kill someone, you will basically have a psychological burden. Except for a few scumbags. At this time, Li Shan suddenly said, "It's okay to use the equipment on him to compensate." After the voice fell, Chu Xiu took a deep look at this person. Although this Li Shan looked harmless, Chu Xiu had already discovered that he was actually the most ruthless of the four. The more this kind of honest man was bullied on weekdays, the more decisive he would be when he really took action. Unlike Long, who usually acted cool and ruthless, that was because he knew that he would not really encounter danger. When it came to actual combat, he immediately showed his true colors. This time, he summoned 4 people to cause trouble for him, which was probably secretly planned by this person. Chu Xiu didn't have any opinion on this. After all, he himself was much worse than Li Shan, and it was normal for the other party to want to retaliate. The only pity was that he picked the wrong person. And Li Shan's words also made the others eager to move, and greedy eyes appeared in their eyes. Because most of the storage space was used by Chu Xiu to store wild boar meat, his bone armor was worn directly on his body at this time. The unique defensive power naturally attracted everyone's attention. We hold him down and take off his armor. This armor can barely offset the 100 karma points, Long said, rolling his eyes. The others nodded. Chu Xiu himself had no objection to this. He even had some expectations. He put the bone spear on his leg with a kind smile on his face. Okay, come and get it. Chu Xiu's fearless look made the 4 people hesitate again. Although they were confident that the 4 of them could crush Chu Xiu, and that was why they dared to come together, the 4 of them did not underestimate Chu Xiu in their hearts. After all, he had the first mover advantage. Even if the hunting efficiency of one person was lower than that of a team, he was at level 3. At level 3, it would be much more difficult for the 4 of them to subdue Chu Xiu without injury than to kill him. The most important thing was that everyone knew one thing clearly. Chu Xiu was a tough guy. A tough guy completely different from these high school students who were laughing and joking. Just as they were hesitating, a puzzled voice suddenly came from outside the door. Why haven't you left yet? It was Xinzhua. It was probably because he returned to the base and saw that the others had not returned for a long time, so he came back. Tisk, Wu Sini spat unhappily, and said something cruel. This matter is not over yet. After that, she turned around and pushed the door and left. Seeing that the team had dispersed, the others naturally followed suit. Chu Xiu shook his head in disappointment. To be honest, if these 4 people are really determined to kill people and seize treasures, then he really looks up to them. But it's okay this way. Although he doesn't mind killing people, maintaining superficial friendship with Xinzhua's team is conducive to his development. Apart from the short-term causal point benefits, Xinzhua, the rich second generation, can also provide a lot of help in the long-term exploration in the future. After all, after the 7-day trial, the other party will definitely get a large wave of supplies at home, and it will be very convenient to cooperate with them when entering next time. So even if he wants to take action, Chu Xiu wants to minimize the impact as much as possible. But the premise is that these people will not threaten him. Thinking of the unwillingness and greed hidden in Li Shan's eyes when he left, Chu Xiu showed a thoughtful look on his face. After pondering for a while, he flicked his fingers, and the ghost turned into a soul body and floated out, following behind a few people from a distance. Brother, are we just going to let it go? After leaving, Li Shan asked unwillingly. Long snorted coldly. What else can we do? You know Xinzhua is a good guy. If he makes any trouble, we will be in trouble. Of course, this account cannot be settled. We will find a chance in the future. There is no need to rush. Wu Sini also nodded. That's right, we are both combat professions, and the gap in strength with him will only be widened by us. Now we are still afraid of some of the bone equipment in his hands, but after we level up and possess advanced combat skills, it will be easy to subdue him. The tall and thin man Z said, we can also raise the price of meat, but we can't let him live so comfortably alone. Yes. Long nodded fiercely. He doesn't have a cloud deer, where can he find food? He always asks us for help. This method is actually quite feasible. In this doomsday time, finding food is indeed the top priority, especially after the awakened level is upgraded. The appetite will also increase. Although Chu Xiu was lucky enough to get a small wild boar, this guy is only about 50 kilograms, and most of it was eaten by the elite corpse dog. After deducting the fur, bones, and internal organs that flowed to the ground, the remaining usable parts are only 5 or 6 kilograms. If he eats with an open stomach, he can finish it in one day. If it weren't for the difficulty in finding food, Chu Xiu would not have brought the cloud deer with him at the beginning. Next, several people talked one after another and proposed methods against Chu Xiu, venting their dissatisfaction. What about charging him to stay overnight in the base, security fees, etc.? But these methods are somewhat childish and naive. At this moment, Li Shan suddenly pretended to be casual and said, if it is so troublesome to subdue him, why don't we just find an opportunity to kill him directly? The moment the voice fell, the other 3 stopped and turned to look at him. Li Shan waved his hands repeatedly. Sorry, I was thinking too much and said it out of my mouth. We are all classmates, how could he really kill someone? Wu Xini frowned. Although I don't like him, he didn't do anything bad, so it's not necessary. Another tall and thin boy also said, yes, the 3 no principles are the experience summarized by our predecessors, and not fighting internally is the most important thing. We should help you get back the cause and effect points he owes you, but killing people for treasures is absolutely not allowed. Once a precedent is set, we will fall into the dilemma of mutual suspicion and vigilance. Li Shan laughed. Oh, I just proposed a possibility, I definitely don't think so. Who do you think I am? Wu Xini and the tall and thin boy nodded and didn't hesitate anymore. Instead, Long showed a thoughtful expression, as if he was thinking about something. The 4 of them didn't discuss it anymore and returned to the base. After a while, laughter came, as if what happened just now had never happened. Li Shan is more powerful than I thought. In his room, Chu Xiu, who had heard the conversation between the 4 people through the ghost, had a playful smile on his face, but his eyes gradually turned cold. Li Shan alone would not be a threat to him. But if he convinced others, especially Xinzhua, Chu Xiu still had a headache with the whole team. Xinzhua was a serious 4th-level high-quality combat profession plus 2 pieces of collection-quality equipment. Although the combat power of the others was low, their configuration was very reasonable, with both melee and ranged combat. Chu Xiu had a headache when they were all together. In the worst-case scenario in theory, he had to include Guan Ku. Everyone said that the mechanic was weak in the early stage, but it was weak relative to other A-level professions. Anyone who ignored it was a complete fool. It was also necessary to consider the variables that his unknown S-level talent might bring. Although Chu Xiu did not think that these rabble could really unite as one, he would not take it lightly. It seems that it is time to eliminate some possible threats in the future in advance. However, it still requires a suitable time. Chu Xiu already had a plan in mind. But for him now, improving his strength is the first priority. Let's first consider how to spend the causal points. Chu Xiu now has nearly 400 causal points in his hand, which is definitely the richest person in the stronghold, no one else. After careful consideration, he decided to save them first. After all, Yin Feng Blade is a low-level spell, and it is meaningless to continue upgrading it. Other skills can be upgraded slowly. If you use causal points to force points, it seems a bit of a loss. It is better to save it for future skills. If it doesn't work, you can directly increase the level by adding professional experience. Then the next step is dash hunting time. Chu Xiu licked his lips excitedly. For the magic profession, as long as you keep killing, you can quickly become stronger. The corpse ghosts all over the city are all nutrients for his growth. He followed the same method as yesterday, using the climbing rope to make a life-saving device, and then began to descend along the wall. Climbing on the outer extension of the wall, the cold wind of midnight blew on his face. Looking down, countless black spots were moving rapidly, and heart-pounding roars sounded from time to time. The corpse ghosts were hunting frantically. When there was no prey, they hunted each other. The corpse ghosts were decomposed one by one, and the dark blood was sprinkled on the dry land, as if devouring the vitality of this land. Today's corpse ghosts seemed to be more violent than yesterday's. Looking at the scene below, Chu Xiu seemed to realize something. He looked up and saw the blood-red moon rising slowly. Today's blood moon was rounder than yesterday's, and the red light it emitted was even more enchanting. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. If it continues to change at this rate, the moon will become a full moon the night after tomorrow, which is the last night before the end of the trial. This thought made Chu Xiu frown slightly. This is not a good sign. Chu Xiu did not believe in coincidences. He had a vague premonition that when the last day came, some unexpected changes might happen. Forget it, no matter what happens at that time, I only need to do one thing, that is, to do my best to improve my strength. Without thinking anymore, Chu Xiu slid down all the way and came to the room he had prepared before. Just like yesterday, he went out carefully, hunted a black-haired corpse ghost, and immediately returned after causing enough noise, relying on favorable terrain to fight. However, perhaps because he killed a large number of corpse ghosts yesterday, the number of corpse ghosts attracted this time was much less. After the battle, only 11 black-haired corpse ghosts were killed, and 134 experience and 25 cause and effect points were gained, which was only half of yesterday. After all, this is the real world. There is no monster cave with infinite monsters. Killing these corpse ghosts is also one less. Chu Xiu sighed. Fortunately, the materials needed to upgrade the bone spear are much smaller than the bone armor. These 11 black-haired corpse ghosts have successfully piled it up to +6 reinforcement, making it even sharper. Moreover, the progress of the practice of the thirsty blood refining heart art has finally slowly climbed to nearly 1/3. However, the speed of practice is getting slower and slower, which is obviously due to the lack of life essence. If you want to make a breakthrough, you may have to kill high-level corpse ghosts or awakened ones. So, what should we do next? Chu Xiu fell into thinking. If we move forward to the lower floors of the apartment building, there must be a large number of corpse ghosts. Apart from anything else, just looking out the window, there are 20 to 30 corpse ghosts visible to the naked eye near the apartment building. But the problem is that the life-saving device he made with the climbing rope is only long enough to extend to the 21st floor. Going down, there is no insurance. If we encounter an elite like last time, it will be troublesome. Although Chu Xiu currently has these two ghosts to protect him and a +7 energy-absorbing heavy armor, there are still countless variables when facing elite monsters. The most important thing is that there is a high probability that there is more than one elite. Yesterday, he attracted an elite on the 21st floor. Excluding the possibility that he has a particularly bad character, the more reasonable explanation is that the density of elite monsters is not small at night. Let's be more cautious. Chu Xiu did not go downstairs in person, but only remotely commanded the ghosts to hunt the lone corpse ghosts. As a development type, max, class, he did not need to be so aggressive. In the end, after killing 5 corpse ghosts, 2 of the ghosts were injured to varying degrees and their condition declined. Chu Xiu stopped hunting and returned upstairs to take out a few large pieces of wild boar meat and eat them. He began to rest and recover his strength. The next day, he continued hunting as usual. The harvest was not much. He killed 9 ordinary ghosts in the morning. It can only be said that the judgment of the people in the base was not groundless. Without Yunlu, it was difficult for him to accurately locate the location of the ghosts. As the density of the surrounding ghosts continued to decrease, his hunting efficiency would also be greatly reduced. Chu Xiu, who realized this, decided to expand the scope of exploration. Now, except for the parking lot, the 3 communities near the apartment building have almost been brushed by him, and he can only continue to explore outside. He didn't find too many ghosts, but he found traces of 2 waves of other awakened people. The teleportation of awakened people is generally gathered in the form of teleportation points. For example, the awakened people within a radius of 1 mile nearby are basically teleported to the apartment. This means that there are 2 teleportation points not too far away from them. The good news is that they may be used when exploring in the future, but the bad news is that those conspicuous and easy-to-obtain experience treasures have naturally been taken by others. This made Chu Xiu a little irritated. Is it time to start taking risks? He thought silently. It was the 5th day since he came to the abyss, and the easy-to-obtain experience had almost been used up. Chu Xiu had 2 choices if he wanted to get a wave of fat. One was to go down to the lower floors at night, or even leave the apartment building directly to join the wild hunt at night. The other was to enter the underground parking lot during the day and raid the nests where the corpse ghosts were hiding and resting. Both were extremely risky. After thinking carefully, he still shook his head with some amusement. He lowered his body and quickly walked through the residential buildings, treating the boring and repetitive search work as a kind of training to hone his mentality and combat skills. And perhaps it was a reward from God. When the sun was about to set, he finally found a small group of corpses hunting collectively and killed a full 17 ordinary corpse ghosts at once. Counting these, he killed a total of 32 corpses today, which brought him 195 professional experience points and 89 karma points. With so many corpses, he finally succeeded in strengthening the bone spear to +7. Exquisite bone spear +7, strengthening progress, 0/10, level, ordinary, quality, excellent, attributes, solid, 2, 8, sharp, 3, 4, bleeding, 1, 9, weight 3, 5 kilograms. Now you can choose the second level of restrictions to be engraved. Armor piercing, the special spiritual power structure can make the tip of the spear form a high-speed vibrating film, greatly improving the armor penetration ability, sharpness +1, 8. Explosion, the explosion restriction can make every attack of yours come with an additional explosion damage, power, 2, 0. Bloodsucking, now when your bone spear pierces the enemy, it can continuously extract the opponent's vitality to heal its own injuries and increase strength and vitality to a certain extent, absorption, 1, 4. It was another familiar choice of 3. But this time Chu Xiu did not hesitate at all and chose armor piercing. The reason is also very simple. This is the enhancement of the basic attributes. The higher his physique, the better the effect, and the more suitable it is for future battles. The other 2 can only serve as icing on the cake. Of course, if you want to maximize the effect, You still have to wait until you reach level 6 and then refine the thirsty blood refining heart technique. By then, you will have the confidence to take slightly more radical actions. We have to keep working hard. Back at the base, Shinjua and the others were still as usual and had come back to rest early. They were also very happy today, gathered in the room to chat and laugh, and obviously gained a lot. When Shinjua came to Chushio to upgrade the equipment later, he knew that they had killed nearly 50 corpse ghosts today, a little more than him. It seemed that everything was moving in a good direction. Chushio accepted 98 karma points and helped them strengthen another wave. Everyone was very satisfied, but Chushio noticed that after receiving the enhanced equipment, Li Shan and Long looked at him with more greed. Chushio knew what was going on. After everyone left, he ate a few pieces of meat to restore his strength, and then began to continue leveling without stopping. 13 black-haired corpse ghosts were killed in one night, and a total of 22 were killed in the next day. Hunting efficiency continued to decline. Fortunately, Chushio's hard work paid off. These corpses allowed Chushio's white bone ghost banner to reach +6, further expanding its capacity and refining a third ghost. Although it was only at level 7 of the mortal order, it undoubtedly further improved Chushio's strength. At the same time, it also brought him 59 causal points in a ordinary, quality weapon that he could not use. And most importantly, after so many days of precipitation, his level finally increased again. Level up. Current level, Mortal Order level 6, a new inheritance has been unlocked. Chushio opened the character panel expectantly. Name, Chushio, level, ordinary level 6, 66/1200, Constitution, 9. 03, Spirit, 7. 24, Energy level, 22. 19, Others, slightly all attributes have been greatly improved again. After reaching 9.0 in physique, Chushio felt like a little Superman. His powerful strength could even overturn a car. In addition to the most obvious strength, his reaction speed and perception ability have reached a level that ordinary people can hardly imagine. With the spirit of 7.24, he can now even clearly see the flight trajectory of a mosquito 10 meters away. Catch an arrow shot from 10 meters away with his bare hands. And the energy level of 22 points also gives him enough energy to use magic. In addition, it is the inheritance he has been thinking about. As Chushio's mind moved, a panel emerged. New magic has been unlocked: Ghost Shadow Phantom Step, level, ordinary, quality, superior, description. Concentrate magic power on the soles of the feet to provide instant explosive acceleration. Evaluation: for the demon sect, it is more important to master excellent escape skills than to fight. This technique is derived from a common martial art. After being improved by the elders of the Holy Sect, it is now one of the 3 entry-level body techniques for disciples of the Holy Sect. After 3 months of learning, you can fly over eaves and walls, cross the river with a reed, and after mastering it, you can achieve outrageous manipulations such as aerial turns and double jumps on the ground, which greatly enhances the flexibility of practitioners. But please note that this technique consumes a lot of mana and is only suitable for short-distance burst dodges, not long-distance raids. I was given a body technique. The moment Chushio saw this inheritance, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is exactly what he needs most now. With a means of escape, he can boldly try to take risks at night or deep underground. Sure enough, my previous decision was correct. After Chushio sighed, he hurriedly checked the specific attributes of the Phantom Step. Phantom Step, Proficiency, Beginner, 1/200, Release Cost, 0, 5 to 1, 5, increases with Charging Time, 0, 4s0, 8s, Power, 500J 1500J, Duration, 0, 5 to 1, zeros, Cooling Time, 0, Sexus. The panel of Phantom Step is a little complicated, but after Chushio experimented on the spot, he quickly figured out what it meant. First of all, to activate Phantom Step, you need energy is accumulated at the soles of the feet. This process takes 0, 4s0, 8s. The longer the accumulation time, the more mana is consumed, but the stronger the effect. Then, at the moment of activation, a huge impulse is generated. This force will burst out a total of 500 to 1500 joules of energy in 0.5 to 1.0 seconds. The specific amount also depends on the accumulation time. 500 joules is 500 Newton meters, which is the energy of throwing a 50 kilogram person up 1 meter, and is also the muzzle kinetic energy of an ordinary pistol. An adult male with a healthy body and a habit of daily exercise weighs about 70 kilograms and jumps from 30 to 40 centimeters in place, which is 210 to 280 joules of energy. In other words, the explosive energy provided by the Phantom Step is almost twice this value. Chushio touched his chin and calculated secretly in his mind. This value is not low. Think about it. When you run, every push of the ground can add twice the energy of jumping with both feet at the same time. How terrifying it is. If this skill is given to triple jump athletes, they can jump 30 meters easily. And this is the minimum energy storage, which can reach up to 1,500 joules, 6 times the energy of an ordinary person's full-strength jump. But for Chu Xiu, whose physical fitness is as high as 9.0, this is a bit useless. Moreover, the cooling time and charging time are a bit long. Fortunately, he was prepared. Why did I save so many causal points before? Isn't it for now? Give me some. Without any hesitation, Chu Xiu directly invested a large number of causal points in the Phantom Step. In an instant, the proficiency of the Phantom Step began to soar. Consume 17 causal points, and the proficiency of the Phantom Step is increased to entry. Consume 56 causal points, and the proficiency of the Phantom Step is increased to proficient. Consume 189 causal points, and the proficiency of the Phantom Step is increased to minor success. As 3 prompt sounds rang out in succession, Chu Xiu felt a large amount of memories pouring into his mind. His body was like he had practiced the Phantom Step thousands of times. As long as he thought about it, he could mobilize his magic power and change his body shape at will. He opened the panel again, and the properties of the Phantom Step had undergone earth-shaking changes. Phantom Step, proficiency, minor, 1/200, release cost, 0, 2 to 0, increases with charging time, 0, 2s0, success, power, 950J 9500J, duration, 0, 2 to 0, 8s. Cooling time, 0, 2s. After reaching the minor success, the properties of the Phantom Step have undergone a qualitative change. It only takes 0.2 seconds to burst out the power at the fastest, and the cooling time for the next launch is also reduced to 0.2 seconds. In other words, under extreme circumstances, Chu Xiu can use the Phantom Step 5 times in 2 seconds. In other words, within 2 seconds, change his body shape 5 times in a row. This makes his body flexibility reach an extremely amazing level. And the maximum power can burst out a full 9,500 joules of energy. It can directly send an adult man to a height of more than 10 meters. With the Phantom Step, my ability to fight or escape will be greatly improved. Chu Xiu nodded with satisfaction. Now I have the confidence to start exploring the underground area. The trial will end tomorrow, and when I return again, Xinzhuo and other rich second generations will definitely come back with a lot of family support. So I have to eat up all this wave of experience before I leave. I can't leave them any. Chu Xiu silently formulated the next action plan. The reason why Chu Xiu was able to slowly level up with patience was largely because he knew that although his hunting efficiency had decreased, others would definitely decrease more, and they would not be able to eat this wave of experience before him. Now, he has almost reached the peak of strength that can be achieved in the short term, so there is no need to act conservatively. If there is any regret, it is that the progress of the thirsty blood refining hard art is too slow due to the lack of life essence, and it has not been completed. But even so, he is fully confident of challenging more dangerous areas. Chu Xiu is going to find Xinzhuo to buy some meat, and then rest for a while to recover his physical strength. After improving his condition to the best, he will set off immediately without wasting time. With his mindset, Chu Xiu walked towards the base, but when he was about to reach it, he vaguely heard a conversation coming, as if his name was mentioned. This made Chu Xiu's heart move. After a slight hesitation, he stretched out his hand and a ghost in the form of a soul body floated out. At the same time, in the room where everyone was gathered, Long's loud voice rang out, "Captain, it's time for us to raise the price of meat for Chu Xiu. He is an outsider, and he has left the hard work of finding food to us, and he is taking the opportunity to upgrade himself. How can such a good thing happen? Captain, believe me, if there is no food to eat, Chu Xiu will definitely come to beg us." Inside the stronghold, Long spoke loudly and confidently. Compared to 2 days ago, his muscles were stronger, just like a bull, and even his height seemed to have increased by several centimeters, giving people a strong sense of oppression. It can be seen at a glance that the killing of monsters in the past 2 days has allowed him to level up again, and he has reached the mortal level 4. The increase in level obviously gave Long strong confidence. He seemed to have become the gangster who bullied his classmates in school by relying on his physique. Even his attitude towards Xinzhuo was a little more contemptuous. In his opinion, Xinzhuo was just a rich second generation with a good family background, but his management team was too weak, especially in the matter of Chu Xiu. He was simply being manipulated by others. Moreover, Xinzhuo did not hide the fact that his profession was bought. This made Long feel that Xinzhuo was useless except for being born into a good family. Being the leader of this stronghold would only lead the team better. Before Shinjuo opened his mouth to talk about Long's proposal, Yunlu took the lead in opposing it. How can this be? The price has been set long ago, how can it be changed just like that? Then Chu Xiu can also change the cost of upgrading the equipment. Long did not say anything, but Wu Xini sneered, what does it matter? Our equipment is basically complete, and a lot of good things have been dropped during this period. Instead of continuing to look for him, it is better to save the cause and effect points to upgrade combat skills. I just can't stand his arrogant attitude. He refuses to take any loss, as if we are begging him. It's not that exaggerated. Yunlu whispered to defend Chu Xiu. Hearing this, Wu Xini became even angrier. Unlike Long, she did not have a grudge against Chu Xiu. Her dissatisfaction with Chu Xiu almost all came from Yunlu's inexplicable preference in her opinion. Xiao Lu, do you like him so much? Wu Xini said angrily. Of course not. We have only known each other for a few days. Yunlu waved his hands repeatedly. Then why do you always protect him? Wu Xini continued to question. Yunlu lowered his head, and after a long while he said in confusion, actually, I just think he is very strong. Ah? Wu Xini was stunned, and the others also showed astonishment. Strong? Chu Xiu? Yunlu smiled embarrassedly, I don't know what's going on. He has a very reassuring smell and I think he will protect me because I am very useful. Maybe this is the survival instinct of herbivores? Wu Xini said helplessly, do you really think you are a deer? Li Shan smiled, little deer, but it's just that he is the first person you met here, so you have an illusion in your subconscious mind. There seems to be a special term in psychology to describe this. But let's be realistic. How strong can he be as a support profession with an energy level of 0? 8? Yunlu didn't say anything, and Long continued, yes, he is not strong in combat, but he has cost us so many cause and effect points. Can you swallow this breath? He didn't join us before because of his short-sightedness. Now he wants to buy me cheaply. How can this be possible? You have to think clearly. When the trial is over and we leave the abyss, we can't get these cause and effect points back. Long's voice was a little anxious. Many other people also echoed him, most of them were those in auxiliary professions. They worked hard all day to earn single-digit cause and effect points. Chu Xiu earned more than 10 times as much as them. As auxiliary professions, this huge gap made them unhappy with Chu Xiu for a long time. Of course, there were also those who disagreed, not because these people had any good feelings for Chu Xiu, but because they didn't want to create trouble when the trial was about to end. The people in the stronghold split into two factions and started arguing with each other. Guan Ku, who was sitting silently in the corner, held his forehead speechlessly, his eyes as if he was looking at an idiot. What a bunch of rabble, she thought. Guan Ku suddenly felt that perhaps it would be a better choice to stay out from the beginning like Chu Xiu did, and use his advantages to earn karma points. Mixing in with this group of people, although it is a good cover for himself and provides a lot of convenience, it will inevitably consume a lot of energy. These people have no sense of crisis at all, and only have those trivial calculations in their eyes. In comparison, Chu Xiu has boldly made a plan to try to increase his advantage by hunting at night. The difference between the two periods is simply heaven and earth. Okay, stop arguing. At this time, looking at the people who were talking, Shinjuo knocked on the table. We have already set the price of food a long time ago, and it is not cheap, it is a very reasonable price. Rules are rules, there is no need to break them for a little benefit. Shinjuo's words ended the debate in the stronghold. But it was obvious that Long was not convinced. After a cold snort, he walked out of the stronghold directly. Li Shan smiled apologetically to the others. Long is just too impulsive. I will go and persuade him. Then he followed him out the door. But as the door closed behind him, the apologetic smile on Li Shan's face instantly disappeared. He followed Long, and the two of them silently walking in the corridor. After they were far away from the base, Long finally spoke. What do you mean? Li Shan said without hesitation, let's do it tonight. This is the last chance. Hearing this, the originally ferocious Long showed a hint of hesitation on his face. Do you really want to kill someone? Li Shan sneered. Why, are you scared? How is that possible? Long's face changed uncertainly. I just don't think I'm completely sure. Li Shan said disdainfully, we are both level 4. You also know that after reaching level 4, the experience gained from killing zombies will decrease sharply. Chu Xiu will never be able to reach level 5. 2 level 4 combat professions will be afraid of an auxiliary profession of the same level? Not to mention, our equipment is not bad. Li Shan's words seemed to convince Long a little, but he still hesitated. It's not enough for us to just win, but we have to do it cleanly. If this matter is exposed, I'm afraid we will be expelled from the base. Li Shan sneered. What is without risk? If you are afraid of this and that, why come to the abyss? If we miss this time, where can we find a stupid fat sheep like Chu Shou again? You should know in your heart that it is impossible for awakeners like you and me who have neither outstanding professions nor talents to develop without being ruthless. Do you want to be a dog for Xinzhua for the rest of your life? Li Shan's words made Long completely determined. The hesitation in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a strong murderous intent. He grinned and said, "Tell me, what do you want to do?" "Don't worry," Li Shan licked his lips. "I have made an excellent plan and made multiple preparations. Do you still remember my bait skill? It's the thing made of corpse blood. It can attract corpses. We just need to apply it on. And the Type 005 corpse venom that exploded this morning, we can mix it in Chu Shou's food through the means of sowing discord. Perhaps we can pull Gao Yuan over. Although this guy just rejected us, he likes Yun Lu. We just need to. We can also borrow Cindy's pistol as a safety measure. The most important thing is that a lone wolf like Chu Xiu, even if he disappears, others will only think that he made a mistake while hunting outside, and he is an excellent target." Li Shan became more and more excited as he spoke, and he talked about several plans in one breath, each of which was enough to easily kill a level 4 awakener. This made someone behind him exclaim, "What a good plan!" The sudden sound did not make Li Shan realize that something was wrong. He was still excited and said, "Right, Long, you also think so?" His voice suddenly stopped, because he found that Long in front of him did not open his mouth, but looked behind him with a look of horror. Puff! With a slight sound, a sharp bone spear pierced through Li Shan's chest. He looked down blankly, looking at the tip of the spear that pierced through his chest in disbelief. Opposite him, Long's face was full of horror, but before he could make any sound, a terrifying ghost face appeared behind him. The next moment, Long's body was directly cut into pieces by two sharp claws, and his internal organs flowed all over the ground. Only a head fell to the ground, like a dying fish, with its lips opening and closing weakly. Li Shan made a vague sound, and was then swallowed by a large amount of blood. Pa! As Chu Xiu's bone spear was pulled out, Li Shan's body fell to the ground weakly. His eyes were wide open, as if he still couldn't accept the fact that he was going to die. He used his left hand to dig the ground hard, struggling to move, and desperately uttered cries for help. Chu Xiu strode forward and pierced his head with a spear. Bang! With a light sound, a large number of items appeared out of thin air in the void. With the death of the two, the things in their storage space fell out. Looking at the two dead bodies in front of him and the pile of items, Chu Xiu showed a sarcastic smile on his face. In fact, after knowing that Li Shan and Long intended to harm him, he often released ghosts to track and look for opportunities to attack. It's just that the two people have never left the team, so Chu Xiu couldn't find an opportunity. Of course, Chu Xiu is not a person who sits back and waits for opportunities. If the two stay in the base, he will also find a way to lure them out and kill them. Because his intuition tells him that the last day of this trial will not end so easily. The blood moon above his head is getting more and more dazzling, and there is a high probability that something unexpected will happen. He wants to eliminate as many variables as possible before the blood moon is full. But if the lure failed, Chu Xiu would not forcefully kill the two of them. He would not formally go to war with everyone in the stronghold for these two insignificant little characters. In other words, if these two people had not taken the initiative to leave the team and conspired to kill Chu Xiu, they would most likely have escaped the awakening trial unscathed. It has to be said that this is a great irony. This is a contradictory world. When you choose to be a good person, you will inevitably be bullied and exploited by those unruly scum, extreme egoists, and bullies. But if you choose to be a bad guy, you will embark on a road of endless struggle where the strong prey on the weak and the winner takes all. If you want to survive safely, there are only two ways to choose. One is to fight all the way and become the biggest of all the bad guys. The second is to band together with other good people to build a stable and orderly society. The stricter the enforcement of the rules, the less room there is for evil people to play. Of course, human history has proved that exploitation is inevitable, but at least there is a place for survival. Chu Xiu looked at the gradually cooling corpse on the ground with some pity and shook his head. As a sheep, don't overestimate your own abilities and embark on the road of killing surrounded by wolves. The first time Chu Xiu killed someone, he didn't have much resistance in his heart. He even felt that the moment the blood bloomed, there was a different kind of beauty. At the same time, he felt a sense of coldness, violence, hatred, and a lot of negative emotions, but an invisible and intangible thing entangled himself. Is this the sin of killing? Chu Xiu frowned slightly. When he first killed the abyss creatures, he also felt that an invisible thing merged into his body. However, the feeling that invisible thing gave him was completely opposite to now. It was a bright, magnificent, and warm breath. The invisible power born from killing Li Shan and the other two is the same as the records in the magic books. It should be killing sin without a doubt. Then what did I get from killing the abyss creatures before? Merit? Chu Xiu couldn't help but laugh. He was a magic cultivator, but now he was surrounded by merit? He killed so many abyss creatures in the past few days. The amount of merit is no longer comparable to the killing sin. He can clearly feel that the impact of killing sin on his mind has been basically offset by merit. But the weird thing is that the role of killing sin in promoting the practice of the infinite reincarnation technique is not affected. He can feel that his merit and killing sin exist at the same time, and both can accelerate the practice of the infinite reincarnation technique. Can't this be the correct way to practice this technique? This technique itself should not have any bias, but in the era of cultivating immortals, there is no particularly easy way to obtain merit, which makes those who practice this technique embark on the path of killing. This idea made Chu Xiu stunned for a moment. But this is great news for him, at least he doesn't have to worry about losing his mind because of killing. With so many abyss creatures in the abyss, as long as Chu Xiu doesn't go crazy and carry out indiscriminate slaughter, he will hardly let the killing exceed the merit. Shaking his head, Chu Xiu didn't think about it anymore, but began to search for useful high-value items on the two of them, while using the talent of perfect refining to absorb the blood of the two to practice the thirsty blood refining heart technique. At the moment of the perfect refining, a rich life essence poured into Chu Xiu's body, making him squint slightly in comfort. As he expected before, the life essence of the awakened is very abundant. The previous large-scale slaughter of corpses and ghosts has long replenished the energy needed for the thirsty blood refining heart technique. What is missing now is the life essence. The two are level 4 awakened. As an awakener and a combat profession, Chu Xiu's life essence is many times more than that of an ordinary person. Once inhaled, Chu Xiu's cultivation progress soared. 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. After completely sucking Long and Li Shan's bodies into mummies, Chu Xiu felt as if he had broken through a bottleneck. His heart seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes in an instant. Powerful power surged from the beating heart, producing new and more energetic blood, which gave all the organs in his body a new lease of life, just like replacing a used car with a Ferrari engine. Chu Xiu punched out casually, and it was immediately accompanied by a sharp whistling sound of the wind. His punch was much faster than before in terms of both strength and speed. And he could feel that his biggest improvement was endurance. A steady stream of energy surged from the heart, as if it was endless. Thirsty blood refining heart technique is completed, endurance plus 11, strength plus 6, life recovery speed plus 3 5, nerve reaction speed plus 2. Comprehensively reflected as physique plus 7, 6. The prompt sounded in Chu Xiu's ears, making him look even more delighted. His physique after he reached level 6 was only 9 points, which almost doubled his physique. Chu Xiu gently clenched his fist, and strong confidence rose from his heart. Now, even if I only talk about physique, I will never lose to the A-grade combat profession of the same level. This is the abnormality of the magic cultivator, which far exceeds the growth ability of any profession. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiu calmed down his excitement. He still has other gains waiting for him to collect. For example, those white bone equipment can be re-refined by Chu Xiu to upgrade his own equipment. Chu Xiu chose to continue to strengthen his bone spear. The material consumption required for armor is too large. After Chu Xiu's physique skyrocketed, a good weapon will improve his combat ability even more. From previous experience, the more the ban is, the stronger it is. He is very curious about what kind of surprise this weapon will bring him after it is strengthened to plus 10. Chu Xiu waved his hand, and the bone equipment on the two began to be refined rapidly, successfully strengthening the bone spear to a strength of plus 8. In addition, the two of them had a total of 27 causal points, as well as a standard quality item, type 005 corpse demon venom. This thing was what Li Shan had prepared to use to harm Chu Xiu. It can be applied to weapons and equipment and last for 10 minutes. If stabbed, it will cause a total of 3-5 toxicity to explode within 30 seconds. Chu Xiu didn't have a particularly big idea of this number, but he thought it should be a relatively powerful poison. All in all, this trip was a good harvest. Sure enough, killing people and robbing treasures comes faster. Chu Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Then next, there is only one last step left. Chu Xiu took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Corpse demon! A corpse demon is coming up!" His shout immediately startled everyone in the nearby stronghold. When they arrived, they saw an astonishing scene. A special corpse ghost that they had never seen before suddenly rushed out and slapped Chu Xiu several meters away. Shinjuo was the first to react and shouted angrily, "Everyone, meet the enemy." The moment the voice fell, he shouted, took off the two-handed heavy sword behind him, and rushed to the corpse ghost with an extremely fast step, raising the sword to cut. The 5-meter-long giant sword made a whistling sound that tore through the air and slashed at the corpse ghost fiercely. However, the corpse ghost moved very quickly, dodged sideways, grabbed Li Shan and Long's bodies at the same time, and jumped to the window on the side. Bang! Shinjuo's giant sword slashed heavily on the wall. He should have used his skill. This time, the slash actually cut a huge crack in the wall. This made Chu Xiu secretly stunned, thinking that the combat profession should not be underestimated. Unfortunately, the corpse ghost was faster. With the sound of glass breaking, the corpse ghost disappeared from the window. At the original place, only blood and broken meat were left. Looking at the window where the corpse ghost escaped, Shinjuo's face was extremely ugly, and he tightly grasped the giant sword in his hand. "What's going on?" Chu Xiu patted his chest with lingering fear. "I don't know either. Just now, Li Shan and Long said they had something to tell me and called me here, but before they said what it was, the corpse ghost suddenly appeared. The two of them died before they could even hold on for a moment. If you hadn't come quickly, I would have died at the hands of the corpse ghost," Chu Xiu said, his face pale, as if he was still afraid. After hearing his words, Shinjuo's face became even uglier. He went to the window and looked down. The corpse ghost had disappeared without a trace, along with the bodies of Long and Li Shan. This horrible scene made everyone pale. They always thought that the base was safe, but just now, their cognition was broken. Unexpectedly, a ghost had sneaked in without anyone noticing, and even left calmly after killing 2 people. "Captain, what should we do now?" Wu Xinyi's lips trembled, and her face was full of panic. She had completely lost the domineering momentum she had when she was looking for trouble with Chu Xiu before. Shinjuo's face also had obvious fear. Although he had just rushed forward, he was just relying on his equipment and the inertia of the corpse ghost's vulnerable thinking. But he didn't expect that the attack he launched with his skills would be easily avoided by the other party. Even if there was no head-on collision, just this moment of fighting made him realize a terrifying fact, that is, the physique of this monster was better than his. But at this time he also knew that everyone else was counting on him, and he couldn't lose his composure. Taking a deep breath, Shinjuo said, "Gao Yuan, go and find out where this corpse ghost came from. Guanko, please make more warning traps and arrange them in various places in the base. Zening, the dosage of perfume to cover up the smell should be increased. Others, join me in strengthening defense. Not only the obstacles at the stairs, but also the windows of other rooms should be sealed to eliminate any possible routes up. This last night, some unusual changes may happen. Everyone cheer up. As long as we can hold on until tomorrow, we will win." "Yes." As Shinjuo's voice fell, the others responded in unison, but it can be seen that there was still fear on their faces. After all, 2 teammates who had been with each other day and night died in front of him without any warning. It was impossible not to be afraid. After the arrangement was completed, Shinjuo turned to Chu Xiu. "You should still come with us tonight. I didn't ask you to join us, but more people can at least take care of each other." Chu Xiu smiled politely, "Thank you, but I have my own decision." Hearing this, Shinjuo did not force it, but went to track down the traces of the corpse ghost with a heavy face. It is estimated that he will not be able to sleep well before figuring out where this corpse ghost came from. Of course, this so-called corpse ghost is naturally the materialized ghost sent by Chu Xiu. This kind of invisible creature, Shinjuo and others will never be able to find its trace even if they search for a lifetime. Fortunately, Chu Xiu is kind-hearted. He has prepared everything in advance. The reason why he was able to know the conversation between Long and Li Shan was that after realizing something was wrong, he immediately released the ghost in the soul body state to monitor. After deciding to take action, another ghost was sent to climb up from the balcony downstairs to create traces. Soon Shinjuo and his men would find out. After that, the defense of the base would probably be strengthened crazily. After everyone spent a night in panic, this matter would be over. The death of Long and Li Shan can only be attributed to an accident that can be seen everywhere in the abyss and is very common. With this in mind, Chu Xiu calmly went to Yunlu to buy 10 kilograms of meat when others were anxious, and returned to his residence to eat slowly to replenish his energy. Tonight, there is a big battle. Thanks to Long and the others, Chu Xiu actually cultivated the thirsty blood refining heart technique at the last moment, and his strength soared again. Now he is undoubtedly the strongest form in the short term. With such a strong strength, it would be a pity if he didn't kill more monsters to get the benefits. Li Shan was right about one thing. Everything has risks, and the key is whether the gains are worth the risk. Now Chu Xiu has the confidence to challenge a wave of high-risk hunting at night on the last night. But just when he finished eating all the beast meat and was ready to leave, a low-pitched exclamation suddenly sounded in the dark. Even if the person who made the sound tried his best to keep his voice down, Chu Xiu still heard it. It was Wu Xinyi, the short-haired girl who had always disliked her. At this moment, the girl was standing by the window, covering her mouth with her hands, looking down with horror. What happened? Xinzhuo hurried to Wu Xinyi's side, and then his body stopped, and panic could not be suppressed on his usually calm face. This gave Chu Xiu a bad feeling. He hurriedly walked to the two of them and looked down, and then he found that at some point, the surroundings of the apartment building were filled with densely packed corpses. No, not just near the apartment building, the streets, the community, and even the wide roads were full of corpses. Among these corpses, there were even a large number of mutants that Chu Xiu had never seen before. Even without opening the ghost demon eye, he could tell that there were a large number of elites among them. These corpses, as if they had been summoned by something, collectively ran out of their nests. They stood on the empty street, motionlessly looking up at the sky. Chu Xiu followed their line of sight and saw that the originally dark night had been stained with a layer of crimson. In the center of the crimson was the enchanting blood moon. It was now completely full, like a charming yet deadly cursed gem. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Chu Xiu's ears. The full moon has arrived, and the blood moon ceremony has begun. Blood moon ritual. Chu Xiu's heart trembled. His intuition was right. When the blood moon was full, unexpected changes would happen. He concentrated on perceiving the information in his mind. Blood moon ritual, time, 1 hour, rule 1, during the ritual, the positions of all creatures will be marked by the blood moon, and the holders of the mark can perceive each other within a certain range. Rule 2, killing any creature will earn points. The number of points is determined by the strength of the killed creature, and all creatures within the ritual range will be ranked by points. Environment, abyssal creatures illuminated by the blood moon will have strength plus 50%, life recovery speed plus 300%, fighting desire plus 300%, pain perception minus 70%, and experience plus 100% for killing. Abyssal creatures can also gain experience by killing each other. Reward, the creatures in the top 1,000 of the points ranking will be rewarded with an endless blood pool. As the prompt panel appeared, the blood moon hanging high in the dome suddenly extended a charming red light around itself, like countless blood-red tentacles. The ghouls stimulated by the bloodlight had a strange red color on their skin. They roared to the sky, and their ferocious eyes became even crazier. Suddenly, a ghoul turned its head and bit the neck of another ghoul beside it. Then, as if it had caused a chaotic war, the ghouls below began to attack each other indiscriminately. But these were only the lowest-level ghouls. Those high-level ghouls seemed to still retain their sanity. They left the center of the melee at the first time and hunted low-level counterparts in their own way, accumulating points. At the same time, Chu Xiu could feel that his body was also illuminated by the bloodlight. Although he was not given a violent buff like those ghouls, he also felt a heat in his heart, as if the instinctive desire to kill from the human body was stimulated, and he couldn't wait to step into the arena to fight. At the same time, he gained a strange perception ability. He could vaguely sense the life near him. Chu Xiu's heart moved slightly. Is this the influence of the blood moon ritual? He knew that this induction was two-way. In other words, while he was hunting other creatures, he was also the hunted. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness in his body, he began to observe the situation quickly. At present, it is still in the stage of a big melee. But Chu Xiu noticed that as the number of corpse ghosts decreased and the number of evolved high-level corpse ghosts increased, more and more corpse ghosts began to retain some sanity under the influence of the blood moon. They began to hide their bodies and choose more advantageous places to fight. Like experienced hunters, they completed the hunt in this chaotic world. Even more corpse ghosts have begun to enter the apartment building and move towards the location of everyone. This movement was quickly discovered by others. Everyone in the stronghold ran out, looking at the horrifying scene below, their faces pale. The trial will end tomorrow and they will go home. No one wants to die here. Especially those auxiliary professions, they have no ability to fight, and they are so scared that they can't even stand. I will never go into the abyss again after I go back. I don't want to die at this time. Su Hang was about to cry. For them, relying on the awakened skills, even if they never go into the abyss in their lifetime, they can be a senior technician with a monthly salary of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, which is more than enough, and they may even be able to enter the inner city. In other words, they are only one night away from a better life. Stop arguing, everyone, go back to the stronghold. Xinzhuo shouted in a low voice, stopping the frightened people. Don't worry, no one will die tonight. His voice was also trembling, but everyone seemed to have found the backbone, and they retreated to the room of the stronghold one after another. The room is quite exquisite. The space itself is large enough. During this period of time, it has been continuously reinforced by everyone. It has become a kind of safe house. Defending it can gain great terrain advantages. After giving the order, Shinjuo looked at Chu Xiu. It's already this time, why don't you join us? You have been attacked by a zombie before, so you should know the horror of a high-level zombie. That is definitely not a force that one person can defeat. Chu Xiu chuckled, how do you know if you don't try? But you, with such good equipment, don't you want to try to get the reward of the ceremony? Yu Shinjuo widened his eyes, are you still thinking about the reward? But he quickly reacted, Chu Xiu, you must have misunderstood. The so-called top 1,000 in the ceremony does not refer to the top 1,000 awakened people, but the top 1,000 of all creatures in this city. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiu just responded indifferently, oh, so what? So, what? Shinjuo was stuck. He took a deep breath and said, I don't know if you have ever assessed how big this city is. I once stood on the roof and looked out. At the height of the 33rd floor, I couldn't even see the other side of the city. And within a radius of 1 kilometer around us, we have found at least 6 soldier-level creatures. Not to mention how many are hidden underground. According to this estimate, there are probably more than 1,000 soldier-level monsters alone. Isn't it a foolish dream for you to think that there are more than 1,000? Chu Xiu, I don't want you to die hastily outside because of a momentary impulse. Come and join us. We will come to this world again after the trial. At that time, we will explore it with more adequate preparations. Shinjuo stretched out his hand, his face full of sincerity. Chu Xiu was silent for a while. After a long while, he said, Shinjuo, you are a good person. But I still say that, I have my own strategy. Yu Shinjuo smiled bitterly and shook his head, sighing, okay, if you change your mind, come to me, as long as don't attract the monsters here. After that, he stopped persuading and returned to the base. With a bang, the heavy iron door slammed shut. Chu Xiu stood outside the house, took a deep breath, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that Shinjuo is quite saintly. He is a bit like Qingshan. I thought he was a hypocrite before. Saints are good. I like saints the most. They are harmless and easy to control. Only in critical moments can a person's true face be seen. Shinjuo did not forget to pull him in at this time. Although he might be holding the idea of strength in numbers, it also reflects part of his character. It's a pity, I really want to see what this so-called blood moon reward is. He has now cultivated all the inheritances, and is already in the strongest state in the short term, with strength far exceeding that of the same level. It's a waste to hide in this situation. Besides, there is still a chance of reward. He naturally had a rough estimate of this place, and even because of his high attributes and larger exploration range, Chu Xiu's estimate was more accurate and detailed than Shinjuo's. The number of warrior-level creatures here is not just possibly over 1,000, but definitely over 1,000. But, because the warrior-level creatures will also kill each other, the number of creatures that survive will be greatly reduced, and my chances are not low. Of course, Chu Xiu's adventure was by no means unprepared and driven by greed like a gambler, but was the result of careful observation and analysis. The most important reason that prompted him to make this choice was this blood moon ritual is simply a killing field tailor-made for me. During this period of time, he was not staring at the scene of the corpses fighting below, but carefully summarizing the performance of the corpses. He found that as long as the corpses got rid of the frenzy, they would prefer to choose non-same kind for hunting, and among the same kind, there would be a tendency of cooperative hunting. They, the awakened ones, are the best hunting targets. He can clearly feel that a large number of corpses are rushing towards the top floor. At the same time, affected by the experience decay mechanism in the abyss, these corpses rarely waste time killing creatures that are more than 3 levels lower than their own level. This is easy to understand. When Chu Xiu was level 1, a black-haired corpse could bring him 60 experience points. When he reached level 5, it sharply decayed to 10 points. Combining the above 2 points, the human stronghold on the top floor of the apartment building has become a perfect bait for gathering monsters. It can attract a large number of corpses without provoking high-level creatures. This is simply a perfect killing field given by God. In this case, even if there is no reward for the blood moon ritual, just for the extra 100% experience, he has enough reasons to take risks. Not to mention, positional warfare is what I am best at. Chu Xiu smiled, waved his hand, and the bone bloodthirsty formation was set up on the spot. The battle site chosen by Chu Xiu was on the 30th floor. It was a certain distance from the stronghold upstairs, which could maximize the bait effect. At the same time, there were certain defensive fortifications here, which could reduce Chu Xiu's pressure. Moreover, he found a point that was extremely advantageous to him. The ghosts in my ghost banner will not be marked by the blood moon. That is to say, they can perfectly undertake the task of sneak attack and ambush. Those corpse ghosts would not have thought that they would be suddenly attacked in a place where there was nothing in the blood moon's perception. This can bring a great first-hand advantage to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu set up the white bone blood-eating formation at the entrance of the stairs, and set up ghost ambushes in 3 directions at the same time. Everything is ready, and then it's time to kill. While Chu Xiu was thinking, a corpse ghost had already rushed up. This was a 004 type black-haired corpse ghost, but compared to before, it was much faster, with a violent bloodthirsty light flashing in its eyes, and it pounced on Chu Xiu the moment it saw him. Humph! Chu Xiu snorted coldly, and the bone spear in his hand made a gunflower, and the next moment it stabbed out like thunder. In front of the fully enhanced bone spear, the fur used by the corpse ghost for defense was as brittle as thin paper. Chu Xiu felt almost no resistance, and the bone spear in his hand had already pierced it through. However, after being severely injured, the corpse ghost seemed to be completely unaware of it. He actually pushed against the bone spear, roared and waved his claws to rush towards Chu Xiu. Interesting, is this the 3-fold increase in life recovery speed? The 3-fold life recovery speed represents far more than the 3-fold reduction in the healing time of injuries. If that were the case, it would have no effect on the battle at all. After all, even a cut on the arm would take a day or 2 to completely heal. The real key is the rapid hemostasis ability and muscle contraction ability brought by the increase in life recovery speed. This can make the same attack cause less damage. At the same time, when a certain part is severely injured, the impact on other parts is minimized as much as possible. Coupled with the -70% pain shield, it's really a per capita berserker. Chu Xiu sighed, then looked at the corpse ghost who was already close at hand and punched. With a loud bang, the head of the corpse ghost was like a shriveled ball, and most of it was sunken by the fist covered with heavy armor. The neck was broken directly without any suspense. Crack! The body of the corpse ghost fell to the ground weakly. Chu Xiu waved his hand, shook off the sticky and smelly brain on the fist armor, and kicked the body of the corpse ghost off the bone spear. Even the corpse ghost with 50% of its strength was as fragile as a baby in front of Chu Xiu now. Thinking of the difficulties faced by the corpse ghost when he first came, Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel a little feelings. Of course, the corresponding experience also plummeted. Killing living beings, professional experience plus 14, after increasing by 100%, it's still only this much? Chu Xiu frowned. But it doesn't matter, as long as there are enough. 3 corpse ghosts suddenly rose from behind Chu Xiu, but he did not move. At the same time, a dark flash appeared in the darkness, and instantly cut the 3 corpse ghosts in half. The figure of the ghost appeared in the air, and blood was dripping from a pair of sharp claws. Roar! More corpse ghosts appeared from all directions, but the 3 ghosts firmly locked the 3 passages, and every corpse ghost passing by would be killed instantly without any warning. They were like lions and tigers rushing into a flock of sheep, and people and horses fell to the ground wherever they went, and blood and flesh splattered. At the same time, the blood of the killed corpse ghosts all flowed into the white bone blood-sucking array, making the blood color lingering above the array heavier and heavier. The effect became stronger and stronger, and the range soon increased to nearly 20 meters. As soon as a corpse ghost came to the 30th floor, it was grabbed by countless white bone arms. It moved as slowly as an old man who was about to die, and Chu Xiu easily pierced its head with a spear. In this case, no matter how many corpse ghosts there were, they were just food for his growth. Chu Xiu moved flexibly among the corpse ghosts, and every time the bone spear was stabbed, he could easily take a life. However, just as Chu Xiu was concentrating on harvesting, a violent sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded in his ears. Chu Xiu turned his head sharply and saw a slender black shadow extending from the stairs at a very fast speed, stabbing straight at him. Bang! The black shadow hit the white bone armor, and the huge impact force made Chu Xiu's chest blocked, and he took 3 steps back. The black shadow quickly recovered, and with the light of the blood moon, Chu Xiu saw clearly that it was actually a retractable long tail composed of multiple exoskeletons. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the spiritual power in his body gathered in his eyes. Suddenly, a vague black shadow appeared from the darkness, and at the same time there was a panel. Type 004 Ghoul Mutation, Elite, Level, Ordinary Level 6, Attributes, Constitution 24. 8, Spirit 2. 4, Energy Level 8. 9, Skills, Deadly Claw Attack, Tail Sting, Trait, Gullification, Devouring, Devour Corpses to gain a short-term boost and restore life and strength. Talent, Blood Moon Hunting, under the illumination of the blood moon, strength amount also and nerve reaction speed are greatly improved. After hunting a creature, it enters a hunting state, the boost is further increased, and a large amount of life and strength is restored. It turns out to be an old acquaintance. Chu Xiu clenched the bone spear, with a solemn look in his eyes. This elite ghoul that suddenly appeared was the one that attacked Chu Xiu before. After he upgraded, the magic pupil revealed more information, but what caught Chu Xiu's attention the most was its terrifying physique of 24.8. This guy should have hunted a lot of corpse ghosts before coming. With the dual blessing of the Blood Moon ritual and the wild hunting talent, his basic attributes have reached an extremely abnormal level. However, Chu Xiu's face did not show much fear, but a faint excitement emerged. The last time he met this guy, he could only flee in embarrassment, but this time it was completely different. +7 energy-absorbing heavy armor is enough to resist his attack. Come on! Chu Xiu licked his lips, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward with a step. Screech! The elite corpse ghost let out a sharp roar, and did not show weakness, rushing forward. However, just when the two were about to collide, Chu Xiu suddenly paused and stopped his momentum. At the same time, countless bone hands stretched out from the ground and grabbed the legs of the elite corpse ghost. The next moment, two Yinfeng blades slashed out from the side at the same time. Swish! A heart-pounding sound of flesh tearing rang out, and two huge wounds were cut on the right arm and left abdomen of the elite corpse ghost. Chu Xiu calculated the time well and let the Yin ghosts ambushed on both sides launch the attack at the same time. As long as the Yin Feng blade with a proficient level is fully charged, it is enough to cut through the tree trunk as thick as a child's embrace, and the flesh and blood body is simply unable to resist. But under the influence of the Blood Moon, the elite corpse ghost ignored his own injuries and still rushed towards Chu Xiu. However, his actions were already expected by Chu Xiu. He shrank his body, and a larger Yin ghost appeared behind him. It was the ordinary level 8 corpse ghost. At the same time, the Yin Feng blade of the small success level had been accumulated in the palm of his claws, and it shot out the moment Chu Xiu squatted. The elite corpse ghost had no time to dodge and was hit in the chest by this slash. The huge impact force tore a wound across the entire chest, and also made it lose its balance. Chu Xiu, who had been waiting for a long time, stabbed out with a spear accurately, directly piercing through the entire head from the lower jaw, and lifted up the elite corpse ghost. The continuous heavy blows finally made it roar in pain. The strong vitality made it still try to attack even after being pierced, but it was just the last struggle of the dying beast. The three ghosts rushed forward, and their sharp claws tore it into pieces in the blink of an eye. Killing living beings, professional experience plus 584. Obtained items, causal points *88, obtained equipment, retractable tail spike. Some people may wonder why the elite monster's physique only increased by 5 points. This is because the effects of rituals and wild hunts are additive, not multiplicative. The previous 20 points of physique have already been added by the wild hunt. Under Chu Xiu's perfect battle plan, this terrifying creature with a physique of 25 points was killed without causing him any trouble. This is the horror of the magic profession. The diverse means of combat allow it to adapt to various forms of combat. This advantage will only grow as Chu Xiu's level increases and more inheritances are unlocked. The prompt in front of him also made Chu Xiu open his eyes in surprise. It actually gave him nearly 600 experience points at once. It is worthy of a 100% experience bonus. This upgrade speed is awesome. Even the causal points exploded by 88 points. But what surprised Chu Xiu even more was the last prompt. Another equipment explosion. Chu Xiu waved his hand, and suddenly 3 ghosts scattered to hunt the approaching corpse ghosts, while he himself checked the properties of this equipment in detail. Retractable tailthorn, level, ordinary, quality, excellent, attributes, sturdy, 3, 2, sharp, 3, 8, power, 10, 4, retractable, 1m8m, weight 5, 8 kilograms, evaluation. A retractable tail for attacking may have an unexpected effect, but it takes some time to get familiar with it, otherwise you will look ridiculous like a monkey with its tail cut off. The attributes of this equipment are very good, and Chu Xiu equipped it without thinking. Suddenly, a bone tail composed of countless exoskeletons was connected to his tail vertebrae. This feeling is very special, as if the tail was glued to his back with super glue, but he magically established a certain connection with the tail. Chu Xiu can control the tail to swing or attack as long as he thinks about it. He experimented with it and it was indeed difficult to master the balance at the beginning. After all, the maximum stabbing force of this thing can reach 10.4. Chu Xiu estimated that this 10.4 means the average strength corresponding to a 10.4 physique. As an additional equipment, this value is already amazing enough. Not to mention that its sturdiness and sharpness are comparable to the non-restricted +7 bone spears. This is a good thing. Chu Xiu exclaimed as he manipulated the tail spike to attack. With the blessing of this equipment, he was more comfortable killing the zombies, and could always maintain a distance of more than 5 meters for one-on-one killing. During this process, his mastery of the tail spike was also rapidly improving. After killing more than a dozen zombies, he was basically able to fully control it. At this time, no zombies rushed up from below, only corpses were left on the ground, and the sticky blood even gathered into a stream, flowing down the stairs. This wave, at least 40 zombies were killed. So many. The corpse ghost gave Chu Xiu more than 600 experience points, 118 karma points, and 3 ordinary quality equipment. Although he didn't need them, he could sell them for money when he returned. It's a pity that these corpse ghosts killed each other when the blood moon just came, otherwise there would be more. Chu Xiu felt a little regretful, but he quickly put away these emotions. Because now he has more important things to do. Chu Xiu looked up, and just above his head, he could clearly sense that there were still many red dots gathered there. There are 4 safety stairs from the apartment building to the upper floors. Chu Xiu only blocked one of them. Although he attracted many corpse ghosts from the nearby corridors, at least half of the corpse ghosts missed it and rushed straight to the stronghold upstairs. The most important thing is that Chu Xiu can feel that there is one among them that is particularly dazzling in the induction, and it is likely to be a high-level corpse ghost. How could he let go of such an experienced baby? Without any hesitation, he put away the Een ghost, and his figure flashed and rushed upstairs. The distance between the 2 floors was only a few breaths away. As soon as he arrived at the 32nd floor, Chu Xiu heard a roar. Then a 1-meter-wide blue sword energy slashed out from the stronghold, directly cutting the 2 corpse ghosts blocking the door into 2 pieces. Oh? Chu Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this Xinjua's skill? He did not stop, and rushed to the door with a leap. With a glance, he took in the situation in the stronghold. The ground was full of corpses of corpse ghosts, and the black blood like oil was everywhere. The balcony and windows had been broken long ago, and corpse ghosts were constantly crawling in. Xinjua and the other 4 combat professions blocked an iron door. There was a 2-meter-long corridor in front of them, and the other auxiliary professions hid behind the 5 people. During this period of time, Xinjua's team had formed a tacit fighting method through continuous running in. Xinjua was at the forefront, with 2 melee professions on the left and right, and 2 distant professions behind him. They cooperated well and continued to harvest the lives of the attacking corpse ghosts. But under the strengthening of the blood moon, the vitality of these corpse ghosts has been strengthened to an incredible level. Even if an arm is cut off or all the ribs are broken, it does not affect them to continue to roar and crawl to attack. Among the 5 people, only Xinjua has an attack ability close to Chu Xiu, and can kill with 1 blow. The attack efficiency of the others is far worse. Moreover, the absence of Long and Li Shan also has a significant impact on their overall combat effectiveness. At this time, the 3 people at the front are all injured. The man who was a bodyguard was severely clawed in the stomach. The blood dyed most of the clothes red. He could hardly stand and could only stand weakly against the wall. Even the one with a precious Xinjua, who was wearing a hidden dragon armor, seemed to be reaching his limit. The originally exquisite and luminous leather armor was covered with scratches, and the enchanted runes in many places were destroyed. He was panting heavily, and it was obvious that his physical strength and energy level were running out. At this time, Chu Xiu appeared in his sight. The heavy armor, like a humanoid fortress, was stained with the sticky blood of the corpse ghosts. Under the ferocious horn helmet, there was a pair of cold black eyes. Xinjua was overjoyed and shouted, "Chu Xiu, come and help. The number of corpse ghosts has begun to decrease, and we will be able to survive soon." The others were also like seeing a life-saving straw. The last Yunlu shouted excitedly, looking at Chu Xiu with shining eyes. However, in the expectant eyes of everyone, Chu Xiu just stood there and said muttering to himself, "The number is wrong." The induction of the blood moon requires concentration to distinguish the specific location of other creatures, and the higher the spirit, the more specific the perception. Just like a nearsighted person, his vision is usually blurry, and he can only see clearly by squinting his eyes. Xinjuo and his men were in a high-intensity battle, and their spirits were far worse than Chu Xiu's, so they didn't know exactly how many corpse ghosts there were, nor how many Chu Xiu had killed. At most, they vaguely sensed that the number of corpse ghosts from below was decreasing. But Chu Xiu was different. With 3 ghosts, except for a little distraction when fighting against elites, he was at ease at other times. Therefore, he could basically judge how many corpse ghosts climbed up. At least 40. But half of the corpses in front of him would be good. The most important thing is that the elite corpse ghost did not appear nearby. Suddenly, Chu Xiu's sight fell behind everyone. Guanko was not there. I see. He smiled. Then, in the unbelievable eyes of the others, Chu Xiu turned around and left without even a trace of hesitation. Chu Xiu! You! Shinjuo roared angrily. He naturally knew Chu Xiu's selfish character, but he never expected that the other party would be so cold-blooded that he watched them get into trouble and did not help them. Even a terrible thought arose in his mind. Could it be that Chu Xiu just wanted him to die and take away his equipment? This thought made Shinjuo shudder. He was about to say something else when another corpse ghost climbed up from the window and pounced on him. Others did not have time to blame Chu Xiu. They put away their angry eyes and re-entered the battle. Yunlu seemed to have suffered a huge blow. He stared at Chu Xiu's back as he left, his face full of disappointment and confusion. There will be a reversal later. The protagonist is not a person who deliberately pretends to be cool. Is Chu Xiu cold-blooded? Of course. But he doesn't deliberately act indifferent to highlight his cold-blooded personality. In Chu Xiu's view, true cold-bloodedness is the ultimate egoism. Are serial killers considered cold-blooded? Of course, but those capitalists who are usually harmonious and even do charity to build their reputations, but secretly rely on eating human blood to accumulate wealth, are also considered cold-blooded. Chu Xiu wants to be the latter. Because the latter can integrate into society and use the power of others to strengthen themselves. So in Chu Xiu's eyes, the favorability of those who can help him is also an important benefit. Xinhua is one of them, and Yunlu is also one of them. The former's family can provide him with help, and the latter's talent for finding food can allow him to have more energy to concentrate on upgrading and exploring. Although these helps will not have much impact even if they are not available, for Chu Xiu, he will not let go of even the smallest mosquito meat. That's why he gave his clothes to Yunlu on that cold night. The reason why he showed a distant attitude before was just to make Shinjuo realize his firm position and bargain better. In fact, he would not miss any opportunity to gain favor without paying any price. And is there anything easier to gain favor than saving people at a critical moment? However, Chu Xiu just left. That's because a big enough contrast can leave a deeper impression. A smile appeared on the corner of Chu Xiu's mouth. In fact, he had already sent out 3 Yin ghosts to slaughter the scattered corpse ghosts. Neither Xinhua nor Yunlu would be in danger, and he would not give up those experiences. But he was more greedy and wanted to maximize the benefits. He already had a perfect plan for this. Not to mention, he didn't want to waste time. If the high-level corpse ghost was snatched away by others because of this delay, he would lose a lot. While thinking, he had used the Blood Moon's induction to accurately locate the position of the high-level corpse ghost. It was on the other side of the stronghold on the 32nd floor. And not far from the elite corpse ghost, in his induction, there was still a bright red dot flashing. Chu Xiu snorted coldly, and his body moved faster. Every step he took on the ground made a heavy muffled sound. His well-developed thigh muscles burst out with the strength comparable to that of an elephant, and he moved quickly in the corridor. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of him, and a huge black shadow came from behind, raised his thick palm and slapped the figure heavily. Bang! With a loud bang, the figure flew backwards, but as soon as he landed, he used a clever posture to remove most of the impact force, and then stood up and put his hands across his body, and rearranged his fighting posture. Chu Xiu narrowed her eyes slightly, and with the help of the light of the blood moon, a cold and arrogant profile came into view. It was Guanku. Guanku at this moment was completely different from usual. Her face, which originally looked a little inferior and resistant to communication due to scars, was full of sharpness and decisiveness, and a fierceness that Chu Xiu was very familiar with as a demon cultivator. She was wearing a close-fitting black soft armor, with a metal block tightly attached to her back. 6 mechanical arms extended from it, 3 of which had been damaged, and broken cables could be seen. Her hands were wearing gloves wrapped with copper coils, holding a metal-heavy hammer. The handle of the hammer was wrapped with circles of wires, and the hammerhead was engraved with complex patterns, with flashes of electricity from time to time. Roar! At this time, the black shadow started to chase her again. Guanka shouted, and the coils on the gloves glowed brightly, as if energy was transmitted from the gloves to the wires of the heavy hammer, and finally gathered on the hammerhead. The next moment, more than a dozen blue lightning bolts as thick as little fingers shot out and hit the black shadow in the air. Bang! The black shadow fell heavily to the ground, and the unpleasant smell of burning entered Chu Xiu's nose. There's something. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes in surprise. He could see that Guanko had already reached level 5. Chu Xiu had paid special attention to her at the beginning of the Blood Moon ceremony. At that time, she was only level 4. It was obviously the extra 100% bonus experience that allowed her to break through quickly. She was a bold and decisive person. After reaching level 5, even if the mechanic was the weakest A-level profession in the early stage, with her hammer that could shoot lightning and the mechanical arm behind her, she was also a strong combat force. It should be stronger than my level 7 Ingue, but it's hard to say against the level 8 Ingue. Chu Xiu made a silent judgment in his heart. However, just when Chu Xiu thought Guanke was going to kill the opponent, she turned around and ran without hesitation. Almost at the moment she took a step, the black shadow that fell to the ground roared and staggered to its feet again. At this time, Chu Xiu used the moonlight to see the full appearance of the monster. It was a bipedal humanoid creature, nearly 3 meters tall, and its entire body was covered with layers of exoskeleton, like a strong man wearing a huge insect armor. Its left hand had claws similar to those of ordinary ghouls, but they were longer and sharper. Its right hand was incredibly thick, and its arm circumference was probably more than 100 centimeters. The front end of the arm seemed to be embedded in a huge rock. With a casual swing, the monster smashed a big hole in the ground. Typed 008 Ghoul, Level, Ordinary Level 8, Attributes, Constitution 25. 6, Spirit, Energy Level? Skills, Strength Burst, Strength doubled in a short period of time. Features, Great Strength, Heavy Armor, Talent, Tough Skin, Skin Protection plus 5, Heat Insulation, Acid Resistance and Impact Absorption are greatly enhanced. The panel in front of Chu Xiu was secretly shocked. Wow, this is simply a super heavy tank. You know, his plus 7 energy absorbing heavy armor only has 4 points of protection at most, and this talent alone adds 5 points of protection. Counting the additional increase later, he finally understood why Guanke ran away. This 008 type corpse ghost is originally a defensive type, and with plus 300% life recovery speed, it is simply an unkillable monster. Guanke's lightning shock hit it, which was just a scratch. Even if he took advantage of the opponent's paralysis and attacked with a hammer and mechanical arm, he could not cause fatal damage at all. Running away is indeed the most appropriate choice. He glanced at the direction Guanke ran away, which was the downward corridor, which made Chu Xiu reveal a look of surprise. If it were him, he would definitely lead this guy to Shinjua first. It seems that although this girl is as cunning as himself, she should be kinder. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu kicked his hind legs, and a huge force burst out. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. He turned his waist and straightened his body in mid-air. With the momentum, the bone spear in his hand pierced the head of the heavy-armored corpse ghost like a dragon swimming out of the sea. His speed was too fast this time. The corpse ghost was not prepared at all. It only had time to barely stop the momentum, and Chu Xiu's bone spear had already pierced its chest. With a loud sound of metal collision, the chest armor protecting the heavy-armored corpse ghost extended spiderweb-like cracks from the piercing point. The next moment, with a crisp sound of snap, a palm-sized exoskeleton insect armor shattered and fell from the corpse ghost's chest. Bang! The heavy-armored corpse ghost took a step back, and a pair of bloodthirsty red eyes looked at Chu Xiu in doubt, and did not launch a counterattack for a while. Chu Xiu! On the other side, Guanke heard the noise behind him, turned around and saw the scene, and was overjoyed. He immediately stopped running and shouted quickly, "You came at the right time. Let's work together. Maybe we can have a chance to deal with this one." However, before he finished speaking, the retractable bone spur behind Chu Xiu suddenly shot out and hit the ground in front of Guanke. Suddenly, gravel flew everywhere, and the huge force left a clear hole in the concrete floor. Guanke looked up with confusion on his face, and met Chu Xiu's cold eyes. "Get out of here, or the next blow will take your life. This is my prey. Why do you think you are qualified to share it?" Chu Xiu's cold words made Guanke stand there in astonishment. She had known for a long time that Chu Xiu was not an easy person to get along with, but she had always thought that he was just a little lonely, but he was a normal person after all. But at this moment, Chu Xiu exuded a violent aura all over his body, and there was no emotion in his black eyes. She had no doubt that if she took a step forward, the other party would kill him without hesitation. "You." Guanke opened her mouth, then gritted her teeth and said quickly, "Chu Xiu, you don't know how strong that monster is. I have been hiding my true self before." "I know." Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's mouth curled up with a sneer. "Do you think I am as slow as those people in the base? Can't you even see the extra traces of battle in the apartment building? Isn't it just a high-level profession of level 5? Get out of here quickly, don't waste my time." Chu Xiu's words made Guanke completely stand there in astonishment. She had always thought that she had disguised herself well, but she didn't expect Chu Xiu to have discovered it long ago, and even accurately judged her level. What kind of horrible observation ability is this? And he didn't care about her, a high-level professional of level 5. he even looked down on her. This made Guanko unable to understand at all. Why did he do that? Why did he, a supporting profession, do that? But the attack that Chu Xiu just rushed out made her realize that his speed and strength were actually above her. This gave her a huge sense of frustration. She couldn't help but have the idea of competing with Chu Xiu, but this impulse was suppressed by her in just a moment, because she felt an extremely dangerous aura on Chu Xiu. Guanko took a deep look at Chu Xiu, and finally decided to follow her intuition. She took a step and ran down the stairs. After seeing her figure completely disappear, Chu Xiu retracted his gaze. Shinjuo and Yunlu couldn't die, but Guanko didn't care, even though her talent was far higher than the former two. The reason was simple: she was useless to Chu Xiu. What about A-level profession? What about S-level talent? If a useless person is A-level, even if he is SS level, he will not hesitate to take action. Guanko has great potential, but can she be greater than Chu Xiu? If she is a strong A-level professional in the early stage, or a fool who is easy to use, Chu Xiu might give her some benefits to win her over. But unfortunately, she is just like Chu Xiu to everyone. He was extremely wary, and it was too difficult to use, and it was a completely late-stage profession. By the time Guanko realized her talent, Chu Xiu had already left her far behind, and it was not impossible that he was 2 or 3 levels higher than her. Especially in the early stage, every bit of resources is extremely precious, and it can accumulate advantages like a snowball until it becomes an unbridgeable gap. In this case, Chu Xiu could not give up his interests, just like the big guys from Tsinghua and Peking University would not give up their startup funds to win over a low-end 985. He did not care about revealing his true face in front of Guanko, and what bad effects would there be? The essence of a demon cultivator could not be hidden for a lifetime, otherwise wouldn't he become a real good man? When encountering a struggle for interests, he had to act decisively. As for the trivial matter of Guanko saying bad things to Shinzuoyanlu, he was even less likely to care, because of the blood moon induction, Guanko's strength could not be concealed. After tonight, the trust between her and everyone in the stronghold would collapse. So now Chu Xiu turned the bone spear and aimed it at the heavy-armored ghoul not far away. With a faint smile on his lips, there is only one last question left. As if sensing Chu Xiu's contempt, the heavy-armored ghoul roared, pounced out suddenly, swung the pendulum on his right arm, and smashed Chu Xiu from top to bottom. With its power, if this blow hits, Chu Xiu will undoubtedly turn into a pool of meat paste. Bang! The pendulum hit the concrete floor heavily, and gravel flew. A big pit appeared on the spot, but Chu Xiu's figure appeared 5 meters away without knowing when. Not to mention being injured, he was not even covered in dust. After missing the first blow, the heavy-armored ghoul became even more angry and rushed towards him like crazy. Chu Xiu grinned, and instead of retreating, he advanced. At the moment when the two were about to intersect, his figure suddenly moved sideways like a ghost, easily avoiding the attack of the heavy-armored ghoul's claws, and at the same time, the bone spear in his hand stabbed out and hit its neck. Instantly, a large amount of black and sticky blood like oil spurted out, and even the tough skin could not block this blow. Trait, armor piercing. Roar! The heavy-armored corpse swung its arms angrily, but Chu Xiu's body shape changed strangely and easily dodged the blow. At the same time, his bone spear added another wound to it. Moreover, with the trait of bleeding, even if the corpse's life recovery ability is extremely abnormal, the wound caused is difficult to heal for a while. Heal. In this way, Chu Xiu swiftly moved around the heavy-armored corpse ghost, stabbing it from time to time, just like a flexible boxer playing with a slow fat man. The heavy-armored corpse ghost tried his best but couldn't hurt Chu Xiu at all, but instead he kept getting new wounds on his body. If Guanko saw this scene, he would be shocked. The violent beast chasing him was like a funny clown in front of Chu Xiu. In fact, it's not that the heavy-armored corpse ghost is too weak. It's at least a level 8 monster, and it has the blood moon amplification. It's really that Chu Xiu restrained it too hard. The physical attribute is a combination of many attributes such as strength, agility, and endurance. Excluding the 50% strength increase, the basic physical fitness of this heavy-armored corpse ghost should be between 16 and 19. This value is not much higher than Chu Xiu's physical fitness. At the same time, it is obviously a power-type creature, which means that its strength attribute will be higher than this value, then correspondingly, other attributes such as flexibility will decrease. Although the increase in strength will also increase agility, it can only raise its agility to the same level as Chu Xiu at most. Then something terrible happened. Chu Xiu has a phantom step of minor success level and a spirit of 7.24. On the contrary, the spirit of the corpse ghost is generally low. This makes Chu Xiu crush this corpse ghost in terms of both body skills and reaction speed. Not to mention, The two characteristics of his bone spear just happened to restrain this corpse ghost. This has led to the current one-sided slaughter. Even if the opponent activated the power burst skill during the period, it still did not cause too much trouble to Chu Xiu. Finally, after countless holes were opened on its body, the blood in the eyes of this 008-type corpse ghost began to fade, replaced by a look of fear. It turned around and wanted to run, but it was too late. The long-term bleeding made its body extremely weak. Puff! With a light sound, Chu Xiu's bone spear accurately passed through the gap in the insect armor protection and inserted into the heart of the heavy armored corpse ghost. Boom! The heavy corpse hit the ground, splashing a large amount of smoke and dust. At the same time, a pleasant reminder sounded in Chu Xiu's ears. Killing a living being, professional experience plus 588, obtained items, causal points * 56, level up. Current level, ordinary level 7, heat flowed out of Chu Xiu's body, nourishing his limbs. Feeling the endless new strength in his body, Chu Xiu squinted his eyes comfortably. Almost 600 experience points for a monster. 100% experience bonus is so cool. He sighed. With a thought, the character panel emerged. Name, Chu Xiu, level, ordinary level 7, 306/1400, constitution, 18. 26, spirit, 8. 68, energy level, 26. 85, others, slightly three-dimensional attributes have increased again. Although the increase is not particularly sharp, it has also greatly improved Chu Xiu's strength. Of course, the most important thing is the new inheritance. Magic weapon refining, Yinfeng banner, level, ordinary, quality, superior, description, low-grade magic weapon, can release Yinfeng blade. Evaluation, as a magic cultivator who has successfully reached the 7th level of the ordinary level, you must be no stranger to the power of Yinfeng blade. However, this technique has a huge disadvantage, that is, if you want to burst out a high enough power, it takes a very long time to store energy. The Yinfeng banner perfectly solves this pain point. All those tedious preparations will be completed by the prohibition inside the banner. Now you only need to wave your hand gently to launch a powerful wind blade. Based on its characteristics of stimulating swiftness and concealment, it can be called the best partner for novice magic cultivators to kill and rob. This upgrade gave another method of refining a magic weapon, which surprised Chu Xiu. You must know that although the power of the Phantom Step is very strong, the consumption is also extremely amazing. Even if he now has an energy level of nearly 27 points, in a high-intensity battle that requires frequent dodging, it will still be exhausted in a few dozen seconds. Therefore, he has no extra energy to release the Yinfeng blade, not to mention the Yinfeng blade of the minor success level, which can no longer meet his current high-level combat needs, and Chu Xiu has no intention of continuing to invest in this primary skill. The appearance of the Yinfeng banner can be said to have perfectly solved this problem. Then the next step is how to refine it. Chu Xiu concentrated on checking the detailed information and found that unlike the magic weapon that could be made from corpses before, the Yinfeng banner was much more complicated. Banner handle, Yinfeng wood, can be replaced by some Yin attribute wood. Banner body, monster skin. The quality of the skin will determine the strength of the Yinfeng blade released. Core, a medium-grade spirit stone. Restriction, monster blood. Spiritual power conduction ability. The stronger the better. For these things, it seems that we can only return to Blue Star to see if we can find a substitute. Looking at the words floating in front of him, Chu Xiu thought to himself, after all, the Xiuxian civilization has been destroyed, and it is normal that many materials cannot be found. But Chu Xiu thinks that all things in the world have different paths to the same destination, and he thinks that there should be a substitute material. Even if there is only a 1% chance of success in refining, Chu Xiu can rely on perfect refining skills comparable to those of a master refiner to refine it. Knowing this, Chu Xiu no longer dwelled on this matter. At this time, he sensed that the battle at the stronghold was basically over, and Xinzhuo and others supported each other and withdrew from the stronghold. When they came out, they saw Chu Xiu standing calmly at the stairs. Chu Xiu! Xinzhuo gritted his teeth, you actually watched someone die without helping him. The people behind him were also angry, but they were not in good condition and did not dare to offend Chu Xiu at this time. Wu Xini stepped forward and grabbed Xinzhuo, looking at Chu Xiu coldly and said, forget it, don't you know who he is? The injured professional sneered, maybe he wants us all to die, so that he can take our equipment. Xinzhuo pursed his lips and suppressed the anger in his heart, and Yunlu's expression was even darker. Chu Xiu glanced at them, turned around and left without saying a word, and at the moment when his body turned sideways, a ray of moonlight passed through and illuminated the area behind him. Everyone realized that there was a huge corpse lying in the dark. The layers of exoskeleton and the arms that were much thicker than ordinary corpse ghosts all showed that this was a higher-level corpse ghost. That terrifying body, under the blessing of the blood moon, needless to say, the strength is definitely more than 20 points. The place where it fell was very close to the base, which made Shinjua uncontrollably have an idea. If this guy rushed to the base in such a narrow terrain, its huge body would completely block the corridor. Everyone can only fight this behemoth head-on, and there is no chance of survival. And now, this high-level corpse ghost has turned into a corpse. Everyone looked at Chu Xiu. The latter did not have any grievances of being wronged on his face. He just smiled and said, "I just sensed that there was a high-level corpse ghost nearby, so I went to stop it. I didn't expect that you would misunderstand me." After the voice fell, Shinjua and others were stunned. One by one with his mouth open, he couldn't say anything. "You, me." Shinjua opened his mouth, and a sense of disharmony rose in his heart. In his heart, even if Chu Xiu was not cold-blooded, he should not be so heroic as to disregard his own safety. But after seeing the huge corpse of the corpse ghost, all doubts disappeared, replaced by deep guilt. "Chu Xiu, I'm sorry, we misunderstood you." Shinjua stepped forward with an apologetic look and held Chu Xiu's hand with concern. "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Chu Xiu waved his hand. Shinjua felt even more guilty and bowed his head and said, "We have used up all the healing medicine we had before, but Shinjua, will never forget your life-saving grace. When we return to Blue Star, I will invite a special therapist to come and will never let you leave any hidden dangers." Wu Sini said with a face full of shame, "Chu Xiu, I blamed you wrongly before, I apologize to you." She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Chu Xiu at all. Her heart was completely occupied by shame and self-blame. That's right. At this time, Shinjua, who was concerned about Chu Xiu, suddenly found a question. "Chu Xiu, when did you become so strong?" Because of the blood moon's perception, he could feel that Chu Xiu's strength was very strong. Although he couldn't judge exactly what level he was at, he could be sure that his level was definitely higher than his own. That high-level corpse ghost was definitely not something that a supporting profession could deal with. Others also looked at Chu Xiu curiously. In response, the latter admitted frankly, "After killing this monster, I have reached level 6. He said one level less, but it still shocked everyone, especially Shinjua, who was even more incredible. "How did you do it?" Li Shan said that your energy level is only 0.8. Is he lying to us? Are you actually a high-quality profession? Chu Xiu calmed down and said seriously, "No, Li Shan did not lie to you. The energy level I tested before was indeed only 0.8, and the reason why I can upgrade so quickly is because of my upgrade method." Next, Chu Xiu told others about his experiences during this period, such as using the life-saving device of the climbing rope to hunt at night, and taking advantage of the terrain to risk fighting elite corpse dogs. Of course, he had many of his magic weapons and magic, which made his story sound particularly thrilling. Like a warrior dancing between life and death. As Chu Xiu spoke, everyone's eyes gradually changed from suspicion to shock, and finally to thorough admiration. A D-level auxiliary profession, with D-level talent, actually fought his way out of this dangerous abyss. This is by no means a matter of luck. In addition to a calm mind and careful planning, super combat instincts and the courage to walk between life and death are also indispensable. This makes everyone's face full of admiration. Shinjua is even more ashamed of himself. He has a B-level profession provided by the family, 3 pieces of treasured equipment and a start of 300 causal points. It can be said that the advantage is to crush Chu Xiu in all aspects, but in this case, he was left behind in just 6 days. Even Guan Ko, looking at Chu Xiu, has less hostility and more admiration. No matter what Chu Xiu's character is, this boldness and decisiveness and accurate judgment of the situation are not something that many people can have. However, Guan Ku is still confident that with his talent, he can catch up with and surpass Chu Xiu in the future. At this time, Chu Xiu suddenly sighed and said, "Actually, there is something I have wanted to tell you for a long time, that is, the current upgrade method in the stronghold is more than defensive but not aggressive enough. This certainly ensures safety, but it gives everyone an illusion of stability and improvement. It makes you too comfortable, unwilling to take risks, and even start to pursue enjoyment in life. But the abyss is like a turbulent river, full of changes and uncertainties. No one knows what will suddenly happen, just like this blood moon ceremony. Therefore, the only way to survive in the abyss is to desperately squeeze your potential and prepare for a rainy day." Chu Xiu's words made everyone present reflective. They were indeed too comfortable during this period. Even the daily upgrade hunting would occasionally be delayed for half an hour because a member wanted to sleep in, and they would stop to rest from time to time during the process. Especially in contrast with Chu Xiu, they seem to be unenterprising. The little extra advantages that Chu Xiu has accumulated by working hard every day may seem insignificant, but after the baptism of time, they can produce a qualitative effect. Chu Shou continued, this is also the real reason why I didn't choose to join you before, but at that time I didn't know whether my way was correct. After all, high-intensity hunting must also mean increased risks. So, I just silently practiced the path I thought was right, and didn't point fingers at your ways. As Chu Shou's voice fell, others also sighed. They never thought that Chu Shou, who had always been aloof and unsociable, actually thought like this in his heart. In this comparison, everyone seems like immature children. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Chu Shou couldn't help but curl up a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. This is his purpose, to subvert his position among the crowd by killing monsters. The image in people's minds, and then use a set of true and false mental journeys to make his behavior logically consistent, dispelling everyone's doubts. In this way, in the subsequent exploration, these people in the base will be easily manipulated and used by me. Although their strength is mediocre, with Xinzhua, a rich second generation, I think he can still provide me with some help. At least, he can solve the problem of logistics supply for me. After careful consideration, confirming that the logical loop before and after was closed and there were not too many loopholes, Chu Shou breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, this statement could not deceive everyone. For example, Guan Ku at this time looked at Chu Shou with a scrutinizing look and a little suspicion. Chu Shou smiled faintly, turned around and said, Guan Ku, I just saw you being chased by the corpse ghost, why are you not with everyone? As Chu Shou's voice fell, everyone else's eyes shifted to Guan Ku. Under the influence of the blood moon, her power that was not inferior to Xinzhua could not be concealed at all. Xinzhua's face was slightly gloomy. Guan Ku, explain it. Guan Ku was silent. After a long while, she looked up and said, I admit that I deceived everyone. My profession is not a puppeteer, D, but a mechanic, A. The reason I did this is that I am not sure what dangers I will encounter in the future. When I first met you, I could not confirm your character, so I used this identity as a disguise. Sorry. No one else said anything about her answer. No one blamed her, because in the abyss, mutual trust is not an easy thing. But inevitably, everyone's attitude towards her became distant. Chu Shou also raised a barely detectable smile at the corner of his mouth. After this incident, Guan Ku could no longer pose a threat to him. But at this moment, Yunlu suddenly said, everyone, although Sister Guan has something to hide from us, her contribution to the base is not fake. If it weren't for her surveillance puppets, we wouldn't be able to grasp the movements of the zombies so accurately, right? Ask yourself, if I were a high-level professional, I would also have some reservations, but I believe Sister Guan has no ill will towards us. Yunlu's words made everyone look much better. Guan Ke seemed to have not expected that someone would speak for her, and was moved and said, thank you, Xiaolu. After thinking for a while, Xinzhua also nodded and said, Guan Ke, I respect your way of survival. You can live in the base as before. Of course, if you want to leave or take on more tasks, I agree. Xinzhua's words made Guan Ke lower his head in shame. Unexpectedly, others also came forward to comfort her. At least no one objected openly. This made Chu Shou, who was watching all this, stunned. He couldn't hold it anymore. This is too saintly. How can a teen be so saintly? It can only be said that the matching mechanism is excellent. It should be, could it be because he killed all those who were not saintly? Chu Shou held his forehead in silence, but the silence did not last long and he was relieved. Saintly is good, saintly is wonderful. He likes saintly women so much, the more saintly they are, the more he likes them. After comforting Guan Ke, Xinzhua breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, okay, everyone, don't look so sad. We have survived the most difficult stage. Tomorrow, we can go home. These words made the originally dull atmosphere lively. When they heard the word go home, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Come on, let's go back and rebuild the bunker to survive this final stage. Xinzhua waved his fist. Everyone else responded in unison, but at this time Chu Shou said, everyone, I have an unreasonable request. Everyone was stunned and looked at him. Chu Shou continued, to be honest, I want to take a chance on the Blood Moon reward. So, can you give me the corpses in your base to upgrade my equipment? After the words fell, everyone was stunned. Xinzhua said solemnly, Chu Shou, although you are already a level 6 awakener, it is still too risky to compete for the top 1000, right? After all, you are just a supporting profession and still lack combat skills. Yunlu also worriedly said, yes, you should stay with us. Didn't the teacher say that there is still a lot of time in the future, and there is no need to take risks in the novice trial? Facing the persuasion of the two, Chu Shou just smiled calmly, I have made up my mind. If a low-level profession like me wants to go further, I must seize every opportunity. After hearing what he said, everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. Chu Shou did what they didn't have the courage to do. Shinjuo stopped trying to persuade her, and punched Chu Xiu hard. You can take whatever corpses are in the base. I have 100 karma points here, and you can take them too. Oh, and this. He took off the recovery ring on his finger and handed it over. You already have armor and weapons, wear this, and you must come back alive. Chu Xiu's face showed a grateful look, and he took the karma points and the ring and said solemnly, I must. Yun Lu looked disappointed. At this moment, she seemed to realize the huge difference between herself and Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu keenly caught this little girl's thoughts, but he naturally couldn't care too much, and quickly turned his thoughts to hunting. Now there are 45 minutes before the end of the ceremony. Although there are still 3/4 of the time left, the density of monsters has dropped sharply. We can't waste time and drag it on. The longer it drags on, the fewer monsters there will be and the stronger they will be. The difficulty of hunting will increase dramatically. Spend 15 minutes to refine all the corpses, and then start hunting. Chu Xiu is a greedy person. Outside of the trial dungeon, the drop rate in other places would not be so high. He wanted to maximize his results at the end of the trial. With his mind set, Chu Xiu decisively began to act. This time, there were more than 60 corpses of ghouls scattered in the stronghold, and they were all black-haired ghouls. Most importantly, there was also a level 8 ghoul and an elite. Chu Xiu decided to refine them all into the bone spear. The reason why he didn't continue to strengthen the bone armor was because the armor consumed too much energy. Even if it was all refined, it would only strengthen it by 1 or 2 levels at most. But if it was used to strengthen the bone spear, it would most likely push the bone spear to +10 and unlock the last layer of restrictions. Chu Xiu was very much looking forward to this third layer of restrictions. And just as he expected, as the corpses of the ghouls were fused into the bone spear, the material of the bone spear became visibly stronger and sharper. In the end, it was no longer visible as bones, as smooth as a special kind of jade. Suddenly, as if it had broken through a certain node, countless fine inscriptions began to emerge on the bone spear, densely covering the entire spear body, and a sense of simplicity and mystery came over him. Perfectly enhanced bone spear +10, enhancement progress / level, ordinary, quality, treasure, attributes, solid, 4, 2, sharp, 7, 2, bleeding, 2, 9, weight 4, 2 kilograms, final restriction has been unlocked, soul piercing, when causing damage to a creature, an equal attack will be made to its soul, mental attack +2. 0. The newly enhanced bone spear panel made Chu Xiu open his eyes wide in surprise. The effect of the enhancement was far beyond his expectations. Not only did the basic attributes soar across the board, but it also unlocked an extremely powerful restriction. Soul piercing. It can simultaneously strike the enemy's soul while causing damage to the flesh. This is simply a super killer for the ghouls whose mental attributes are relatively low. With this weapon, even a level 8 or 9 ghoul would be vulnerable in front of me. A faint smile appeared on Chu Xiu's face. If I had this bone spear when fighting the 008 type corpse ghost before, I would definitely not have to spend so much time, and the battle could be over in half a minute at most. And this time the harvest is far more than that. After strengthening the bone spear, there were still some corpses left. Chu Xiu directly strengthened them all into the white bone ghost banner. This time he killed an elite and a high-level corpse ghost. These are all extremely potential souls. And the result did not disappoint Chu Xiu. After a period of mutual devouring, 2 level 8 ghosts were successfully born again. As Chu Xiu's mind moved, 5 hideous and terrifying ghosts appeared behind him, like 5 loyal and fearless guards. This made Chu Xiu feel an unprecedented sense of security. He couldn't help but sigh again. The magic secret technique is really perverted. At level 7, he had 2 level 7 and 3 level 8 ghosts as subordinates. How can other professions play? You know, for summoners, who also have summoning skills, at level 7, it is a blessing to have a level 8 summon creature. Most of them are a combination of 1 level and 2 or 3 low-level summoned creatures. And Chu Xiu's white bone ghost banner is just one of the secret techniques obtained by upgrading. The gains from one upgrade have surpassed the system of a profession. With these 5 ghosts, Chu Xiu's confidence has increased greatly. Putting away his inner size, he put away all his equipment and prepared to officially start the action. At present, there are no more ghouls in the apartment building. If you want to continue to earn points, you must go outside. But it's too dangerous outside. Chu Xiu looked out the window and saw several giant birds circling in the air. After having the perception of the blood moon, these flying creatures of the soldier level became the most terrifying hunters. All creatures on the open land could not escape their hunting. Although Chu Xiu's strength has greatly increased, he is not arrogant enough to fight against these guys. Due to the concrete structure of the apartment building, these big birds can't get in, so even if they know there are many delicious foods in the apartment building, they can only stare at it from outside. But if I leave the apartment building, they will definitely attack at the first opportunity. So I only have one choice left: the underground parking lot. There is the largest gathering point of ghouls in the entire apartment building. At this time, in Chu Xiu's perception, he can feel a dazzling red light flashing below. Taking a deep breath, he began to move downstairs. When he came to the 10th floor, because of the close distance, the scattered red light gradually condensed into small dots. Chu Xiu was surprised to find that there were only 5 dots left in the huge parking lot. This showed that an extremely fierce battle had also taken place underground. This battle seemed to have come to an end. He quickened his pace with a thought in his mind. In just half a minute, he rushed to the first floor. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the parking lot, an unspeakable stench came out, which made him frown unconsciously. He went down carefully. The first floor of the parking lot was full of broken flesh and blood, and the dark and sticky blood almost covered the walls. He endured the stench and went down all the way, walking towards the direction of the 5 red dots. Suddenly, one of the red dots began to weaken, and then disappeared after flashing a few times. Chu Xiu's heart shuddered. He knew that another corpse ghost had died. He quickened his pace and soon went down to the bottom of the parking lot. Then, he saw a scene that shocked him. Near the center of the parking lot, there were 4 or 5 broken corpses lying in a mess. These corpses were huge and covered with heavy exoskeleton insect armor. They were all advanced 008 type corpse ghosts. In the middle, 4 huge corpse ghosts, each over 3 meters tall, were fighting each other. Chu Xiu was very familiar with 3 of them. They were the extremely defensive 008 type corpse ghosts. At this time, they were cooperating with each other to attack the corpse ghost in the middle. Although the corpse ghost in the middle looked somewhat similar to the 008 type corpse ghost, it was much larger in size. The arm muscles were thicker and denser. And the strange thing was that there was a bulge on its back, like a huge cyst. Through the wrinkled surface, you could see countless bulging blood vessels. Every time the corpse ghost was attacked, blood-colored liquid would be injected from the cyst into the corpse ghost's body, causing it to recover quickly from its injuries. This made it not lose the upper hand even though it was fighting 1 against 3. Chu Xiu looked solemn and activated the ghost demon eye. Soon a long list of data appeared in front of him. 008 type corpse ghost mutant, elite, level, ordinary level 9, attributes, constitution 36. 6, spirit, energy level. Skills, strength burst, double strength in a short period of time. Traits, great strength, heavy armor. Talents, tough skin, skin protection +6, 5, heat insulation, acid resistance and impact absorption are greatly enhanced. Reserve energy, energy level +35, 0, can consume energy to quickly heal injuries and restore physical strength. Level 9 elite. Chu Xiu looked at the panel with a serious expression. It is indeed an elite monster. Compared with the ordinary 008 type ghouls, not only is its physique greatly improved, but it also has additional skills, traits and talents. The newly added skills and traits are question marks. Chu Xiu cannot determine what they are, but he can be sure that they must be advanced skills. And the newly added talents are abnormal, directly adding 35. 0 energy levels. You can also use these energy levels to recover blood. Chu Xiu guessed that the huge cyst on the back of the creature is the embodiment of this talent. This makes the 008 type ghouls, which originally have strong defense and vitality, have a higher survivability. Not to mention, with the blessing of the blood moon, it also has a physique of up to 36. 6. What a terrifying creature. Chu Xiu was secretly shocked. He now has 2 strategies. One is to wait for these ghouls to fight to a point where both are injured, and then appear to pick peaches, and the other is to join the battle immediately. The former is naturally more secure, but it can only harvest the experience and spoils of a monster. What's worse is that if the elite ghoul loses, he will lose a lot, which is equivalent to letting a level 9 elite monster slip away from his hands for nothing. But joining the battle immediately may make the 4 ghouls who were originally fighting share the same hatred and attack Chu Xiu together. 3 level 8 ghouls, plus a level 9 elite. Even though all 3 are injured now, it is still very dangerous for Chu Xiu. Don't look at how easy he was to fight a 008 type ghoul before, but he just relied on his excellent speed to prevent the opponent from hitting him. In fact, he is far behind in terms of strength. And as long as there is one more, Chu Xiu's agility advantage will disappear, so even if he is promoted to another level, he may not be able to deal with these 3 ghouls without injury. Not to mention, there is also a level 9 elite, with a physical fitness of 36. 6. The Een ghosts under Chu Xiu will probably die if they are hit. Even if he had +7 energy-absorbing heavy armor to protect his body, being hit would not be pleasant. So which one should I choose? Just as Chu Xiu was struggling, the elite monster in the field suddenly let out a sharp roar, and suddenly raised its right hand like a pendulum. Under Chu Xiu's shocked eyes, the exoskeleton insect armor on the huge pendulum suddenly broke apart like petals, and at the same time a sharp bone spur shot out at an extremely fast speed. This bone spur flashed with a sharp metallic luster, and the tail was connected to a retractable bone structure, which was somewhat similar to Chu Xiu's retractable tail thorn equipment, except that the tip was thicker and sharper, and the exoskeleton responsible for the retraction was also harder. The first heavily armored zombie was caught off guard and was directly hit. The bone spur pierced through the head, and the elite ghoul swung its right arm, and the retractable bone spur was pulled out like a whip, and then hit the second heavily armored ghoul. Bang! The huge force knocked it off balance, and at the same time, the elite ghoul opened its mouth and bit its neck. Under its terrifying bite force, the larynx was broken in an instant, blood splattered, and the ghoul's head was pulled off directly. The third ghoul could not escape the bad luck, and when it was the only one left, it was slaughtered without any ability to fight back. But in the blink of an eye, 3 level 8 ghouls were killed instantly. It seems that I don't have to worry about what choice to make. Chu Xiu chuckled, but just when he was about to step forward to be the one who benefited, something unexpected happened again. The elite corpse ghost looked at Chu Xiu, and a flash of disdain flashed in his eyes, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Then he roared wildly, and a large number of blood-red lines appeared on the bodies of several heavily armored corpse ghosts around him, and poured into his body. Under the nourishment of the red lines, the cells of the elite corpse ghost's body began to divide rapidly, and the flesh under the skin expanded rapidly. It was like a snake shedding its skin, and layers of skin fell off its body to adapt to the rapidly growing muscles. Every time it shed its skin, the corpse ghost's body became bigger. At the same time, in Chu Xiu's blood moon sensing, it can be clearly sensed that the breath of this corpse ghost is rapidly increasing. Chu Xiu widened his eyes in shock. Is this? This monster is going to upgrade. The blood moon ritual has a very special rule, that is, these abyss creatures can also gain experience and upgrade by killing each other during the ritual, just like these awakened ones. And this elite corpse ghost was already at the 9th level of the ordinary rank before, and if it is upgraded to the level of the soldier, wouldn't it be? Chu Xiu only felt a warm current surging in his body. He could feel the adrenaline in his body being secreted rapidly, and every cell in his body became excited. A soldier-level elite. To be more precise, it is a soldier-level elite who was injured, not in the best condition, has just advanced and is not familiar with the new power, and has a double experience bonus. The safest strategy at the moment is naturally to directly launch an attack and kill this monster during its advancement. But Chu Xiu saw another possibility. That is to wait until the monster is fully advanced before killing it. This is a soldier-level elite. The experience provided is probably comparable to that of hundreds of ordinary zombies. With the high explosion rate of the awakening trial, there is a high probability of exploding high-level items. Moreover, Chu Xiu can also use this to complete the second challenge task and further improve the overall score of the awakening trial. Comprehensive, the benefits of the latter will be several times more than the former. Of course, the risks are also huge. So, should we choose to be steady or take risks? Chu Xiu realized that he would face an extremely important choice again. Excessive caution is cowardly, and wishful adventure is reckless. What I need to do is to calculate. It is to evaluate the risks and benefits. Chu Xiu licked his dry lips, his brain working rapidly, and within a few tenths of a second, countless information emerged and combined in his mind. Someone shared data on the internet. The physique of a level 9 warrior, C, in the mortal class is 18.1, and after breaking through to the soldier class, it increased to 25.7. Add the class bonus, new skills, and traits. The overall strength should fluctuate by 2 to 3 times. I have 5 similar data for reference, and the bonus range is similar. Calculating the mortality rate and difficulty evaluation of mortal class copies and soldier class copies, it can be roughly known that the improvement of monster advancement will not deviate too far. At the same time, injuries will be healed during the advancement process, but this is only a side effect of the improvement of life level, and it has no healing effect in essence. Even considering the special nature of the blood moon ritual, this value will not be too large. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes. Under the effect of the phantom demon eye, every change in the elite corpse dog was accurately recorded in his eyes. With the transformation layer by layer, the scratches on the skin have disappeared, but the scars that penetrated into the flesh and blood are still there. Although many of them were covered by new muscles, the wounds did not disappear. not to mention the injuries to the bones, and although the cyst on its back that stores energy has expanded, it is still shriveled and has no tendency to replenish. All these observations can show that the consumption of this elite corpse ghost is still very large. In this case, Chu Xiu quickly counted all his means, and a look of violence and excitement flashed in his eyes. I can kill. The moment he made up his mind, Chu Xiu no longer hesitated. He waved the white bone banner in his hand, and 5 ghosts rushed out and occupied the 5 corners of the basement. At the same time, the white bone blood-eating formation was laid under his feet. Then, he took out the poison he had obtained when he killed Li Shan before, and applied it to the bone spear and the retractable tail thorn. This is not over yet. Cause and effect points, add some mysterious steps. In an instant, the more than 800 cause and effect points that Chu Xiu had worked hard to accumulate during this period began to be consumed at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, countless experiences, insights poured into his mind, and countless muscle memories were born out of thin air, just like Chu Xiu had practiced this secret technique thousands of times in another time and space. Consume 714 causal points, and the proficiency of the phantom step is raised to the highest level. Boom! As the causal points were consumed, Chu Xiu opened his eyes, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Without any hindrance, he perfectly adapted to the perfected phantom step. This is the power of causal points. The panel appeared in front of him. Phantom step, proficiency, great, 1/200, release consumption, 0, 15 to 2, 25, increases with charging time, 0, 15s0, 65s, power, 1150J17250J, duration, 0, 15 to 0, 8s, cooling time, 0, 15s. After the great completion, the effect of the phantom step is enhanced again while the consumption is reduced. When fully charged, it can even release 17250J of energy in 0, 8s. What a concept! Now, after the successive upgrades, although Chu Xiu's appearance has not changed much, his weight has already increased a lot, reaching 120 kilograms, plus 50 kilograms of heavy armor, a total of 170 kilograms, which is already a super fat man's weight. And the perfected phantom step can directly send this fat man to a height of 10 meters. And if you use the minimum energy to move, the instantaneous speed is only 0, 15s. This makes Chu Xiu's body flexibility soar again. And almost at the moment of adding points, the elite corpse ghost on the opposite side also completed all the transformations. With a roar that resounded throughout the parking lot, a brand new creature was born out of its shell. At this time, the elite corpse ghost has undergone a completely transformed change, and its body shape has grown again, nearly 5 meters. The layers of bone shell on the body have become thicker, like a giant wrapped in heavy bone armor. The pendulum on the right arm shattered and turned into a retractable chain hammer, and the claws on the left arm were also connected to the bone chain, turning into a hook claw that can be shot. This is a monster that is full of both attack and defense. 008 Ghoul Mutation, Elite, Level 1 Warrior, Attributes, Constitution 57. 9, Spirit, Energy Level. Skills, Traits, Talents, Tough Skin, Skin Protection +9, 5, Heat Insulation, Acid Resistance and Impact Absorption are greatly enhanced. Reserve Energy, Energy Level +55, 0, energy can be consumed to quickly heal injuries and restore physical strength. A Constitution of up to 57. 9, and a large number of unknown skills, traits, and talents. Moreover, the original talents have also been upgraded. Now the skin defense alone has a bonus of +9, 5. Counting the original attributes, it is estimated that it can be comparable to the defense of Chu Xiu's heavy bone armor. However, this level of strength evolution is still within Chu Xiu's calculation range. Almost at the moment when this monster completed its evolution, the 5 ghosts lying in ambush around screamed at the same time, and Chu Xiu himself pointed forward. The next moment, 6 huge gray wind blades slashed heavily on this large corpse ghost. Chu Xiu had already estimated the time, so these 16 wind blades were all the strongest blows with full energy. Moreover, since this elite corpse ghost could not move at the moment of evolution, these 16 wind blades with a power of up to 9, 0 small success level all hit the weakest defense area. In an instant, the high-speed rotating wind blades tore open the skin of the elite corpse ghost, and a large amount of sticky blood like ink overflowed, leaving 6 wounds of 30 to 40 centimeters long on the corpse ghost. However, although these 6 injuries looked terrible, they were only skin injuries and did not hurt the root at all. Roar! The heavily armored corpse ghost that had completed its evolution roared, turned around and pounced on the attacking ghost, and at the same time, both hands threw out the hook claw and chain hammer at the same time. With its super high physique, this large corpse ghost possessed agility that was completely inconsistent with its size, and the ghosts it targeted had no time to dodge. At the critical moment, Chu Xiu waved the soul flag, and the bodies of the 5 ghosts became transparent at a very fast speed. Special feature, Soul Body. Boom! The chain hammer passed through the transparent body of the ghost and hit the concrete wall behind it, creating a big hole. Although it entered the soul body state, Chu Xiu could feel that the ghost that was hit was suddenly much weaker. But this was also within his expectations. Even the ghost that was swaying in front of him was the bait he prepared in advance. At the moment when the large corpse ghost aimed at the ghost and swung the chain hammer, Chu Xiu, who had already accumulated strength and was hiding behind a load-bearing column, kicked his right leg back violently. The maximum power of the Deshang mystery step suddenly broke out, and the whole person shot out like an arrow from a string. The huge energy of 17250J was completely converted into kinetic energy in just 0.8. With the addition of Chu Xiu's own muscle strength, his speed was increased to an extremely high value in a very short time. He jumped over a distance of more than 20 meters, and with the help of the kinetic energy of the sprint, he turned his waist and hips, and the power was transferred from his thighs to his arms. He gathered all his strength and stabbed hard. While the elite corpse ghost was still aiming at the Yin ghost as bait, Chu Xiu's bone spear had already pierced its lower back. Trait, Armor Piercing. Swish! With a muffled sound, under the huge impact force, the skin comparable to steel could not stop it, and most of the bone spear was immersed in the corpse ghost's body. Roar! The corpse ghost roared again, but compared with the previous anger, this roar was obviously painful. Trait, Soul Piercing. +10. The strongest effect of the perfect bone spear directly hit the beast hard at the soul level. This is the confidence that Chu Xiu dared to challenge this monster. The piercing whistling sound of the wind sounded in his ears, but it was the monster that turned around and attacked Chu Xiu in anger. He lowered his body, pulled out the bone spear and retreated at the same time, and launched the phantom step again. His body flexibly flashed to the side and dodged the attack ghostly. The wound caused by the bone spear was still bleeding continuously, and a strange blue-black color was spreading along the wound. Characteristics, bleeding. Item, Type 005 Corpse Venom. Of course, compared to the huge body of the soldier-level corpse ghost, this amount of bleeding and toxins is not worth mentioning, but at this time, this monster is obviously exhausted after a long battle. Any attack may become the last straw that crushes it. Chu Xiu knew what was going on. He used the phantom step to quickly move around the soldier-level corpse ghost, and used the bone spear in his hand and the retractable tail thorn behind him to continuously attack. Under the continuous attacks of the two, the elite corpse ghost soon had several more wounds on its body, and the toxins began to accumulate in its body. At the same time, the 5 ghosts also activated the life absorption skill at the same time in the soul body state, continuously absorbing the vitality of the soldier-level corpse ghost. Chu Xiu could feel that this corpse ghost was greatly affected by his multiple means, although it could not be seen from the outside. In fact, both the movement speed and strength were greatly affected. Now its actual physical fitness is far from 57.9, but only about 40 points. At this level, Chu Xiu's Deshang Misty Step is enough to barely cope with it. He is like a calm and experienced hunter, constantly adjusting his position, and each attack is triggered and withdrawn, never taking risks and greedy for merit, just accumulating insignificant advantages in one attack after another, waiting for time to take away his powerful enemy. However, just when Chu Xiu felt that the monster was about to collapse, suddenly, a strange red light flashed in its eyes. The next moment, the cyst behind it that was used to store energy suddenly began to shrink violently. It seemed to suppress the last bit of energy in it. Through the wrinkled surface, one can vaguely see the swollen blood vessels underneath, injecting a green liquid into the body of the soldier-level ghoul. As the green liquid was injected, its muscles began to swell visibly, and the exoskeleton armor on its body even began to crack because it could not cover the continuously growing muscles. A message flashed before Chu Xiu's eyes. Skill, Super Hormone, an advanced skill of Power Burst, which can greatly increase strength, reaction speed, life recovery ability, reduce pain perception, and last longer, but will fall into a weak state after the effect ends. In order to accurately predict the next move of the corpse ghost, Chu Xiu kept his ghost pupils on, using his super dynamic vision to capture the contraction of muscles in different parts of the corpse ghost, so as to infer its next attack. Therefore, when it launched the skill, the relevant data immediately appeared in front of Chu Xiu. Super Hormone. Advanced skill of Power Burst. Chu Xiu's heart trembled, and before he could think of a countermeasure, he saw the behemoth in front of him suddenly turned around and faced him, and at the same time, his right arm swung out quickly. With the sound of crackling chain extension, the front chain hammer stretched out rapidly and smashed towards Chu Xiu. This time, it was countless times faster than before. Before Chu Xiu could react, the huge hammerhead was in front of him. The hammerhead was too fast, and he had no time to dodge backwards. At the critical moment, he made a quick decision, and the phantom step was launched. Chushio did not retreat but advanced, and rushed towards the corpse ghost. This allowed him to dodge the rapidly swung hammerhead, but he was severely whipped by the bone chain connected to the back of the hammerhead. Bang! With a loud noise, Chushio's figure was directly whipped away more than 10 meters. He fell heavily to the ground, and felt a sharp pain in his right arm. He looked down and found that cracks appeared on the bone armor. What a terrifying power! Chushio couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that this battle was about to enter a critical moment. As long as he could survive the final explosion of this monster, he would be the winner. Without giving him a chance to breathe, the soldier-level corpse ghost turned around quickly after missing a blow, roaring and rushing towards Chushio. Every step it took would cause cracks in the concrete floor, and the huge echo made the entire parking lot seem to vibrate. Looking at the figure rushing towards him at an accelerated speed, a fierce look flashed in Chushio's calm black eyes. Humph, since I have enough time to wait for you to complete your advancement, how could I not be prepared? The bone banner appeared in his hand. He waved it hard, and the 5 ghosts solidified their bodies again, and pounced on the huge body of the soldier-level corpse ghost together, trying to stop its progress. However, the physical constitutions of the two were too different. Even if 5 ghosts attacked together, it would not have any effect at all. The soldier-level corpse ghost waved his left arm and easily threw a corpse ghost to the ground. At the same time, he smashed its legs into pulp with his right arm. Chushio's eyes flashed with distress, but then he became more ruthless. He waved the white bone banner again and shouted, "Explode!" The moment his voice fell, a ghost lying on the back of the soldier-level corpse ghost suddenly exploded, like a high-explosive grenade was detonated. The terrifying impact force directly blew a hole behind the soldier-level corpse ghost. The cyst used to store energy was also blown into pieces in the explosion. This was the hidden use that Chushio realized when he refined the first ghost, that is, he could force the ghost to self-destruct and release powerful energy in an instant by completely annihilating the soul and body. Although it was a powerful energy, its power was only roughly equivalent to 2 or 3 fully charged phone blades. It was a huge loss. He thought he would never use this skill in his life, but he couldn't care less at this moment. After self-destructing the first ghost, he shouted again without any hesitation, "Explode!" The ghost whose legs were broken suddenly jumped up and hugged the knee of the right leg of the Shiji Shirgue tightly. Following Chushio's command, its soul suddenly exploded, and its huge power was released in a very short time, directly blowing the knee of the Shiji Shirgue into a mess. Although this huge impact force did not completely blow it apart, it also made the Shiji Shirgue's body tilt and kneel to the ground. Taking this opportunity, Chushio commanded the third Shiji Shirgue to crawl towards its head, wanting to self-destruct on the big guy's face and put an end to this beast in one go. But unfortunately his plan failed. Before the ghost could climb up, the soldier-level corpse ghost roared and pressed it to the ground with one claw. Its body was neatly cut into 3 parts by the sharp claws. Seeing that it had lost its ability to fight, Chushio decisively made it explode again. This time, the soldier-level corpse ghost's left hand was almost gone. Only one piece of good meat was left, and a lot of tendons were blown off, revealing the white bones wrapped underneath. At the same time, the other 2 corpse ghosts also launched claw attack skills, leaving 2 more scars on this meat-like body. Roar! The soldier-level corpse ghost stood up staggeringly, but Chushio could see that it was already at the end of its strength. The red light on his body was fading. With the arrival of the weak period, the previously accumulated injuries, fatigue and toxins will burst out together, directly ending his life. It took 3 of my ghosts to waste. The difficulty of this guy is a little beyond my expectation. But that's it. Die! With Chushio's sharp shout, the bone spear in his hand shot out and hit the corpse ghost in the chest. Trait, soul-piercing. At the moment of the stab, the huge creature was struck by lightning, and the blood on its body began to fade away rapidly. The 2 ghosts on the side pounced on it and tore its flesh and blood frantically. It wanted to fight back furiously, but just as its thick right arm was raised, it fell down powerlessly. In Chushio's blood moon sensing, the life fire of this monster was rapidly dimming. Finally, under the continuous attack of the ghosts, its body shook for a while, and collapsed with an unwilling roar. Boom! The body weighing at least 5 tons hit the ground heavily, splashing a cloud of dust. Killing living beings, experience plus 2,358, challenge task completed. Reward, causal points *700. Obtained items, causal points asterisk 312, obtained items, 008 type corpse ghost heavy armor, collection, obtained items, energy ring, collection, obtained props, violent hormone, excellent, asterisk 3, obtained traits, tough skin, C, level upgrade. Current level, ordinary level 8. As the giant fell, a large number of prompts flashed in front of Chushio's eyes. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Before he could digest it properly, a strong force surged into his body. With the bonus of 100% experience value increase, this soldier-level elite directly promoted him to the next level. Name, Chushio, level, ordinary level 8, 714/1600, Constitution, 20. 27, Spirit, 10. 24, Energy level, 31. 74, others, slightly all attributes were improved again, and there was a lot of experience overflow. He was only halfway to the next level. At the same time, new inheritances continued to be unlocked as usual. Chi condensation technique, level, ordinary, quality, superior, description, mobilize the mana in the body to hinder others from exploring and reduce one's own presence. Evaluation, once cultivated, it can automatically operate according to the user's mind. When used actively, the interference detection ability and concealment ability are greatly improved. As a sinister and cunning demon cultivator, how can he not steal, assassinate, and play dumb? Did you give me a secret technique for hiding? Chushio touched his chin thoughtfully. This secret technique can be said to be extremely important. The ability to hide can greatly improve his safety factor in subsequent explorations and greatly increase the abundance of decision-making. For example, sneaking into the monster camp to scout and find out the details, waiting for others to beat the monster half to death, and then he suddenly appears to pick peaches, etc., are all possible. And the ability to hide one's strength, in a sense, is even more important than the former. Both his talent and profession are too amazing. Once exposed, he will be like Tang Sang, who strayed into the monster cave and will be eaten alive sooner or later. In this world, there are no strong enough legal constraints, especially for those high-level awakeners. Think about it, after all, the cost of maintaining social order is far greater than the cost of crime. Take the country where Chushio lived in his previous life as an example. The national police force exceeds 2 million, but there are still about 30,000 criminal cases every year. And this is when the police have an overwhelming equipment advantage. Such a huge gap has created a relatively safe living environment for the people. If you focus on a certain big country next door where the police equipment suppression is not so exaggerated, you will find that with nearly 1 million police officers, 42,000 people will die from gun violence in 2023 alone. Since 2014, the number of people who have died from gun violence each year has exceeded 39,000. And high-level awakeners are equivalent to individuals with the most advanced tanks and fighter jets. Just imagine how much it costs to capture an awakener who can move at the speed of sound. And if the arrest leads to a fight in a densely populated area, what a terrible disaster it will be. In this case, if the government does not allow any gray area buffer, the order of the entire society will collapse. The abyss is such a gray area. The abyss is not bound by the law, and it is also the place where all grievances, disputes, and interests are resolved. In the abyss, there are all kinds of strange props. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a miracle wishing pool. There is nothing it can't do as long as you can think of it. Among them, there are many props that can plunder talents and professions. Although professions and talents will be reduced by 2 to 3 levels after being stripped away, even the perfect refining of A level is enough for countless high-level awakeners to fight for it. My profession and talent must not be exposed. Although professions with exploration skills are very rare, it is easy to attract exploration attention after returning to Blue Star. So without any hesitation, Chushio directly added a large number of causal points to the Chi gathering technique. Consume 47 causal points, and the proficiency of the Chi gathering technique is improved to entry level. Consume 132 causal points, and the proficiency of the Chi gathering technique is improved to proficient. Consume 501 causal points, and the proficiency of the Chi gathering technique is improved to minor success. The consumption of the Chi gathering technique is greater than that of the Phantom Step. It took almost 700 causal points to improve it to minor success. Most of the large number of causal points he had just obtained were consumed in one go, and now he only has 420 causal points left. However, all these efforts are worth it. Chushio's mind moved, and he felt as if he had turned into a piece of stone. The sound of his breathing, heartbeat, and blood flow seemed to be blocked by a mysterious force, thus greatly reduced. In terms of visual effects, he seemed to have merged with the environment, and it was difficult to find without careful observation. This skill is not only very useful in sneak attacks and evasion, but it can also help in head-on combat. It can make Chu Xiu's actions more ghostly and elusive. And the consumption is very small, basically only a little over 1 energy point is consumed per minute. The consumption of automatic operation is even closer to 0. In terms of hiding strength, his current chi gathering technique is enough to block the prying of most detection skills of the same level, and when used actively, even the soldier-level awakeners can't see through it. With the automatic operation of the chi gathering technique, Chu Xiu adjusted his breath to level 6. Ha! He let out a long breath, and he felt more secure in his heart. When I have the power to crush everyone, I won't need to hide anymore, and I still have to speed up the upgrade. Shaking his head, Chu Xiu stopped thinking about it and continued to check other gains. 2 pieces of equipment dropped. Although the armor is also of collectible quality, it is far less good than the +7 heavy energy absorbing armor, so Chu Xiu plans to sell it. As for the ring, it is quite good. After wearing it, it can increase the energy recovery by +1.0 per hour and the energy reserve by +25.0. Using this equipment directly doubled Chu Xiu's energy. It greatly improved his combat endurance and is worthy of being a collectible quality equipment. As for the last violent hormone, just like the skill used by the soldier-level corpse ghost at the end, it can greatly improve physical ability in a short period of time and become more like a berserker. However, the effect will gradually weaken within 10 seconds, and then it will fall into a weak state, which can be used as a trump card for a desperate fight. What surprised Chu Xiu the most was that a trait actually dropped. The so-called trait is a weakened version of a talent, which is usually stronger than the talent of the same name. The talent is 1 to 3 levels lower. But even so, it is precious enough. After all, even a D-level talent can be a great help. Think about Long's burst of power, which can directly burst out 3 times the power in a short period of time. This is even more powerful than the violent skill of the soldier-level corpse ghost. And there are no side effects. Of course, the absorption of traits is not unlimited. Otherwise, if you directly absorb hundreds of traits, even if a single one is a little worse, the combination is amazing enough. Even if you give it to a pig, it can make it comparable to an SS-level genius. The biggest problem with traits is that they will inevitably alienate. Alienation has extremely high randomness and uncertainty. Although in theory, it is possible to give birth to beneficial alienation, most of the alienation is negative buff, and there are even people who die suddenly due to rejection reactions. In addition to rejection with the body, rejection will also occur between different traits. In other words, the more traits are fused, the easier it is to have a larger and more uncontrollable alienation. Therefore, the core that determines the value of a trait, in addition to the level, the most important thing is the stability of alienation. Generally speaking, some common traits, such as power burst, life recovery, endurance enhancement, etc., have the highest stability of alienation. Secondly, see whether they are of the same race, whether they are related to the same profession, whether there is fusion big data, etc. For example, the most common trait, strength enhancement, E, the average alienation deviation rate is only 0.0037%. Through big data, we can know that the alienation rate is about 5.7%, and most of them are insignificant side effects. It is a very stable trait. But if a human insists on integrating some, multiple eyeballs, resurrection tentacles, and other traits, then the alienation rate will definitely go off the charts. Finally, there is an extremely rare situation, that is, obtaining a trait that can be upgraded. This type of trait may have a poor initial fusion degree, but each upgrade will make it more adaptable to the body of the absorber, and finally become no different from a talent. It's just that this type of trait is extremely rare, and each one is sky-high. Chu Xiu lowered his head and checked the trait in his hand. Tough skin, level, C, attributes, skin protection +3, 6, heat insulation, acid resistance and impact absorption are greatly enhanced, alienation deviation rate, 0, 15%, the effect is quite good, 3. 6 points of protection for free, and what makes Chu Xiu most excited is the various resistances, which can greatly enhance his ability to deal with different monsters. His heavy bone armor has high defense, but it still lacks heat insulation and corrosion resistance. It can withstand bullets, but a flamethrower can carbonize it. However, looking at the 0.15% alienation deviation rate below, Chu Xiu touched his chin. This is not low. There is at least a 30% chance of alienation. However, thanks to the fact that this seems to be a universal trait, the side effects of alienation should not be very large. Almost without thinking too much, Chu Xiu's mind moved, and this trait began to merge. As an awakened person, who doesn't have some alienation? I don't want to be a human anymore. There is such a rumor on the Awakener forum. There are many high-level awakeners above the fierce level who look like humans. Having a few more arms is considered a minor thing. Some of them have tentacles all over their bodies and look like the evil god Cthulhu. Going out in the middle of the night can scare children to death. Of course, this may just be the imagination of a busybody, and Chu Xiu does not know the specific situation. The reason why he chose to fuse the characteristics without any hesitation is that every time he upgrades, the essence of life will change, and he can take the opportunity to wash away the characteristics that are not deeply integrated. Even if this tough skin has any side effects, he will be able to upgrade the trial soon, and then he can wash it off, and he also needs to strengthen himself as much as possible before the upgrade trial. As tough skin was absorbed, Chu Xiu felt that his skin seemed to harden, and it became rough visibly, like the skin of a worker who has worked on a construction site for decades. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of blood pumping from his heart. Fusion completed. Skin protection plus 3A6, thermal insulation efficiency, acid corrosion resistance and impact absorption are greatly enhanced. Alienation occurred, strength plus 1, 2, life recovery ability plus 1, 8, energy level minus 2. 5. The result was similar to what he expected. The alienation effect was very slight, and it was not all negative buffs. It actually added 1, 2 strength to him. The only thing that was a little unsatisfactory was that his appearance dropped a little after his skin became rough. It was not accurate to say that it dropped. The rough skin gave him a sense of vicissitudes of life and a bit more mature charm. People who like uncles might like it more. But Chu Xiu naturally couldn't care about these. He continued to collect his spoils. Compared with the things that this soldier-level elite corpse ghost exploded, its own corpse was more valuable. Chu Xiu raised his hand and waved it, and the huge soul of this corpse ghost was drawn out and entered the white bone ghost banner. Chu Xiu was very much looking forward to how much the soul of this soldier-level elite would grow in the future. But at this moment, something happened that he didn't expect. When he did not activate the Yinhan banner to refine it, the soul of the soldier-level corpse ghost suddenly bit the soul body of an ordinary soul after entering the Yinhan banner. Li! The soul screamed sharply, but the soul of the soldier-level corpse ghost was strong enough to resist. The speed was too high, and with a strong pull, the soul of the ordinary corpse ghost was torn into pieces, and began to devour it. Oh! This sudden change made Chu Xiu raise his eyebrows. The soul of the elite corpse ghost of the soldier level was not as muddle-headed as the ordinary soul, but a violent emotion could be detected from it. It wandered in the Yinhan banner, constantly hunting and devouring other souls. Interesting. Chu Xiu thought about it, but did not stop it. Instead, he waved the Yinhan banner again, restraining all the corpse ghost souls that had not yet dispersed around, and threw them into the Yinhan banner, letting these souls fight with the souls of the elite corpse ghosts. He remembered a saying. When accepting the inheritance, the panel only displayed the most basic information, and a lot of information would go directly into his brain. Regarding the part about the sacrifice of Yin ghosts, someone mentioned that some souls are cruel by nature and will actively attack other souls. These souls have great growth potential, but they are not easy to control. Some can even get rid of the shackles of the Yinhan banner. Devour the master. The safest way is to immediately restrain them with the Yinhan banner, but this will turn these highly aggressive special souls into ordinary souls, greatly reducing their potential. Chu Xiu is confident that he can suppress this special soul, and he is more curious about how far it can grow. Under Chu Xiu's expectant gaze, the elite corpse ghost soul devoured a large number of souls in a very short time and transformed into a Yin ghost. But it was not over yet. It turned its target to the other two Yin ghosts and continued to attack. A fierce battle took place in the Yinhan banner, and the three Yin ghosts fought together, biting and devouring each other. In the end, when the two ordinary Yin ghosts also became food, an extremely terrifying creature was born. Yin ghost, elite, level, ordinary level 9, attributes, constitution 0, spirit 16. 5. Energy level 22. 5. Skills, Yin Wind Blade, Great Success, Life Drain, Minor Success, Earth Binding, Beginner, Traits, Soul Body, greatly reduces physical damage, and the attributes will be reduced under the Scorching Sun, Brutal, has extremely strong aggressiveness and fighting instincts, Talent, Manifestation, transformed into a physical form, lost the trait, Soul Body, gained the trait, Claws, lost the skill, Life Drain, gained the skill, Powerful Claw Attack, the skill, Yin Wind, Blade, level is upgraded to Perfect, Constitution plus 25, 5. Note, this ghost has the potential to evolve into a fierce ghost. Level 9 Elite Corpse Ghost has the potential to evolve into a fierce ghost. The new panel surprised and delighted Chu Xiu. This was the first time he saw this note. Although Chu Xiu didn't know what a fierce ghost was, it was definitely not an ordinary creature that was specially mentioned by the system. Even without mentioning the future potential, the current combat power is already amazing enough. Super high physical attributes, as well as the combat power bonus of the Furious trait, the skill level is also 2 levels higher, and there is an additional control skill. It is estimated that even if it faces 4 or 5 ordinary ghosts at the same time, it will be a heavy blow. If Chu Xiu had this creature earlier, when facing a soldier-level corpse ghost, I am afraid that the first round of Infeng Blade attack would have seriously injured it. It seems that my decision is right. Such a ferocious guy is not comparable to many ordinary ghosts. But just when Chu Xiu was secretly happy, a violent roar suddenly sounded from the Inhun banner, and the Inhun banner shook violently. The next moment, a huge transparent figure rushed out of the ghost banner, and solidified in the blink of an eye. The sharp claws swung towards Chu Xiu without any hesitation. Is it really going to devour the master? Chu Xiu frowned slightly, but he was not in a hurry. He activated the great accomplishment Phantom Step and his body slid backwards. But the elite ghost was very fast. Without giving him any time to breathe, he followed him like a thorn in the bone, and swung his claws with a cold and sharp light. Chu Xiu snorted coldly and waved the ghost banner in his hand. The spiritual light on it suddenly shone brightly. The aggressive elite ghost screamed and squatted down in pain. Small inscriptions appeared on the surface of its skin, like chains that bound it. Chu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and was about to continue to activate the magic formula when the ghost suddenly let out a sharp whistle. He struggled violently, and as he struggled, the restrictions on his body actually collapsed piece by piece. At the same time, there was a crisp sound of crack. In Chu Xiu's shocked eyes, a crack appeared on the ghost banner in his hand. Before he could react, the corpse ghost suddenly jumped up. Chu Xiu was about to escape, but suddenly he felt that his legs were tightly grabbed by something. Looking down, he saw 2 gray-yellow ghosts. Earth binding technique. This elite corpse ghost's exclusive skill. Heh, there's something. Chu Xiu sneered, and used the phantom step again. The huge energy burst forcibly broke free from the earthbound spirit, and waved the Inhun banner again. The elite ghost was suppressed for a short time, and taking advantage of this time, Chu Xiu lightly touched it, and the nearby corpses began to melt, turning into silver-white liquids that merged into the Inhun banner. With the nourishment of energy, the cracks on the long pole of the Inhun banner began to repair immediately, and the In ghost who had just broken free from the control of the restriction was immediately pressed to the ground by a more powerful force. Howling in pain. If it weren't for sufficient preparation, how could Chu Xiu let this guy grow? Under the activation of his perfect talent, the flashing spiritual light on the Inhun banner became more and more dazzling, and after the corpse of the soldier-level corpse ghost was also integrated into it, it seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis, and the entire long pole had undergone earth-shaking changes. The flagpole has become as white as jade, and the flag is covered with complex restrictions, and a mysterious breath is blowing in the face. The corpses of a soldier-level elite plus several high-level corpse ghosts directly strengthened this magic weapon to +10 perfection. Chu Xiu waved it lightly, and this time the elite ghost no longer had any ability to resist, and he took it back into the soul flag obediently. To be honest, the irritability of this ghost was beyond Chu Xiu's expectations. He originally planned to keep these corpses to upgrade the bone armor. Forget it, the bone armor can be upgraded slowly later. Such potential ghosts are not easy to find. Overall, this wave is definitely a big profit. Sure enough, risks and benefits are always balanced. Chu Xiu can be said to have made a lot of money before the end of the trial. He happily sorted out all the harvests. At this time, there were only 5 minutes left before the end of the blood moon ceremony, and he didn't plan to continue hunting. All the nearby corpse ghosts were killed. Going to an unfamiliar area has too many variables. Who knows what kind of horrible things are hunting outside now? He didn't want to overturn at the last moment. After putting away all the equipment, Chu Xiu returned to the base with satisfaction. The others were hiding in the room. When they saw him coming back, they immediately surrounded him with great joy and asked him questions with concern. Some fetched him water to wash off his dirt, some cut venison for him to replenish his energy, and Su Hang even thoughtfully prepared a set of suitable underwear for him to change into. It didn't provide any help in combat, but it made him more comfortable. Chu Xiu was a little uncomfortable with the attentive actions of the people in the stronghold, but he accepted it with peace of mind. This is what it means to have a conscience. Chu Xiu had no psychological burden for deceiving everyone, and even put on a hypocritical social mask, and began to take the opportunity to improve the friendliness of everyone in the base. No matter whether he might use it in the future, now there is no conflict of interest, just improve it first. In just a few minutes, everyone's favorability towards Chu Xiu increased further. Just when Chu Xiu was busy improving his favorability, a crisp prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. The blood moon ritual is over. Your points ranking is 754. Oh? His eyes lit up. Relying on the points of the elite soldier class, he successfully squeezed into the top 1000. This made him secretly sigh that his previous decision was correct. If he only killed an elite corpse ghost of the ordinary class, he would probably not be able to enter the top 1000. Others also received the prompt. Shinjua shook his head with some regret. I am only ranked more than 3000. It seems that there are many powerful monsters here. Then he looked at Chu Xiu. What about you, have you entered the top 1000? Chu Xiu naturally would not tell the truth to everyone in the base. Just as he was about to lie, suddenly a huge buzzing sound came from outside the apartment building. This sound was extremely strange, like a low air defense alarm, one after another, and at the same time, a strange red light flashed outside the apartment building. Darkness and red light intertwined back and forth. Wu Xini suddenly covered her mouth and pointed outside the door in horror. Everyone looked in the direction, but found that countless blood was flowing down the windows of the corridor, and bright red blood rain began to fall from the sky. What's going on? Everyone looked around in horror, and Chu Xiu also jumped up, his eyes solemn, not knowing what had happened. The buzzing sound outside the building became louder and louder, and the entire apartment building was shaking. At the same time, Chu Xiu felt someone whispering in his ear, muttering in ancient language that he couldn't understand. These whispers made him dizzy and he couldn't help but feel nauseous. He looked at the others and found that their condition was even worse. The two low-level auxiliary professions had begun to lose consciousness and blood was flowing from their nostrils. At this moment, a huge hand suddenly grabbed the corridor. The next moment, the entire corridor wall was forcibly torn open like a dead tree or rotten wood. Amidst the huge cracking sound, the entire corridor's outer wall was destroyed, forcibly tearing a large hole that spread over 3 floors. A huge blood-red giant appeared in front of everyone. It was about 40 stories high, and Chu Xiu and others were just on its chest. There were only 5 blurry eyes on its blood-red face. The blood giant's organs were like a person being stripped of his skin alive, with his fat and fascia removed, leaving only muscles. The weirdest thing was that these flesh and blood were wriggling all the time, and it was like countless bright red worms twisting their bodies. As soon as this weird blood-colored giant appeared, Chu Xiu felt a fear from the depths of his genes. He wanted to use his ghost demon pupil to explore, but as soon as he activated his eyes, he felt a stinging pain, which made him scream and quickly move his eyes away. Buzz as the low and long humming sound rang again, the blood-colored giant swung again. This time, the blood-colored palm smashed the entire corridor. The reinforced concrete buildings that humans are proud of, which can withstand artillery fire, were as fragile as potato chips in front of it. Everyone in the stronghold didn't dare to breathe, and something even more terrifying happened. After clearing the obstacles, the blood-colored giant continued to swing his arms and hit the load-bearing wall, destroying all the obstacles between everyone and it step by step. Run, we must run. Huan Ku's face was pale. She said this, but her legs could not move at all. The terrifying pressure of the blood-colored giant made them unable to move at all. After discovering this, everyone showed despair. In front of such a powerful life, they had no room for resistance. But everyone was unwilling and puzzled. They were unwilling to accept that the trial would end soon, so why did something unexpected happen at this time? They also didn't understand why such a terrifying creature would appear when the blood moon ceremony was over. Is it simply because they have bad luck? In the face of the unmatched huge gap in strength, everyone in the stronghold collapsed, even Shinjua was no exception. He took off the outer clothes of the rich second generation and the leader, revealing the inner nature of an ordinary person. Only Chu Xiu stared at the giant in front of him, thinking about all the possibilities for escape. He was barely able to move by willpower, but he didn't want to attract the attention of the giant. I will quietly retreat to the back, use the others as cannon fodder, and blow up all the ghosts. I will jump out of the window in the chaos. Maybe I will have a chance to survive. Chu Xiu's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his muscles were tense, ready to make a final gamble at any time. But at this moment, the chest of the blood-colored giant suddenly cracked open, and countless blood-colored filaments held up a black object. Almost at the moment of seeing the object, an inexplicable message entered Chu Xiu's mind, and he understood everything. This is the reward of the blood moon ceremony. Chu Xiu's tense body relaxed at once. Brother, is it necessary to make such a big noise just to deliver a shipment? He was somewhat amused and realized belatedly that this giant was just a courier. He was here to deliver the blood moon reward to him. But the problem is, you are a courier, too scary. To be honest, he was also quite scared just now, and thought he had encountered an emergency in the abyss with a probability so small that it could be ignored. However, after the crisis was resolved, trouble came again. He did not want to expose the fact that he had received the blood moon reward. This was his negligence. He habitually thought that the blood moon reward would be sent directly to his storage space like the previous mission reward, but he did not expect that there would be such a big noise. If he had known this, he would have taken more risks outside and returned to the base after the ceremony. But Chu Xiu also quickly thought of a way to deal with it. He suddenly jumped up and yelled, "If this continues, we will all die. You hide well, I'll lead this guy away." Chu Xiu said nothing more and ran out. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone in the stronghold, the blood-colored giant seemed to be attracted by Chu Xiu and chased after him. Exclamation point. Everyone who thought they were doomed to die widened their eyes in surprise and joy. It was not until the blood-colored giant completely disappeared that the huge joy of escaping death surged in their hearts. Wu Xini and Yunlu covered their mouths and cried with joy, and Xinzhuo and the boys also collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. Even Guanko, who always claimed to be calm, leaned against the wall. His back was soaked with cold sweat, and his face was full of joy of surviving a disaster. But after the joy, a complex emotion surged up again. Chu Xiu. Everyone stared blankly at the empty door. They never expected that Chu Xiu would abandon himself and save everyone. For a moment, sadness, guilt, gratitude and other emotions mixed together, making everyone speechless. But at this time, a not very harmonious voice destroyed the atmosphere. "Everyone, should we go out to help him?" Yun Lu whispered. After the words fell, everyone looked at each other. After a long time, Wu Xini laughed dryly. "Chu Xiu did this to keep us alive, so let's not let him down." Yun Lu said oh and didn't say anything more. He hugged his legs and curled up in the corner. Everyone showed an embarrassed look on their faces, but everyone was tactful and didn't mention this topic again. Ordinary people are like this. They will be moved and inspired by the behavior of others, but when it is their turn, they will retreat at the same time. At the same time, the good man Chu Xiu looked at the blood-red giant in front of him, who was motionless, kneeling on one knee on the ground, and did not attack him, and his face was thoughtful. Only when he came outside could he see the whole picture of this guy. This creature was almost humanoid. Apart from its horrible appearance that looked like it had been skinned, the most bizarre thing was that there was an illusory blood vessel hanging from its neck, like the umbilical cord of a fetus, extending all the way to the sky, and the end seemed to be the enchanting blood moon. These things. The blood-colored giant in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. It seemed that it did not have much thinking activity. It was like a puppet controlled by the blood moon, and like a giant baby connected to its body by an umbilical cord. Shaking his head, without thinking anymore, Chu Xiu reached out and took out the black object from the chest of the blood-colored giant. After taking it out, the blood-colored giant stood up and slowly floated up to the sky, and its huge body gradually became illusory. Chu Xiu did not look at it anymore, but moved his eyes to the strange object in his hand. This was a black mass of unknown substance. But when Chu Xiu saw it for the first time, he got a message, that is, for ordinary abyss creatures, the reward of the blood moon is that all members will be upgraded by one level, but for the awakened, they will be rewarded with a special item, and this information can only be seen by those who have received the reward. Chu Xiu concentrated his mind, and soon the item information appeared in front of him. Tongue of the Demon Monk Rasputin, level, ordinary, upgradable, quality, perfect, attribute 1, all attributes +3, attribute 2, after wearing it, the persuasiveness is greatly increased, attribute 3, when you are in the sphere of influence of the boundless blood pool, you can obtain a secret every morning, evaluation, a poor man who was dismembered because of his talkativeness, but he has not changed after death. Every morning he will chatter about those unknown secrets. If you satisfy his desire, he will even reveal the location of the arena to you. Trigger hidden task, find the mysterious arena. Description: the arena will change its location within the sphere of influence of the boundless blood pool every once in a while. If you do not arrive within the specified time, you will permanently lose the qualification to enter. Current remaining time, 23 days. The information in front of the item contained so much information that Chu Xiu could not help but freeze in his tracks. Perfect grade equipment. Upgradable. Endless blood pool. Hidden mission arena. He took a breath, his eyes flashing with surprise. This item made all his previous adventures worthwhile. The attribute of all attributes +3 alone is already strong enough, and then there are 2 auxiliary attributes. Although it seems a bit confusing at first glance, Xu Xiu is sure that these two attributes must be very strong and can be of great use in the future. And the upgradable attributes mean that this equipment has the opportunity to advance to the warrior level, or even the fierce level. Xu Xiu didn't know the conditions for advancement, but it was still a hope. More importantly, he triggered a hidden task. The so-called hidden task is a task that has a chance to be triggered only after a deep understanding of the current worldview. Generally speaking, the rewards for hidden tasks are ridiculously high. This is why some children of consortiums with good backgrounds and sufficient resources will force weak students to be cannon fodder to explore different areas, just to find possible opportunities. The fool who once obtained a legendary item in the awakening trial and soared to the sky, and then was killed and robbed of treasure, triggered a hidden task because of his good luck. Needless to say, Xu Xiu is determined to win this task. Then the question is how he will complete it. Xu Xiu looked at it and found that the time limit of this hidden task is synchronized with the challenge task and the world task. According to the description of the item, maybe we have to wait until this tongue tells the secret before we can find clues from it. It's past midnight tonight, which means that we have to wait until the next time we come to this world to study it properly. Thinking of this, Xu Xiu did not get tangled up, but found a room at random, rested quietly and recovered his strength. Although the 3 consecutive battles tonight did not last long, they also made him exhausted, and the high-intensity phantom steps also consumed most of his energy. On the second day, he was going to use this period of time before leaving to level up to level 9. But unfortunately, the Blood Moon ceremony the night before had consumed all the ordinary ghouls. Those who could stay were all high-level ghouls, who were not only good at hiding themselves, but also extremely difficult to provoke. In the end, Xu Xiu only killed 2 ordinary ghouls of level 6 and got dozens of experience points. After noon, his body became illusory, and the mechanical prompt sound of the system came to his ears. The awakening trial has been completed, and the comprehensive evaluation is in progress. The evaluation is completed, and your performance in this trial is outstanding, plus 400%, special achievement rewards, 100-man slaying, plus 50%, elite killer, plus 120%, blood moon hunter, plus 150%, cross-level killing, plus 250%, settlement rewards are in progress. The first dungeon has come to an end for the time being. As his body gradually became illusory, Xu Xiu felt the world spinning around him, as if he had come to a space with nothing. There was nothing all around him, and he was suspended in the center of this space, as if he had fallen into an endless deep sea. However, Xu Xiu's soul could guide him in the direction. It was a very strange feeling. He could feel 2 invisible dotted lines connecting him to 2 different places. This should be the awakening space. Xu Xiu thought. The awakened can go to different worlds through this strange space. Of course, the premise is to leave an anchor point in that world, otherwise it will be like a headless fly. Here, the space is extremely compressed, and all scales are unbalanced. Any step you take may cross a distance of hundreds of billions of kilometers. It is impossible to locate the destination without relying on the anchor point. Currently, my anchor points are only Blue Star and the zombie world, Xu Xiu said in his heart. He did not rush back, but first checked his settlement reward. Settlement reward completed. Obtained items, causal points * 1170. Obtained additional rewards, quiet step boots, collection. Xu Xiu smiled with satisfaction. The rewards of the awakening trial vary greatly depending on the score performance. The basic reward is only 100 causal points plus a piece of standard quality equipment. For auxiliary professions like Su Hang and Song Zipping who have muddled through, they basically get this reward. And some who perform too badly may even have their rewards deducted. So for Xu Xiu, 1170 causal points plus a piece of collectible equipment is enough to satisfy him. In particular, he took a look and found that this collectible equipment is quite suitable for him. It can increase the movement speed and reduce the sound when moving. With his chi condensation technique, he can directly transform into an assassin profession. After summarizing the gains, he no longer procrastinated, but took a deep breath and swam towards the direction of Blue Star. Xu Xiu just moved his mind and felt that the spacetime size in the awakening space was shrinking rapidly. Before he swam a few times, his eyes suddenly blurred. When he reacted, he was already in a square full of people. Noisy sounds poured into his ears, forming a great contrast with the previous nothingness, which made him feel a little irritated. However, Xu Xiu quickly adapted to it. He looked around and found that he had returned to the school playground. He was surrounded by students who had returned from the abyss. In the distance, countless parents were anxiously looking for their children among the figures. Because of the long distance and too many people, Xu Xiu couldn't tell whether his parents had come. He turned to look at the crowd, wondering if his good brother survived. After searching for a few seconds, he met a pair of big eyes that were also searching in the crowd. Ah, Chu! At the moment of eye contact, Zhang Qingshan ran over excitedly and gave him a bear hug. You survived. Yeah, Chu Xiu nodded, with a rare smile on his face, and patted Zhang Qingshan on the back. Qingshan, you've become stronger again. Zhang Qingshan laughed. You too, right? You were like a skinny monkey before, but now you're muscular. Your level should be quite high, right? I'm definitely not as good as you geniuses. Chu Xiu smiled and changed the subject. You've been looking for me for a long time, right? How are you? What professional talent have you awakened? Zhang Qingshan was about to speak when a surprised shout came from behind him. Chu Xiu! You're still alive! Chu Xiu turned around and saw Xinzhuo and his group were there, looking at him in surprise. Zhang Qingshan smiled and said, Chu, you've made a lot of friends. As he spoke, he patted Chu Xiu's shoulder. There are too many people here, let's go back and talk about some things. You have a good chat with your friends first. I'm going to find my parents. They must be waiting anxiously. Well, go ahead. Chu Xiu nodded. He found that not far from the two of them, there was a group of people waiting for Zhang Qingshan. They all looked well equipped and their overall eliteness was much higher than the people in their base. They should be Zhang Qingshan's partners in the trial. Chu Xiu was very happy that Zhang Qingshan could meet a group of teammates who could cooperate. Qingshan is not only talented, but also has a good character, but he tends to think too highly of others. But for a genius like him, as long as he is not tricked by people like me in the early stage, he won't have to worry about ordinary villains when he grows up. Chu Xiu retracted his gaze and turned to look at Xinzhuo and others who were walking towards the side excitedly. Their eyes were full of surprise and disbelief, as if they had never expected that Chu Xiu could return safely. The happiest among them were naturally Xinzhuo and Yunlu. Xinzhuo excitedly pulled Chu Xiu to ask all kinds of questions, curious about how he survived, but he evaded them all with casual answers. Although Yunlu didn't say anything, her big, watery eyes never left Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu could feel that the third happiest person who was still alive was Guanko, who had doubts about him. As for the others, it seemed to be more complicated. In addition to being happy, there seemed to be a hint of escape hidden. People are like this. For a favor that is too big to repay, the instinctive reaction is to avoid it. Sometimes, favors not only cannot become connections, but become burdens. But he didn't care. After chatting for a few words and adding everyone's contact information, he said goodbye and left. He walked towards the area where parents were waiting. After walking a few steps, he suddenly saw a group of people running over. They passed Chu Xiu and ran only to someone behind him. Chu Xiu looked back and saw a slender young man wearing a suit of exquisitely crafted armor with ferocious beasts engraved on it and with an evil look on his face descending on the square. As soon as he appeared, he was surrounded by a large group of people. Reporters, school teachers, and even the principal had all come. Yi Junlin. Chu Xiu recognized this guy. Retracting his gaze, Chu Xiu blended into the crowd and left the playground. At the entrance, a gathering point for each school was set up. Countless parents were eagerly waiting. Those who received their children cried with joy, while those who didn't wait were extremely anxious. Looking at those anxious faces, Chu Xiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This trial world was extremely difficult, and the death rate was probably much higher than before. Exhaling lightly, Chu Xiu continued to walk, and soon he arrived at the gathering point of their school. His eyes shuttled through the crowd, and before he found the target, he heard an excited and hoarse shout, "Achoo!" Chu Xiu looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a middle-aged woman crying with joy looking at him. It seemed that her nerves that had been tense for a long time finally relaxed. She couldn't even stand up, and squatted down with weak legs. "Mom," Chu Xiu hurriedly called out, and stepped forward to help the middle-aged woman up. At the same time, a sour emotion rose in his heart. Although he has only traveled to this world for 3 months, he has the memories of the original owner and quickly integrated into the new life and accepted the emotions of his parents. Occupying their bodies, naturally you have to bear their causes and effects. Reaching out to wipe away the tears on his motherly Xiu's face, Chu Xiu smiled and said, "Mom, I'm fine, let's go back." Okay, Li Xiu nodded repeatedly, but perhaps because she was too excited, her legs were powerless at this moment. Chu Xiu smiled and said dryly. Chu Xiu helped his mother walk. Li Xiu held his arm tightly and kept asking about the situation in the trial. Chu Xiu didn't want to make her worry, so he didn't talk about the exciting hunting process, but picked some stable life in the base. After hearing that Chu Xiu awakened to a support profession, Li Xiu said repeatedly, "Okay, support profession is good, you don't need to enter the abyss again in the future, just slowly brush experience at home." The mother doesn't care whether her son can become the top awakener, she only cares whether her son can live well. And Chu Xiu didn't want to make his family worry, so there's nothing wrong with keeping it a secret. The two chatted all the way. When they passed by the vegetable market, they bought a freshly killed big fish, which was packed in a red plastic bag. Chu Xiu held it in his hand and could feel the fish jumping from time to time. After passing through the vegetable market, they came to Chu Xiu's home. This is an old community. Chu Xiu lives in room 602, the second building on the left. Pushing the door and walking in, it is a very clean living room, but there is no furniture. In addition to the dining table and chairs, there is only an old TV. A middle-aged man without legs was sitting on the sofa watching TV, but his mind seemed to be completely off the TV program. When he heard the door open, he immediately turned his head and looked. After seeing Chu Xiu, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stared at Chu Xiu for a long time, tears flashing in his eyes. After a long time, he said, "The food is ready, eat quickly." "Yeah." Chu Xiu smiled and nodded. Father Chu was not as sentimental as Mother Chu. It seemed that in order to maintain the dignity of the head of the family, he was a little arrogant, but Chu Xiu knew that his father's feelings for him were no less than his mother's. Father Chu and Mother Chu were both ordinary people. The two elders had always lived very frugally, just to be able to buy Chu Xiu good initial equipment in the awakening trial. However, half a year ago, Father Chu had an accident at work and his legs were broken by the unbalanced steel. The black-hearted boss found various reasons to refuse compensation, and finally had to sue, but this factory was a shell company, and the legal person was a penniless old man, which caused the lawsuit to be delayed again and again. If you insist on fighting, you will definitely win in the end, but this is the method of the black-hearted company. The lawsuit can be delayed for a year or two, but can you delay the medical expenses? If it is delayed for so long, will the person still be alive? At that time, Chu's father's condition was very critical. The cost of staying in the intensive care unit was several thousand yuan a day, which forced Chu Xiu's family to settle privately at a very low price to solve the urgent problem. In the end, Chu's father was rescued, but he lost his legs and his savings were all spent. The family relied on his mother alone. This is why he could only buy a set of clothes for Chu Xiu when he entered the abyss. Looking at his parents who were obviously much older in front of him, Chu Xiu gently touched his chest and said in his heart, "Don't worry, I will take good care of your parents for you." Then he smiled, "Dad, Mom, you don't know, my awakened profession is very powerful. This time I made at least tens of thousands of dollars. Our family will never have to worry about money again in the future. Chu, don't go to the abyss to risk your life for a little money. This family doesn't need you to make money." Li Xiu immediately alerted. Chu's father also said, "That's right, although your father lost his legs, he is not a useless person. I received 3 interview requests today, and I should be able to find a job soon. You don't have to worry about this family." Chu Xiu smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry, I will rely on my talent to work for those combat professions in the future, and I will definitely not let you worry." After hearing this, Chu's father and mother were completely relieved, and the family began to eat. The small house was filled with a warm atmosphere. The next day, Chu Xiu, who had a good sleep and completely relaxed his mind, returned to school. Every returning trialist will be asked in detail about his experience in the trial. The government will send a specialist to integrate this information to draw a map of the trial site, including the location of each teleportation point and awakened person, the location of monster groups and high-level monsters, and on this basis, formulate a reasonable plan to help the trialists better improve their strength and unite everyone's strength to overcome the world mission. Name: Chu Xiu. Student number: 173520009. Professional talent: Bone Splicer, D. Bone Polisher, D. Oh. It's a rare talent. Are you sure it's called this? Yes. Okay, then tell me about your experience in the abyss. At the beginning, my teleportation place was in an apartment building, Chu Xiu said while observing the person opposite. This seems to be an experienced awakener, at least a soldier, with a pair of calm black pupils that seem to be able to see through people's hearts. But Chu Xiu still chose to lie without hesitation. With the chi gathering technique, he would not panic as long as he did not encounter an awakener of the fierce rank or above who used detection skills on him. It is said that at the beginning, every awakener who returned safely from the awakening trial had to register his true information. There would be professions with reconnaissance skills such as wizards and peepers to ensure that no one lied. But later, everyone found that no matter how confidential this information was, it would inevitably leak out, making the growth and upgrading environment of high-talented awakeners extremely poor. After several horrific cases of talents and professions being deprived, the upper class could not sit still. First, the consortiums and families began to block the information of their children and refused to submit it to the government. then it was the high-level awakeners. The children of the common people also tried every means to conceal it. In addition, the scope of the trial expanded, and the reconnaissance profession gradually became insufficient. By now, the purpose of the government's information collection has changed from supervision to help. You can lie about your own information, or even simply refuse to report it. No one cares. The government is only responsible for helping you plan how to act better next. Of course, if you want to join a large consortium or some high-welfare talent training program, you must accept the inspection, otherwise all E&F professions can say that they are S-level, which is a mess. Therefore, the registrar on the opposite side did not bother about Chu Xiu's attributes. Instead, they were more concerned about his experience in the abyss, the surrounding terrain, the distribution of corpse ghosts and other information. In this regard, Chu Xiu did not hide it, but repeated what he said to Xinzhuo and the others. After hearing that Chu Xiu had reached level 6 with extraordinary courage and without any additional resources at the beginning, the awakened person in charge of registration on the opposite side could not help but show a surprised expression. He sincerely suggested, when the major group unions recruit, you can make your resume look good and write down these experiences. Although your talent profession is only D level, you may be appreciated. You can also participate in the skill assessment and get a temporary contract with your own strength. Yes, thank you, senior. After that, the registrar began to talk about business. Student Chu, do you know what our primary task is at this stage? Chu Xiu shook his head. The registrar picked up a sign with 4 big words on it. World Mission. Only by completing the world mission can the trial world be preserved. Whether you plan to challenge higher levels or just want to work and make money, this is the only thing you need to consider next. He pointed to the sign and said. The registrar's words made Chu Xiu's expression a little serious. He knew the seriousness of the matter. The behavior of awakened people exploring in the abyss is called deep diving. During the deep diving process, there are roughly 3 situations, namely, complete world, world fragments, and abyss projection. Of course, it is said that when diving to a very deep depth in the abyss, there is a small chance of encountering some strange situations, or even seeing some high-dimensional creatures, but these are too far away from Chu Xiu and can basically be ignored.